light is on and we are underway. Hello everybody and welcome to day number 3 for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500. The green light is on at the exit of the pit lane and we are underway. The cars are heading out onto the circuit and this is what happened yesterday.
And then the track belonged to...
Yesterday there was loads of drama as well, but all the action seemed to be coming as well from Chimp Ganassi to go 1-2 in the overall standings as well. It was Takuma Sato who was the biggest surprise of the lot, putting it as top dollar bill. Can he continue that dominance today? Well, time is going to tell, and time certainly is of the essence. We can't wait to see what we're going to have here today. Very nice to have everybody joining us on JB Motorsports and on the USON channel as well. We're with you all day for the next 5 hours, 58 minutes and 20 seconds of this session. Driver Tracker is going to come available shortly as well. And hopefully we'll have some audio from the track as well. Just trying to mute out some of the copyright stuff as well, so that we don't get flagged like we did yesterday on post-stream as well with a Wolverine theme, apparently. Don't know when that was. But it's better safer than sorry. But the cars yesterday all ran out on the circuit. Everybody absolutely had a fantastic session, a fantastic day of testing. And now we're going to see what we've got operational here today. Drivers are about to head out then as well. Driver Tracker in operation as well. We'll be hearing from several of the drivers across this next hour as well. Well, across the next 6 hours, in fact, as well. We're just hopefully loading up our Driver Tracker now for you all to watch as well. Here's the standings then from yesterday. Takuma Sato was the fastest, 229.439 mile an hour. Scott Dixon was second. Then it was Santino Ferrucci, Alex Palou, Scott McLaughlin, the top 5. Then Herta, Ericsson, Hunter Ray, Newgarden and Andretti rounding out the top 10 of the proceedings as well. So much to look forward to, so much energy to get going as well. And we can't wait to see what is going to be the factor. Hopefully we'll have track audio shortly as soon as they stop playing music as well. And then we'll be back up and running, just trying to avoid some of the copyright music that NBC have been playing over the past few days as well. We'll also be hearing more from the IndyCar radio team as well, and more action as well. As miracle and miracle, we've got track audio. And we've also got a co-commentator in the box, although I don't think he's working just yet on several other things. It is Josh, but he is working around, I believe, his own radio show at the moment as we fade in. See? Hello, Josh. Can you hear us?
Yeah, well, I'm not. I should be on my radio show, but I'm not on my radio show because someone thought it was a good idea to put a glass of water next to the router. That said, glass of water has gone over the router, so we have no Wi-Fi right now.
What?
Don't ask.
The whole
welcome to the Rossi household.
So you've lost everything?
Luckily, we have the original router, which is now going in, so hopefully in 10 minutes we'll be back to normal.
That's certainly one way to start a morning as well. If you're having a less chaotic morning, wherever you are in the world, let us know, because that certainly is quite dramatic stuff as well. Just changing around some of these things then as well, because the angle is annoying me on the stream. Let us know where you're listening and watching from as well. Hello to Chambers. It says watching on Peacock at the moment as well. While we've got everything set up, let's check in with our guys at NBC who will be helping us out throughout the broadcast as well. It's Kevin Lee.
Life, and he was 10th on the speed chart at one point and finished up 22nd on the day, significantly faster than his teammate who has 1 year's experience in the Indy 500.
So you heard Scott McLaughlin be told this would be first time by, so he's gearing up for a quali sim here. And a lot of this is not just about figuring out what the car is capable of, what the handling characteristics are. Certainly that's part of it, but it's also getting the driver into the routine of all the procedures. Everything you have to do as you build up to speed. Excuse me, right when you pull out of the pit lane, there will be different engine maps that you have to go to, the gear strategy, when you pull gears, how does the engine accelerate, where's the best time to really punch it. You can't just go out of the pits flat out and go from there. But I gotta tell you, this looks like a pretty sporty lap time so far from Scott McLaughlin. That qualifies. Oh, it does not quite qualify as a no-toe. We've lost our track map here, so I can't tell you how far behind the car in front that he is, but a 2:22.7, if he's relatively on his own, that's a very stout time.
And remember, these are not indicative of qualifying times because they'll have more horsepower coming up this weekend. Well, we saw this in the Open, and I saw, first of all, let's see what happened on the track with Ryan Hunter-Reay in that black and green edged car right behind Scott McLaughlin. Ed Carpenter was slowing down to come into pit lane. Hunter-Reay saw the gap. He went through. We wondered, what did everyone take of that? Well, here's Scott McLaughlin.
Inside, 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 clear. Someone tell them to stay one, or stay two, one of the two. Copy.
So that was yesterday when everyone went out on the circuit as well. I'm ambidextrous, says Chambers as well. Seems to be. I'm going to get flagged for that because it's a 6-hour broadcast and they just keep playing music as well. Apparently, we can't edit anything that's over 6 hours, which means we can't remove anything. So monetization becomes an issue, which is just brilliant, isn't it, when they play all these things that we don't know about. So that's why we're sort of flicking between 1 and 2. Ooh, Josh has disappeared from the broadcast as well. So I've got some times on the board already, some speeds coming in. Too risky move, yeah, exactly. Catherine Legg has gone fastest on 223.807 miles an hour. Scott McLaughlin now has gone fastest overall, as we just saw him come across the line, 223.917 mile an hour. Yesterday we've seen 229, so this is definitely a build-up time coming in. So it's McLaughlin, Legg, Di Francesco, Wilson, Austin, Canapo, Ferrucci and Newgarden in there as well. As I'm now desperately trying to swap over as well as Josh seems to has got his Wi-Fi router back as well, but he's freezing in and out a little bit as he comes through. And now he's just a black screen while he tries to get everything set up. So 5 hours, 52 minutes to go as they come through. Let's go down to Dylan Welch.
Cars in the field tonight, or the field this year, and one of the cars that we were watching yesterday and keeping our eye on was Callum Ilott, the 77 Juncos Hollinger car behind us. Callum in the car right now getting ready to go out, and it's been a struggle for these guys really since the Open test here last month, but we were watching yesterday, thought they were maybe starting to get things figured out. The speed started to increase a little bit. Callum moved up the timing sheet, but talked with Steve Barker, the engineer, just a bit ago, and he said, frankly, we did not make any progress yesterday. He said, we are still scratching our heads, we're still concerned, and we don't really know what else to do. So we talked also about the possibility of them pulling out a different car for Callum to try to get up to speed. That's not the plan today. They're still going to focus on this primary car, but it's still a work in progress and a very important day for these guys today to try to find some speed in this 77 car. The interesting thing is his rookie teammate, Augustine Canapino, has been very quick. Up to speed in his first time here and has been quite impressive as we've come to expect from him. They just cannot figure out how to get this 77 car to go around the racetrack and be comfortable for Callum. So we'll keep an eye on him today, try and follow his progress and see if they can find any speed.
Definitely one to watch as we look at Marco Andretti on track. And let's get into that a little bit more, Hinch. People might say as Devlin Di Francesco goes to the top at 224 in the Andretti Steinbrenner Sodexo car. Just because they're teammates does not mean, even if they want them to be, it's difficult to make them exactly identical.
It's almost impossible.
Really is, as well as they continue to fly in the lap times and get ready and get going as well with what we're going to see here today in terms of hopefully normal runs, and some of them are going to go on a little bit of an extended run as well to see if they can remain just as quick. We'll just open up the team radios. As the 98 not knowing what's going on with the cars, Marco Andretti having a little bit of a worrying moment as well, but so far everything seems to check out on the overall stream as well as they exit the last few corners. Devlin Di Francesco the fastest now, already 224.003 mile an hour. As the tyres begin to come through, there's Marco Andretti then as well. Fastest lap so far, 221.876. Leader's fastest lap was at 204.003 mile per hour. So this is effectively practice number 4. Practice 1 and 2 were washed out. Practice 3 took part yesterday. And this is practice 4. 9 practice sessions in total coming up. Absolute insanity. And also the amount of spiders that have found their way into the commentary box here this afternoon is incredible, as the humidity has risen outside dramatically. On board with Rosenquist then. Already, as you can see, several cars starting to come out on the track. Josh has got his camera operational. Whether or not it stays that way, we don't know. But there he is. Hello, Josh. Sit down, I am. You've got to be standing. You were around there for so long. Just take a seat. You can't be stood up the entire 6 hours of the broadcast. You're being absolutely knackered.
Be a good idea if I put my microphone in. Hello.
Hello. You alright? Wi-Fi back on then?
Just don't question anything, okay? Do I sound alright?
You do indeed. Everything sounds fine. Everything's back to normal.
Okay. Download speed is stupid right now.
Yeah.
We are running at 5 to 10 download speed.
Thought so. Upload's okay though. You are in Crystal HD, so that's not too bad. As it comes through, there's Tony Kanaan just getting ready in the car as well to head out the track. One more with Felix Rosenquist, and I believe the number 6 is towing someone on the track. I'm trying to have a look at. Who is he in front? Well, he's now going to pass the number 7 out there of Alexander Rossi. So that's Rosenquist passing his own teammate on the way in towards turn number 1. So nice little surprise move there as they fly back through into turns 1 and 2. The wonderful McLaren livery with the orange back and white front as well, akin to the Marlboro livery we saw in the 90s and early 2000s as well. However, of course, Marlboro with a cigarette company can't advertise it, so they've changed it to Papaya, which is absolutely fantastic stuff as well. New time at the top then. Marcus Ericsson with 226.930 mile an hour at the top. So Ericsson going faster by 2 miles an hour compared to everybody else. Ilott goes up to 3rd as we begin the toes as well. So we're getting in a slipstream together at the back half of the track. You can see them already. So I'm surprised actually about that, Josh. Ed Carpenter Racing. Bit Nile cars my favourite this year. Oh yes, Ed Carpenter Racing, Bit Nile cars my favourite this year. Absolutely, they look great, the cars. And the Spotter's Guide is now available, by the way. If you go to IndyCar.com and go to race details, everything is available as well in terms of the livery guides, the pit assignments as well, all the data that you need for the Indy 500 as well. Megan is very kindly printing them off for me tomorrow. First time they're going to go zooming through on each other here today as well. As they enter the back straightaway, we've got Rosenquist ahead of O'Ward and Rossi, the 3 McLarens out there early on, then doing some tow runs, Josh, and on board with O'Ward, who I think had a quiet day yesterday in terms of the times, but in terms of racing, he was right up there getting ready for slipstream, power and everything. He was on it completely.
Yeah, he really, really was. But that is O'Ward now on the number 6 as well of Rosenquist there as well. So all 3 McLarens together doing a little bit of battle, and Ericsson joining them behind.
Yeah, coming in as well fast as they continue on. We've got several of the cars out there as well. I would love to see if it would tell me how many cars are actually out on the track right now as well. You've got to count them. So there's Rossi, Ericsson, O'Ward, Rosenquist. 6, 7, 8, 9 cars are out on the circuit right now. The rest are in the pit lane as well. It's hard to tell on the driver tracker because it's showing all 34 cars out there, but do believe me, they're all currently in there as well. As pit road?
On the board.
No, they're not going down pit road. That is Callum Ilott coming back into the pit lane as well. Stefan Wilson coming in, as well as Connor Daly. As you can see on the control tower, there's the 77 of Ilott entering pit lane. Grosjean and Sato improved their speeds as well. Grosjean's gone up into 14th. Sato, however, stays in 19th, the fastest driver from yesterday, losing out on a bit of time as well. We have IndyCar Radio as well, taking us through majority of today as well with NBC, you know, like where we get the caution breaks and everything as well, because NBC like to play music and get us in trouble a little bit as well. So just a nice little alternative. Now, for normal practice sessions, that's fine, because you can just mute the song, but when it comes to 8-hour broadcast, apparently. You can't edit anything over 6 hours. So, yeah, monetization gets in there yesterday. So thank you again to Joe Samaniego, who Super Chat donated yesterday and made it worthwhile as well. So thank you very much, Joe, for that as well. And you can join the Grid Network shows later on tonight, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, for all of the wrap-up of today's action. But we're just getting going. Very busy opening 15 minutes then here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as the cars get out there doing some long runs, much needed long runs as well. Looking down at Alex Blow there, the number 10 coming in. Oh, dinner as well. Thank you very much. Oh, they do look nice. Thank you. Here as well at the back. Let's go down. We've got to hear some Straccius from Polona.
Helping his driver get himself into a very comfortable lead with a handful of laps to go. And man, he's got an impressive performance here at the Speedway. For a driver that doesn't come from an oval racing background, he really figured this place out quickly. Qualified in the Fast 9 in his rookie year at Dale Coyne Racing. Raced his way to second place in 2021. Had one of the most dominant cars last year before problems. This was 2021 qualifying. He was already safely in the Fast
9. VK is out for his initial lap. Let's go back to pit lane and check in once again with Nate.
I have the 4-time Indianapolis 500 champion, Helio Castroneves. And Helio wrapping up the first day yesterday. Tell me a little bit, where's the balance at the car coming into today, and what are some of the things looking to get checked off this afternoon?
I'm sorry I couldn't hear you well, but I'm assuming you asked me about yesterday. Well, it was good. It was okay. We started. Obviously, we lost one day, but everybody did the same. And I'm probably going to use a reference like when someone is in your office and you have a lot of emails to check if you miss a day. That's how it is. So we just got to check a lot of the bits that we need. We did a bunch of it. We're going to do a little quali sim this morning or early afternoon. And then back to continue to, when you have a lot of more cars at the track, to check out the race setup. So it's a process, and we just got to go and trust it.
Tomorrow, also the weather possibly up in the air. Does that change the run situation, maybe forcing more of a qualifying look today, potentially losing a lot of Fast Friday?
So tomorrow will be, hopefully it doesn't rain, obviously. Our main focus will be, because different boost, different power, the main focus obviously will be only in qualifying. And we'll find out where we are in that situation and see what happens.
All right, sounds good, Elio. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from the 4-time Indianapolis 500 champion. Thank you, Nate. Helio Castroneves yet to get out on the racetrack yesterday. Michael, Helio turned 84 laps total. He was 24th fastest off the. I would imagine, though, you're in the same book as me of Helio. Just put it in the show, and when we drop the green flag, we'll watch. I think he's going to come to the front no matter where he starts.
You notice that Helio's not his jovial, normal self out there. He's very, as a matter of fact, he's about business right now, and he's certainly wanting that drive for 5, because up to this point this season has been miserable for him. So for him to have a little bit of redemption and have some speed in that Meyershank racing car, we hope the best for Helio Castroneves. And as you can tell just by the tone of his voice, he's down to business out there.
Looks like his teammate Simon Pagenaud has just left the pit box. The AutoNation Sirius XM cars from Meyershank Racing conveniently parked right in front of the IndyCar radio booth. Of course, we appreciate all the support for Sirius XM, having our shows on 160, Channel 160, IndyCar Nation. Great opportunity, great outlet to listen to IndyCar radio's coverage all season long.
And back to Callum Ilott really quick. Just thinking about what they were talking about yesterday, running their race sims. My guess is they're in qualifying trim right now, which may have added to that quicker lap speed for Callum Ilott. So not sure where Kanan, Daly, Hunter Ray, those drivers are as far as setups for today, the second day of practice. Everybody in the bottom half of the field down in the 222s. Not to rain on Callum Ilott's lap, but sure, not quite sure if he is in qualification trim. Let's hope that is helping to contribute to finding speed in that car.
I think, to your point, it's probably a very natural thing to do as everybody established their baseline yesterday. and showed what they had. If you're in the bottom 10 to 12, I would imagine your focus goes from, all right, instead of, trying to find the intricate details of making this car handle good in traffic, we better make sure that we can run well all by ourselves. And then once the boost gets applied, the extra boost levels tomorrow, then you can make those adjustments. But if you find yourself, baseline in the bottom 10 or 12, all of a sudden I would imagine that the need to make sure you qualify well becomes a little bit more important than maybe, say, the Chip Ganassi cars or the Aero McLaren cars or even the Penske machine.
I think...
Absolutely, as we back up now as well, NBC threw to a musical thing when I was in the middle of something, so I had to throw it back as well. But still, cars are out the circuit then. We've had about 20 minutes of action so far, and the cars flying past. And if you're listening to us on USRN's radio as well, welcome along to day 2 of action, effectively. It is day 3 practice, but effectively it becomes day 2 with the first day washout. And if you're watching along on JB Motorsports, thanks very much for that. I love that zoom past turn 3 that we're getting as well into turn 4 and down the back straight away. So we've had quite a lot of them set lap times now as well. I think everyone has done a basic speed lap. And it's Alex Palou in the Chip Ganassi Racing that's gone the fastest at the moment. 227.718, Josh, but yesterday it was 229s. So a long way to go yet, but there's 6 hours left of this practice session before we see the build-ups. And Fast Friday tomorrow is when we'll see everyone go for qualifying simulations.
Yeah, it is, but look at the top 2 and how much they're separated by. 227.718 for Palou, 227.713 for Rossi, only 0.005, 5 thousandths of a mile per hour separate them, so really close as well, and also a couple further down quite close as well.
They're really pushing this narrative, aren't they, that they're going to have one of the closest 500s we've ever seen, as multiple people now around the pit lane area getting all set as well, and fingers crossed that they're going to see something absolutely spectacular on the McLaren garage pit wall as well. We're on board with Scott Dixon right now as well in the Chip Ganassi Racing. He is currently 10th fastest as well in the number 9, so has a little bit of room to breathe and a little bit of time to find out exactly where they're going to be in the future, as well as they continue pushing here in this Indy 500 and the first one of the weekend. I also just noticed that our volumes are incredibly low, and I think I know why, so I apologise if you can barely hear us. I know why, you know why, but I've turned us up a little bit on everything, so it should be A-OK now. Basically, Mixler has taken control of our audio, so I've just juiced us up a little bit. Let's get some pit rolls.
You've got your seat fitted, you've done that, you're in the process of getting the seat fitted and everything, but what is this like? Is it starting to set in that it's real that you're going to race in this race next year?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It probably still won't even seem real until I get behind the wheel of a car, but just happy to be here today, and it's the only day I can get here this year, so try to soak in as much knowledge as I can and just keep continuing to try to better prepare myself for next season, because I want to do a really good job, and I feel like the opportunity's there with a great team and all the resources, so just happy to be here, and like I said, just try to soak up as much knowledge.
What about testing opportunities? Have you guys gotten that far down the list yet, as far as when or if those are going to be possibilities?
I think definitely some point at the end of the year, but I don't know when exactly. So I haven't heard of a date, anyways. So yeah, and too, I mean, I don't know about simulator or anything like that. So really, just I think they're so busy with getting prepared for this and putting all their effort into this year's Indy 500. So I'm sure as we get through these next couple weeks, then we'll get maybe a little more focus on my schedule and plan. But I don't want to step on anybody's toes right now either. I know how big this week is, and these drivers as well. So just try and let them do their thing and just try to listen on and see what I can learn.
What are you looking forward to most about, not even today, but just next year and getting to be here for the month and go after it?
Just the opportunity. It's been something that I've wanted to to do for a while. I just wanted to wait till the timing was right, and I feel like the time is right now to do it. And you kind of live out a dream of mine and my dad's and Jeff Gordon's and even Rick Hendricks. So I obviously want to do a good job. I want to obviously win the race too, but I know how difficult it is. I try to keep expectations realistic too. So these are the greatest IndyCar drivers in the world, and I've never raced one. So, but I think if I prepare right and study and focus, I can do a good job. So, just excited and a little bit nervous, I guess, but more so excited than anything.
Be awesome to have Kyle Larson in the Indianapolis 500 field next year with Aero McLaren. He won already this week, by the way, guys. Won a sprint car race at the Wayne County Speedway in Ohio, his own series that he promotes and co-owns this year. So, been a good week for Kyle Larson.
Yeah, that's about the only good thing it's been for Kyle Larson, considering his relationship with Ross Chastain as well. As those of you on USRN know, those who are on JB Motorsports have listened to myself and Matthew calling Dover and then Darlington will know Ross Chastain has a bit of a passion for Kyle Larson's rear bumper. In the past couple of weeks, Larson, in the last 3 races in a row, in the inside of 14 days, has been taken out 3 times as well by Chastain. So, yeah, nice to see Kyle Larson here. Wonder if he'll run the number 5 next year. That's a possibility. I hope he does as well, because that's his racing number over there in NASCAR as well. But yeah, announced this morning alongside Jeff Gordon that Kyle Larson will be doing the double next year. So he's not leaving NASCAR to come in here and do the 500. He'll be doing the double, which means he'll be doing the Indy 500, and then he'll be doing the Charlotte. Raceway and the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway in 2024. Right now for 2023, he's going to be at the All-Star race on Sunday, and then he'll fly over and do the race as well at Charlotte. As Adam Emery says as well, you have your breakfast at Monaco, you have your lunch at Indy, and you have your dinner at Charlotte as well. 2 cars diving into the pit lane. Scott Dixon followed by Ryan Hunter-Ray. We've got Palou out there. Love that sound. Love it, love it. Okay, I found the reason with our microphones having a bit of an issue, but we can't fix it at the moment because I can't seem to get onto it without everything going a bit funny. So what do you think, Josh, then, about Kyle Larson doing the double? You follow it as well over there as well with NASCAR.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be interesting to see how he fares with the IndyCar as well. Very, very different from a stock car and NASCAR as well. And of course, 1 month until, well, 1 month exactly until American Speed Fest at Brands Hatch. So looking forward to that as well. But as well as that, I believe is Rossi and Ericsson having a little bit of battle into turn 1 as well. But yeah, it's going to be good to see some of the NASCAR drivers coming over to IndyCar to have a go at it.
Several cars now coming across the line as well, as we've fixed the issue as well on the audio side of things after it's been a bit of a pain. Cars still going out there at the moment then. Just continuing to push, and exactly how we like to hear them as well. On board with Rossi. Turn up your noise and enjoy. And Rossi comes into the pit lane. Well, nice to hit there as well. A little bit of an opening push lap at least from Alexander Rossi as well. It's time for chill. Is it time for chili? I need my glass on for that. It's time for chili. Yes, I'd love chili, please. Great username there. It says, RC Anderson still not on track, and it's only got in 29 laps yesterday. Has the broadcast discussed that team at all? Are they having problems? Able Motorsports as well. Well, there's Jeff Gordon on the Henry Motorsport on the McLaren pit wall. Well, at the moment, they completed 40 laps in the rookie orientation program, which they had to do as well to get in. Should we have a quick word with Jeff Gordon before we get back to this topic?
A lot of memories when I was a kid. I never got this experience, but I sat in those grandstands back there, watched my heroes go run this track in an IndyCar. So we're just so excited to be here, to be partnering with McLaren and have Hendrick cars on board, and that Rick Hendrick is going to get to experience the Indy 500 next year. And Kyle has always made it known that he wanted, if possible, to get behind the wheel of an IndyCar and do the Indy 500. And we're here to learn all we can to figure out how to plan logistically as well as whatever he needs, from a competition standpoint. But these guys have been phenomenal. Now we just cheer them on, hopeful that they have a great month of May and a great Indy 500.
How about Jimmy Johnson? Obviously, he was a longtime stalwart of Hendrick Motorsports, raced this race last year. Has there been any discussion with him, just even with Kyle, about how to prepare and how to go about this?
I mean, I certainly have had conversations with Jimmy, because I'm curious, right? What was it like? You can only really get that from somebody who's driven a stock car versus an Indy car. And Jimmy's the most recent one, but I know Kyle said he's either talked to him or plans to talk to him quite a bit. I think Kyle wants to get in the car, or maybe right before he gets in the car, and start picking Jimmy's brain, Tony Kanaan. I gotta say, Tony being in the car, in the fourth car this year, I think is a huge, huge help for what effort we're gonna have next year. He's been, of course, typical Tony, super competitive, but he's just such a great guy and open to, helping out Kyle in this effort. So I think we're fortunate to be collaborating with Arrow McLaren and Chevrolet, and can't wait for what's yet to come. And we know that it takes a lot to get prepared for this race. Hard to do it by not being in the car all year long, but I like our chances with who we're partnering up with.
I know your path when you started racing, you wanted to be here and you wanted to race this yourself. Are you a little jealous of Kyle that it's him that gets to do this?
I mean, I don't want to do it now, but I definitely at the right time, I would have loved to. So no doubt, I'm really excited that he's going to get this experience, live out a dream of mine. And that's why, I'm so thrilled to be a part of it, because, of course, we've seen Kyle do some incredible things in different types of race cars, and so I think he's going to do a better job than I probably ever would.
Who were your IndyCar heroes growing up? When you were sitting back here, who were you cheering for?
Well, the coolest thing is I got to see one of them earlier, Johnny Rutherford, but Rick Mears is always my guy, and I've been very fortunate to meet Rick and spend time with Rick over the years and share with him how special that was. I can remember being at this fence right here in the mid-'80s and waiting for Rick Mears to walk by so I could get his autograph. They didn't have Sharpies back then, so that thing faded over time. My mom kept drawing over it to make sure it stayed there, because she knew it was my favorite shirt, my favorite autograph, and that's a memory I'll never forget.
Awesome. Great to see you. Enjoy today.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Jeff Gordon, and of course here with Kyle Larson as they get set for the Indy 500 debut of Kyle Larson next year with Arrow McLaren.
Johnny Rutherford is on board the McLaren team this weekend. I've just been spotting him on the pit wall there as well. Looks absolutely fantastic to see as well. Right, Retake as well says, why not any video? It's a watch along with the timings and driver tracker with the track audio as well. Can't show any video, but it's the best we can do. Alternate commentary basically, but we have put the link in IndyCarLive.com. If you're outside the US, you get to watch the IndyCar practice as well for the 500 for free. So just get yourself a free account. And then stick our commentary on in the background and have the timings as well. Works out perfectly for the 500. Right, to answer your question, it's time for Chile. He is out on the track now, RC Anderson. However, he did 40 laps in the rookie orientation program to qualify to run for the rest of the weekend. Then he only did 29 laps, yes, as a basic setup for day one. He's expected to run more laps here today. So fingers crossed for there as well. It's actually Callum Ilott that's got the bigger problem as well. He completed the fewest laps yesterday and was really like, in a bit of trouble with it all. So fingers crossed he's going to stay okay. Just realised I nearly switched off the driver trackers and trying to look for something as well. As we take a look out into the pit lane, Marcus Ericsson was one of the McLarens of Alexander Rossi, Josh, and then nearly came a bit of a block of dust there for Rossi as he came into the pits.
Yeah, that was A little bit too close for comfort there as well, getting way too close to the grass, even touching the grass as well, following, I believe that was Ericsson, back into the pit lane as well, but there is Rossi in the pit box as well on pit road.
Just want to say as well, because we take somebody in, way to go IndyCar, force people to pay, that would increase your audience. You can watch, it is free to watch the practice and the qualifying and the warm-up on normal weekends. For the Indy 500 weekend, you can watch all the practice sessions for free via IndyCarLive.com as well. So it's the best of both worlds at the moment as well. But I'm sure if Josh finds a good stream like DD12 for the NASCAR somewhere around, he'll put it in the YouTube chat at some point today.
IndyCar Live's the best.
Yeah, IndyCar Live is the best actually as well. Was it £2.29 for like the Indy 500 package, and then it's like £5 or €5, whatever it is compared to them as well. So yeah, a little bit of something there as well. There we see Alexander Rossi back in the pit lane. He's currently second in our McLaren. Kanaan is currently 5th. Award 9th, and Rosenquist in 11th. As we look at the TV pictures, a few cars are circulating just in separate runs at the moment. We've got the 18 and the 9. That's Malukas and Dixon, who are running on the back straightaway together, doing a little bit of a tow. But that's, of course, Dixon and Chip Ganassi racing, Malukas and Dale Coyne racing. Joshua Smith says the McLaren liveries are so good. They absolutely are as well. Also, settle a debate, because I don't know how this comes across on the camera. This is a red top I'm wearing, but people have also said to me it looks orange. So settle a debate. Is this red or is this orange as well?
This sounds like we need a poll in chat.
Yeah. Is it red or is it orange, the t-shirt? I've got a purple one I should be wearing at some point as well. But the humidity factor's been through the roof here in the UK today, where we're doing the commentary from. See, Joshua Smith got it right. It's red. It is. It's red. All red. Don't know why people have been saying to me it looks orange. It's like that dress that's blue and yellow, isn't it, as well?
True.
Bit Niles says Chambers as well. It's one car then, so they can know what we're focusing on.
It looks red, but then it looks orange at the same time. I don't know if it's because of how the lighting is in the comms box. But if it was just normal, I think it's just red.
If I stand up a little bit and move backwards, you can see, can't you, that how much it looks red. In the light it looks orange, and then the closer you get when you take the light away, it looks normal red. So yeah. Also, how 90s do I look right now? Red polo with blue jeans as well. 90s as well calling. They want their fashion back as they come through. 5 hours to go. That's 5 hours you've got of this, by the way, as well. Let's take a quick look at the timing tables in full as well. So we've got Alex Palou top on 227.718 miles an hour. Rossi second, Sato's third, Ericsson fourth, Kanaan fifth, Dixon 6th, Ferrucci 7th, Stingray Robs in 8th, Pato Award is 9th, and Joseph Newgarden rounds out the top 10. Felix Rosenquist is 11th, Colton Herta 12th, Ed Carpenter's 13th. 14th on the board is Callum Milo, who's currently circulating on the track. Simon Pagno is 15th, Devlin Di Francesco is 16th, Ryan Hunter-Ray is 17th, Venus VK is 18th, Scott McLaughlin 19th, Catherine Legg is 20th, Jack Harvey goes into 21st position, Carl Kirkwood's out on the track circulating in 22nd, and we're on board with it now actually, and then it's Christian Lundgaard 23rd and Marco Andretti 24th. Look further down on the timing sheets as well. 25th and circulating is David Malukas, Roman Grosjean is 26th, Helio Castroneves is 27th, Conor Daly 28th, Augustin Canapo is 29th, Stefan Wilson is 30th, Graham Rahal is 31st, R.C. Edison is 32nd, Benjamin Peterson is 33rd, and 34th for Will Power as well, right to the back, 126.385 mile an hour, just doing one lap at the moment as well. Hasn't even begun his proper install laps as the time currently comes through. On board with Carl Kirkwood then, he's in the 27. You can see he's following Callum Ilott on the driver track if you're watching along with us on JB Motorsports. If you're listening in on USON as well, 40 minutes into the broadcast. Through turn 3 and 4. Keeps it nice and high. Now takes a low line into 4. Just gets on the accelerator and keeps on through. across the line then for Kyle Kirkwood. Is his time quicker? That's the question we need to see. Team communication. Well, Kyle Kirkwood has now got Brian Herter as a strategist as well, as he's left Colton Herter. So that was something that was announced as well yesterday. Brian now with Kyle Kirkwood for the Indy 500. And that's a big surprise, isn't it, Josh, that Brian's left Colton's side and Colton's got a new race engineer.
Yeah, is it just for the Indy 500 or is it until the end of this season at least?
I don't know. I think it must be to the end of the season.
Yeah.
4-lap average in a qualifying sim, by the way, for Kyle Kirkwood is 223.689 mile an hour. Massively off the pace. Massively.
Yeah, well, I mean, it would be funny if Colton Herter did win a race when Brian wasn't his strategist, and then everybody would be like, so we know what the problem was now.
Yeah. Finally, he wins a 500 race, and it's not him doing it. Yeah. That would be funny. Could be a possibility as well. We'll keep you updated along the weekend as to what is going to be developing here for the Indianapolis 500. The wind is picking up a little bit there as well. Just quickly as well, going with some discussions in the chat at the moment as well. Reek Tig as well says love hearing that noise. IndyCar is strictly an American product. I've heard of Sato, Rossi, Ericsson, Andretti, Cash Neves. I can name you all the drivers and teams in F1. I'm in Indonesia. If IndyCar wants to grow to a world audience, they should allow people like me to watch this. It seems like they really don't care. I do agree with you as well that the IndyCar needs to have a more global presence as well. I think they need to have more options on the bag as well. So fingers crossed soon. There'll be more ways to tune in and listen to the Indy 500 as well, and to be able to watch it as well. We understand there's a new deal coming out next year for international viewers as well, so that was great as well. Just wondering why with 34 entries on the track for bump day, only 33 can start, and 34 are entered, so one has to get bumped, and that bump day is Sunday as well. So I always think bump day is a bit unfair, Josh, because you're made to do about 7 practice sessions before bump day, and then if you don't get into the race, that's it. You've wasted effectively an entire week. Always hilarious.
Yeah, you have, which is very unfortunate as well. On board with O'Ward as well, now going down into turn 1. 2 cars in front of him as well, I believe. One is the 14 and one is Rossi as well.
Yeah, they're too close together on the driver tracker to tell, actually. I think the driver tracker needs to be bigger on the TV screen as well to see who it is. It is Rossi, I believe, who is circulating. Alex Close left the pit lane as well. Latest driver to do so. Stefan Wilson has set a new fastest time. He's gone up to 17th with a speed of 224.207 miles an hour. And it's the 66, actually. It's Tony Kanaan who is out there as well, running in 6th ahead of O'Ward. So it's the McLaren livery. Like, it's really hard to tell who it is straight on, but it is the 66 of Kanaan with the orange front nose cone and black tub effectively as well on the race car. There's Pato O'Ward. Best 10-lap average is 223.1 mile per hour. That's 40.343 seconds as things currently stand as well. More time will be found and progressed as they continue forward as well. Let's have a look as well. Why were there so many entries in the past? Was it safer back then? It's always been 33. Bump day is the factor as well. So, are we hearing 2 different commentaries? That's what I want to know. So, effectively, bump day is you can enter a maximum of 40-odd cars. Literally, you can come and enter, that's it, 40 is the maximum. Only 33 will start. So 33 cars will start the 500. That is that's the maximum the track can hold to be safe enough. So bump day is basically you go around on the track, you then qualify for the last 3 grid slots. So positions 30, 31, 32 and 33 are all up there for grabs. And then you can either get those slots and go through, or that's it. So basically, we're now going to be at bump day where someone's going to go home. Just one person this year, because there's 34 entries as well. Chambers also said that Marco Andretti asked Hamilton to come to Indy 500 to test. He said Indy 500 is too fast and dangerous. He does want to do it, though. Hamilton does want to do the 500. He said that now. I think he's come around to the idea of doing the 500. So I think we might see Lewis post Formula 1 come and do a little test there as well.
Yeah. I keep saying this every single time Lewis Hamilton is mentioned about the Indy 500. Make sure Max Verstappen isn't anywhere at all near in the whole US. Just
look at the onboard there, the Cosworth as well.
Cut his access to any airport so he can't get there. He can't get there after the Monaco Grand Prix or something.
What about a boat? Sail there.
Boat couldn't get there in 2 hours or something like that.
Yeah, but Max could. It's not always on the Indy 500, is it? So I think Lewis would do it after he retires. So maybe 2 years time. 2 years time. I think. Jackie Stewart came over, nearly won it as well. Came within 2 laps of winning the Indy 500. Jim Clark won it, of course, on debut. Graham Hill won the Indy 500. Graham Hill is the only driver in history to do the famous Triple Crown of Motorsports, which in itself is a bit weird because we don't include things like Daytona 500, Nürburgring 24-hour as well. So
Which
many
is
other
this
races.
weekend as well.
It is, yeah. So many great races that we just don't include for some reason in the Triple Crown. But the Triple Crown effectively was the 3 big races. So it's the Le Mans 24-hour, the Indy 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix. So, yeah. That's basically what we're seeing going forward. Joshua Smith says as well, how would you change the bump day to be more appealing for the drivers, and especially after 7 practice sessions for the bumped driver would be crazy? I would say, in order for bump day to be more appealing, it doesn't happen every year, obviously. Sometimes we've got all 3 entries as well, so bump day hasn't happened since 2019, when Alonso got bumped by Kyle Kaiser as well. So I think to make bump day a little bit more appealing, I would say we must do it on a Saturday, not Sunday. Just get it sorted out on a Saturday, not a Sunday, because then everyone's because then everyone's like, all done. Because then it's just Sundays, and you think, because the problem with the bump day is you sleep on it. So if you know you are position 30 to 33 or whatever, you sleep on it, knowing you've got to go through it and do it again. Right, let's go down and hear from Will Powell.
They can't, if there's a problem like a tyre going down, engine issue, they can't, won't be able to say anything. So trying to resolve that, I don't know what, they're replacing the data box or whatever it is right now to see if that's it.
How was your day yesterday? What did you guys learn?
Yesterday, the car felt pretty good. There's probably some small things to do. Race trim. Still going out to do some quali runs today. Just still error mapping and trying to work out the best configuration for Saturday.
Obviously, we turn the boost up tomorrow. How much of a change does that make based on how you end today, setup-wise? Is it a big jump, a big difference?
Well, definitely these first few runs that we're doing will govern how we turn up. If the boost turned up tomorrow.
Thank you, Will.
Will Power there as well, continue to go on as they fly onto the track. We're riding with Pato O'Ward, I believe, who's coming down. What are we seeing now with Will Power? Okay, let's go down there and check in with IndyCar Radio as well on their network.
Hear you in 2 laps. This is going to go, and it did. And then afterwards, there was a day or so afterwards, Mario signed a part of the engine to the kid to tell him, yes, he said his rear end knew more than that computer. And isn't that mind blowing that you could have that kind of a feel for a vehicle. It's mind-blowing.
It's what makes those guys extraordinary. Scott Jasek from the IndyCar Experience joins us off of that point that you just made. Do you take feedback from the drivers? I mean, what's the maintenance process making sure your guys' cars are in tip-top shape? And obviously, I mean, they're not pushing as fast as these guys are here during practice, but it's still an automobile traveling at high speeds, and I would imagine you guys have to comb over those things pretty closely.
So first and foremost, our program is based around safety. That's the number one. We will do nothing that will be unsafe. So we take safety very serious. Everything about if you ever watch us operate, you see a crew of guys go out to the cars. We're loading someone in. It's always two people loading someone in to make sure they're fastened right. We have someone checking the tires. We're communicating with the driver. Before that ever happens, every 2,000 miles, we go through the cars and we do updates or crack check. We have 40 sets of wheels. You can imagine at $10,000 a set, we have 40 sets of wheels. We have 6 engines every 2,500 miles. 6 engines per car, I should say. So we have 30 engines. And every 2,000 miles, 2,500 miles, the engines come out and get rebuilt. So safety and maintenance is it's more like an airplane than it is an IndyCar, just for the fact that we know we're putting people in the cars.
Outside of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, what's been the place that you've taken a ride, the racetrack you've enjoyed the most?
Well, of course, Indy is just paramount, right?
Of course, that's always going to be P1.
Watkins Glen was a lot of fun. I took a ride at Watkins Glen, and I was amazed at the boot. You go way down, and then the elevation. What doesn't transition on television or, of course, on the radio is the elevations in a lot of these tracks. You met like Sonoma and things like that, where you go up and you don't realize how it's like 8 or 9, 10 stories high. Or Laguna, when the corkscrew of Laguna catches you off guard as you're coming down, your first lap. You have no idea you're about to come over the crest of a hill and then turn left so quickly, just takes your breath away.
Scott Jasek from the IndyCar Experience. Final thing, Scott, for folks that are listening that want to get more information, maybe want to look into taking one of these rides, where can they go?
Of course, always to our website. The IndyRacingExperience.com is the easiest and most efficient way. We've tried to keep up with technology and make it simple. So IndyRacingExperience.com is the easiest way to do it.
And for fans that are of the taller stature, you guys have really developed the car. I remember when I first did it, my knees were there wasn't a lot of room, but with the development of this car and as the different generations of the two-seater have come along, you guys have really expanded the opportunity for people that are taller, bigger, to actually ride along.
Right. So I use, again, Kawhi Leonard as the example of the tallest person I've ever seen take a ride, Kawhi Leonard. But we have the two newer cars fit bigger people. So you could be in the high 200 range weight-wise and height 6'5", 6'7", in that range. But it also has to do a lot with your flexibility. Are you flexible to get in? And one thing you had mentioned, celebrities, and it's one thing to take celebrities, but the rides I love the most is when people buy the ride for like the grandfather, and the whole family comes out, and Grandpa looks like he's miserable in the fire suit. We put him in the car, and then he takes the ride, and he gets out, and he's screaming like a 5-year-old girl, and the grandkids, and everyone's staring at him like, is this guy for real? Like, this is Grandpa? And yeah, I love those. Those are my favorite rides.
It's the best. Yeah. It is as close as you can get to the real thing. Scott?
Absolutely is the best as well. Thank you very much for IndyCar Radio. I knew there was an interview coming up as well, so we threw over to them as quickly as possible as well. The IndyCar Racing Experience located at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well. If you are local to that area as well, I know some of our listeners here are, then absolutely 100% go. A once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's similar, Josh, I think, to Silverstone up here in the UK, what we get access to when we do track days as well. But, yeah, absolutely fantastic. So, 5 hours to go, 1 hour nearly down as well. And we have a new fastest time on the board. Marcus Ericsson, last year's race winner. Chip Ganassi Racing, of course, 229.607 miles an hour. And Josh, he is absolutely flying.
Yeah, he really is as well. 1.9 mile per hour, the gap as well on the fast laps speed, which is good as well. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a slow start
just getting everything worked up. Only 5 cars with the average fast lap speed of 227 as well, and turn 1 trap speeds as well. Pelot 234.570, Dixon 233.9, Ferrucci 233.633, Kanaan 233.499, and Sato 233.233 as well. That's nice there. And Award the exact same as Sato as well. So the 2 black cars, same time, exactly to the thousandths of a mile per hour as well. That's incredible, Josh.
Really is, at this early stage in the game as well, to go through turn 1 trap speeds quite quickly. Great setup there. Ivan Garcia is asking, Callum's number is 77? No, it's 70. It's 77. I think I just said that, didn't I? You asked if it was 78. No, it's 77. So it's 1 less as well.
Augustin Canapino's number is 78.
Yeah, so Canapino.
But they're the exact same livery, so it's confusing.
Yeah, and it makes it really hard to tell on the commentary camera as well, because there's no big difference between them, as Ericsson darts to the inside of Alex Palou as well and takes the inside line. So Sato and Award going well as we enter as well. Let's hand back over then as well to the IndyCar radio as NBC have decided to play a feature.
Yeah, 221.854. This is the drivers have talked about, Michael. It's all about catching somebody, like down the back straightaway or front straightaway to see those big laps. But moments ago, Ericsson had one at 229.607. Not to be outdone, Pato Award went to P2 at 227.734, but that's still 2 miles an hour slower than what Ericsson did moments ago. So it is Ericsson, Award, Pelot, Rossi, and Sato, your top 5. Santino Ferrucci is 6th fastest. Tony Kanaan is 7th. Felix Rosenquist 8th. Scott Dixon is 9th. Stingray Robb is 10th. 11th, Joseph Newgard. Colton Herta 12th. Ed Carpenter 13th. Devlin DeFrancesco 14th. And Michael Callum Ilott rounding out the top 15.
Envious of you come race day. I've been watching this entire, well,
It's Johnny Rutherford. We've got to hear from him.
That I drove here the first year in '73 for McLaren, and we had a lot of luck with that car.
And this year, 2023, is the 60th anniversary of your first 500 start, 1963. I'm sure there's a million memories and things you remember from that day, but what stands out to you about your first 500 start?
Well, we didn't finish. that was the hard part, but I was driving a Watson Roadster front engine car, and it was just great to be here at the great Indianapolis 500 and to make the race. So it was, we didn't last long in the race, but still had the opportunity to get out and see what the place is like.
Yeah, and you know, back then, obviously, you know, you're a midget sprint car racer, champ car racer, and this was the ultimate, right, for everybody. And I'm sure that was a great thrill just to even, as you said, have an opportunity to turn laps here.
Yes, it was. This is the top of the mountain, you know, and it was the opportunity to make my first Indy 500, and I drove Roadster the first 2 years here, 63, 64. Then the rear engine cars came along, and I drove in 10 or 11 races before I finally finished one. And when I finished one, I won it.
It's awesome. It's great to see you. Have fun today.
I hope so. Thank you.
That's Lone Star JR, one of the best. Johnny Rutherford, 3-time winner of the Indianapolis 500.
3 times he's got his face on the Borg Warner trophy as well. And just literally the trophy size is absolutely massive as well. It literally is about, I think, what was it, 6 foot last time I heard as well, the big trophy. And if you win, of course, you get your face on the big Borg Warner trophy. You get a day with it, and you can also have it at any time as well if you request it. But your main trophy that you win is the baby Borg Warner trophy, a little miniature one as well, with your face on it as well. We are 1 hour down. We have 5 hours to go here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the 4th practice session. Our second on track one, because we had the first 2 cancelled due to rain. And hopefully as well, we're going to have some guests join the commentary box as well soon to help me and Josh out as well. We're 2 commentators at the moment. I know Tom's around. Rich is going to be in soon as well. Adam's joining for 3 hours, I think he said on Saturday. So I think it must be qualifying as well. So it's all going to be all over the place as well. Big Combox team all set up as well, ready to go. Saying that, Omi's just joined. How great was that as well? Hi, Omi.
That was perfect timing.
It really was. I was saying about guests joining the commentary box. Are you there? Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. You all right?
Yeah, doing well. Just joining before I need to pop off again.
No worries. You can stick around. More than welcome. Always more than welcome. Up here in the comms box as well. As the action comes in as well. Just ticking over as well now. What we're seeing at the moment. I'll just change over from the 2-team to the 3-team cameras as well. Just a click of the button now. There's R.C. Anderson. Now out on the circuit, coming into the pit lane already, making his second attempt at the Indy 500, of course. He raced here back in 2021, but never qualified. Got bumped. Had to start again. And he had to go through the rookie orientation program because he's never completed a race here. But he's done so many laps at this circuit as well. So the 50 car comes down pit road. And stops on the marks as well, which looks absolutely fantastic. Marcus Ericsson, top on a 229.607. O'Ward 227.734. Palou 227.718. Rossi 227.713. Sato 227.126 at the moment is their top speed at the moment as well. That's the best speed you're seeing on your graphics up here. Connor Daly, last 3 Indy 500 results as well. 2020 was 29th. 2021 13th, 2022 he was 6th as well, so got a little bit up there as well. See Reteg and Chambers having a discussion there about everything as well. As they come through, 98 now viewers we just got watching as well, which reminded me of Alexander Rossi's number when he won the 500 in 2016. The American rookie on the 100th running of the 500. It was won by an American rookie and an American team. You could not ask for a better start to the centenary than that. 2011, of course, is when we celebrated 100 years of the Indy 500, of course. I think it was the 100. I think it was the 96th running of the event. Yeah, I think so. And on that basis as well, it was the great one. J.R. Hildebrand hitting the wall next at the last corner. Dan Weldon coming through to take the win across the line as well. Second ever win in the Indy 500. And of course, we all remember what happened later on the Las Vegas as well. Dan Weldon still to this day in the thoughts of everyone's mind in the IndyCar paddock, especially here in the month of May, where he enjoyed so much success. On board Newgarden then. Flying through out the last corner, turn 4. That's a down pit road. Got an interview.
What you felt so far?
I think we definitely made steps from yesterday in the right direction. I think we need to make a couple more just to fine-tune the balance a little bit over the 4 laps, but overall I think it's a decent step forward from yesterday.
You guys all had a chance to debrief. 5 cars here at the Andretti. All had a chance to debrief yesterday. What was the consensus from the group? Was everybody's on different agendas, but was everybody seemingly going in the right direction yesterday too?
The good thing is all 5 of us, we seem to feel similar things and need to fix similar things. So it's good that all of us, including the MSR cars, were able to look and agree on the same sort of issues and same sort of things to work on. And I think we've all made a fair step forward today.
Car just went back to the garage. Are you going to come back out and do more qual runs? You're going to get in some traffic here in a little bit.
I think we're looking to go play in traffic. It depends if everyone else wants to come out and play, but yeah, that's what our plan is for the afternoon.
All right, thanks, Devin.
Thank you.
Ready for Indy 500 number 2, looking to qualify this weekend as we go back on board with Joseph Newgarden. And just a moment ago, we caught something in his vision. We saw this a little bit yesterday. So do you notice that at speed? And just like on the road, you have to ignore it and unfortunately keep going, correct?
Yeah, sometimes that is what you have to do, and he's flying in the air. This guy's flying on the racetrack, a little bit of a different kind of flying, but I just want to take a quick look here. See, Joseph Newgarden's doing something different with that fast jack. You see his right thumb is holding a button, and when he gets to turn 3 here, he's going to release the button and turn into the corner. So what we've been seeing from other drivers is they hit a button coming out of turn 2 or 4, then they hit the other button on the other side back into 1 and 3. Let's see if his thumb goes up again. Yeah, and so I think the mentality here is you don't want to forget to put the weight back onto the left front corner, or else you're going to have a ton of understeer when you get to turns 1 and 3 to get to that end of that straightaway. So by doing it this way, it's an instant release. You get out, you hold the button down. As long as you're holding it, that right rear is going to drop. You're going to have a lot more weight on the right front, but more importantly, you're going to go faster in a straight line. As you get to the corner, right before you turn in, you pop off that. The weight goes back to the left front so that you can turn in. It's just a different approach to the same strategy. This one is kind of like, I don't want to call it idiot-proof, but it's sort of the idiot-proof way of doing it, because in the manic laps that are qualifying, all the things you're adjusting, you're maybe making some bar adjustments, you're adjusting knobs on the wheel, it's easy sometimes to run out of time. You're covering that 5/8 of a mile back straight pretty quickly, and so if you get to turn 3 or get to turn 1 and you've not remembered to hit the left button and get the way back, it could be a big deal. So this way, they've just taken that guesswork out of it.
That was a good qual sim. Second now in the no-tow report, 223.899, just 5/100ths of a mile per hour faster than another Chevy of Rinus VeeKay. That last lap for Newgarden with nobody in front of him. 223.376 miles per hour on the cool down now. Headed back to pit lane. Here's something also to think about as you try to do qual sims. We hear this on qualifying weekend. To really get the best out of it, as we see Catherine Legg back in the RLL Hendrickson car, they have to wait a little while. They need the engine to cool down to get optimum speed. So if he goes out 10 minutes later with fresh tires, it is not going to be as fast as it just was.
No, exactly right. It's very important part of going fast in a qualifying sim at the Speedway. You need certain parts of the car really hot. You need certain parts of the car really cold.
So we've got Cash Neves, Catherine Legg, Callum Milot and Augustin Canapo out there as well on the circuit. Here is Catherine Legg at the moment. She attempts the Indy 500 as well. Like everybody in the field, she'll face bump day as well. But I don't think actually it's going to be a big worry for her. Currently running 24th fastest, 223.807 mile per hour as well, and really is on the push now as well. One ball with Cash Neves. Down the straight we go. Catherine Legg's pulling onto the inside line as well. A little bit late on the nose there, but gets it through T1 okay. As the action pushes on through. And Catherine Legg dives in the inside. Team communication.
Speed's off of 1 now. You got plenty of room.
Use push out of turn speed 1 as we've got plenty of acceleration. So all looks good there for Catherine as she continues on pushing. I don't know if Omi's around or not because I can't see the TV monitor at the moment as well. But I'd love to get your thoughts, Omi, on what the track's like as well today and how much you sort of enjoyed your first practice day yesterday.
Oh, I'm here, don't worry, yeah. Yeah, I did enjoy it yesterday, and obviously, I really enjoyed especially the part of the session. And actually, if we're gonna get more of that mini kind of racing going on again, I should be here by then, because I think I'm free by 10, because that's when my commentary finishes. So I'll probably be here by then. So at least I get to watch the mini race again.
We should be having that race again on the Thursday, the last hour, when the track conditions are at their best. Everyone likes to head out there and make sure that everything is A-OK. And get some pack running in as well. But so far, it'd be hard to look away from Pato O'Ward, who's looking absolutely stunning so far. Times aren't there just yet. He's up into second position, 2:27.734. but looking strong as well in the Auer McLaren. Marcus Ericsson as well, up there as well. And Josh, quickly, if McLaren win the 500 this week, next weekend, how much is Fernando Alonso going to be regretting not going there and sticking with it?
A lot.
Yeah, I thought that would be your answer there as well. I would be regretting it as well, actually, knowing I had a shot at the 500 and it's all gone as well. Everybody's loving the chat at the moment. Loving the chat. Very of action as well. I know you're all talking amongst yourselves now, so I don't want to pop myself in the middle of it because you're all having a conversation. But it's really nice as well in the YouTube chat. As they fly through, here's Tony Kanaan, the 2013 Indianapolis 500 winner, going for a second one in what is reportedly his last ever Indy 500, although he has said that 3 times before and always comes back as well. Apparently next year he won't be here. Seems to be more and more in the fact that this year he's got a ride with McLaren. Next year that ride is going to Kyle Larson, as well with Hendrick Motorsports coming in to partner with McLaren for 2024's 4th seat. But Kanaan now coming back into the pit lane as well. And he is. Let's go down to Simon Pagenaud.
So you guys are another one trying to do some qualifying runs here. What have you felt so far?
Yeah, obviously conditions are pretty good right now, so expecting qualifying day to be a bit harder, but it's really good now. Try to find a clean run with nobody on track to see what the car can achieve in terms of speed. So pretty satisfying on our side of things. Feel like we're better than last year for sure. But it's really hard to understand where everybody else is at. We don't know what the level of downforce everybody's running. However, when it comes to our stuff, felt pretty good. We still have some margin to go, so it's a pretty good day.
The car obviously changes a lot over the course of a 4-lap qualifying run. So what's the feeling you're looking for just over the course of those 4 laps? I mean, can you pinpoint it and nail it down and say, okay, this is good, this is where we need to be, or is it's more complicated than that, isn't it?
Has speed and who doesn't.
Top 3 on non-tow speeds right now. Rinus VK, he was strong yesterday. He's done it again today. 223.947. Joseph Newgarden second. His 22nd lap, he had a no-tow lap of 223.899. Colton Herta as well has been out. He's done a no-tow lap at 223.785. And it looked like Kyle Kirkwood was 4th. So got some drivers out there doing some qualifying sims. Catherine Leggs, no-tow lap, 222.415, the best she's done today. That puts her 11th quick, Michael. So, again, one of those drivers. The one-off opportunities, they're always kind of easy to label them as the underdogs to make the show because, let's be honest, the driver's not necessarily been in the car for a long time, but you also got to consider that the crew, a lot of times you got to piece together crews to get the additional car or the one-off effort. It's honestly what makes what Dreyer Reinbold does so special and impressive. In fact, they've got folks working on those cars 24/7, 365.
Yeah, that same group of guys have been together for a long time. A hodgepodge of the legends of the Speedway from various crews that, whether they got a little older or just couldn't travel as much as they used to, Dennis was able to grab all those people and put them and combine them on one team. But watching Jack Harvey right now, and he's getting a little bit of tow, I think, from Felix Rosenqvist, but Jack's laps all in about the 222s right now, so that's very promising for a Ray Hall, Letterman, Lanigan team who yesterday were a little bit slower. Jack Harvey, the quickest of the 4 cars, and Graham Rahal was second quick. But as we see Jack Harvey making his way on our video boards down that back straightaway into turn number 3, has a pretty fast race car. It's quickest lap at 223.3, but again, watching that mock run and right in that 222 range.
Busiest driver so far has been Felix Rosenqvist. He's turned 35 laps. Ryan Marine, you've got more on the driver who has not turned very many laps here in this practice session.
That's right. Will Power in the number 12 Horizon Chevrolet for Team Penske. They've been dealing with electrical gremlins so far here today, and that's cost them basically this first hour and 15 minutes of running here today. They think they're at the bottom of that, though. Will is up on his pit stand. He's got his driver's suit on. No helmet just yet, but just waiting for that car to get buttoned up and then hopefully get out on track. I mean, the good news is there's plenty of time available on a day like today, but that said, you don't want too many of these delays. If they start stacking up, that can really put you behind in your run plan.
Yeah, still plenty of time to work, and Will was pretty impressive yesterday, 12th fastest, but Michael, I think we could all understand if Will may be feeling a little post-traumatic stress syndrome from what he went through a couple years ago.
2021 is not that long ago,
No.
and what looked like, hey, we're going to be fine kind of situation turned into a nightmare as he was battling just to make the field back in 2021. So I would imagine as antsy as Will Power can get, he's starting to get a little antsy. And boys, it's time to get out there because you just don't want to find yourself in that position. I know he hopes to never find himself in that position again.
I still, 2 years later, can't get over the fact that he hit the wall on that qualifying run. Kept his foot in the throttle because he had to.
I was calling that run. I saw him hit the wall. I said he hit the wall. I couldn't believe he hit the wall. And then Davey, or I think Jake said he's still going. It's like, maybe did I see that? And he actually hit the wall and kept going. He was not going to lift. That was one of the most, I don't want to say electrifying runs, but shocking runs. The ability of him able to pull that off, I thought was fantastic.
And let's remind maybe newer IndyCar fans why. It's because Will Power is the greatest qualifier in the history of American open wheel racing. Just about a year ago, he passed Mario Andretti as the all-time pole leader for this series. Still does not have a pole at the Indianapolis 500, which is one of those things that I found amazing. But leading up to 2021, it was something staggering. It was like 10 straight years he had been in the Fast 9. I mean, he was always starting in the front half of the field, but 2021 was not a Team Penske year. And, boy, Will Power, that Verizon car, very narrowly missed the Indianapolis 500.
And for him to break the record of Mario Andretti, Mario being there and able to congratulate him, that was quite something. Well, we ride along with Graham Rahal as Graham Rahal trying to find speed. Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan Racing. His teammate was us just out doing a mock run, Jack Harvey, and now Graham Rahal averaging at about a 221.4.
Yeah, just slipped ahead of Stingray Robb, who was out on the racetrack as well. So Graham and Stingray, looks like they're doing a little drafting on the racetrack. Only other car on the track is Scott McLaughlin in that bright yellow Pennzoil Submarine. This looks to be a qualifying sim, Michael, as he heads down the front straightaway across the yard of bricks. Yesterday for McLaughlin, 136 laps. He was busy, and he was fifth fastest when it was all said and done.
Has a good line in the south end out of turn number one. Now puts those left sides nearly down to the rumble strips in turn number two. Scott McLaughlin brings that Yellow Submarine to the center of the back straightaway as he sets up for turn number three. He'll allow that car to swing wide, nearly touches that outside retaining wall, and then brings those left sides back underneath, nearly touching the rumble strips again. Scott McLaughlin exits turn number four. Great line, moves it back to the center of the front straightaway.
You know, Team Penske brought back this the Pennzoil paint scheme a few years ago with Elio Castroneves, and I hope they keep it for many, many years. Scott McLaughlin across the start-finish line. That no-toe lap at 2:23.624. So a strong one for Scott McLaughlin as, again, Graham Rahal, Stingray Robb, they head off into turn number one. Look to be doing a little more race traffic running for Stingray, who's about 8 to 10 car lengths behind Graham Rahal. Those three drivers today, Stingray Robb 11th fastest, McLaughlin 20th quick, and Rahal down in 29th. In fact, those Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan cars, I know it's always kind of a concern in qualifying. Not a great day so far. Catherine Legg, the fastest at 24th. And you've got Graham, 29th, Christian Lundgaard, and 30th. And where's Jack Harvey? I think I misspoke. Car 30. Oh, Jack Harvey's 27th. So all of them, Michael, kind of in the bottom 10 to 12 cars so far today.
Well, some potential good news for the captain and the Kiwi, Scott McLaughlin. Just make sure that there's nobody in front of him. McLaughlin doing a mock qualifying run right now. Last time by a 224.2. So that is the quickest no-toe speed we've seen thus far today. And for Team Penske and a team that hasn't qualified in that top 10 on a regular basis in the last 3 3 years. Scott McLaughlin looking good as he crosses the yard of bricks, and that time by another 2:24.2.
Yeah, not sure if that's lap 3 or lap 4 of this qualifying sim. Looks like he's still got his foot in the throttle through turn number 2, so this may be lap number 4 for Scott McLaughlin, and as you touched on it, Michael, those are two pretty good 2:24 laps, faster than we've seen from anyone today. McLaughlin in that Pennzoil, number 3, points it into turn number 3. Left side Firestones down along the white line. He'll let that car eat through the short chute. Here comes Scott McLaughlin out of turn number 4, Michael, to wrap up what looks to be a pretty good 4-lap qualifying sim here at Indianapolis.
He started 17th back in 2021, 26th last year, and for a team who is hunting for speed, Scott McLaughlin looks like he has found it on his own. The final lap at 2:23.9, so 3 2:24s at 2:23.9, and come qualifying tomorrow, Nick, that's going to be a good 4-lap average.
How about Arrow McLaren? Big announcement. I guess it's not an announcement, but Gavin Ward had a chance to talk about the Kyle Larson plan for next year. And Ryan, his car's looking pretty good there for Arrow McLaren early on.
They do. They look fast. They also look really, really sharp. Gavin, of course, is the racing director for Arrow McLaren and the IndyCar side of things. And we were talking about the big press conference earlier today. You were a part of that with Jeff Gordon, with Kyle Larson as well. There's definitely a little hoopla around this team here with Kyle and Jeff up on one of your pit boxes. How are you handling that?
Oh, yeah, it's fun. It's fun to have a little bit of buzz, get a bit of a crowd around here. And it's just, it's good to show those guys, a little bit of the behind the scenes of what we're doing.
What do you have them plugged into here today to help accelerate them looking ahead to next year already?
Yeah, we got them fully plugged in and listening into our conversations on the stand and with the drivers, getting a feel for that kind of flavor of feedback and what we're trying to do test program-wise.
Pretty exciting to get to work with a driver of Kyle's caliber, I take it?
Oh, yeah. It's pinch me stuff for sure. But, all of our drivers are extreme talent. So, every day I drive to work and feel very lucky for what I do.
Well, enough about next year. Let's talk about this year. What is the run plan for the 4 cars here today? What are you guys focused on?
We're focused on race prep, really. So trying to run traffic, trying to get a feel for how the car is in traffic out front, speed out front, ability to tow up, ability to follow. That's our program.
I'll tell you, yesterday I spoke with Felix after the end of the day, and Felix was really, really bullish about his race car. Pato bit on the fence when I chatted with him a few moments ago. What do you have to sift through with 4 different drivers giving you 4 different feedback loops?
Oh, yeah, that's definitely one of the challenges of the Speedway, and it's like every day is a little bit different. Track conditions change, and the, people's comfort and confidence ebbs and flows. We want to try and keep everyone in the right place and just build up to it. But, yeah, 4 drivers, that's, it makes it important to be pretty efficient with the communications, and, we're learning that as we go, but pretty happy with how it's going.
I'll leave you with this. I heard in your discussion earlier about what you want to do today, a lot of focus on the race. So when do you start to think about qualifying? When do you start to do some of those qualifying sims that it looks like some of your competitors are doing right now?
Yeah, certainly. We see a lot of teams out there doing quality work. I think typically a good race car is a good quality car. With the boost, you really only get a good feel for the true quality laps tomorrow. So obviously there's a little bit of weather in the forecast, which maybe is pushing people to do a bit more work today. But I don't know. You can fool yourself pretty easily on a low boost and then get a surprise the day after. So, I think tomorrow is when we hope, with the weather agreeing, that we can get that work done.
Thank you.
No worries.
I appreciate that. Good stuff, Ryan, from Gavin Ward, one of the good ones down in pit lane. And Gavin kind of confirms what I have long thought, Michael, that talking about no-toe speeds on any day other than Fast Friday may be mostly meaningless.
Yeah, that's true. But
people like them, and I guess it's you got to set up the balance of your car somehow heading into the added boost. But Gavin kind of pointed out there that not a true read until Friday until we get the boost levels. But boy, what a team and what a story of Kyle Larson going to be joining that organization next.
But you still get a good feel on who has at least a car capable of going quicker or being in that top 15, top 20 as we watch Will Power turning a lap of a 222.3. David Malukas out there by himself with Dale Coyne Racing and HMD Motorsports a 220.1. we're to that point of the day, right? And you heard Gavin talking a little bit about they're still working on their race trim. I wouldn't be surprised if they go to qual trim later. So everybody working on something a little different, but it's those drivers out there, and Santino Ferrucci touched on it. We don't want to mess up somebody's mock qualifying run, so we're just going to hang back, go back to Gasoline Alley, chill back there, and then come out and see what we can do a little bit later on this afternoon. But again, I mentioned it yesterday, and I think I heard that more than anything else in this past couple of weeks. Is boxes being checked. Everybody checking boxes yesterday, and as they slowly work their way through the progression of preparing for qualifying for this Sunday for the 107th running of the 500.
We saw it as soon as the green flag went up that Arrow McLaren was the first team that went out there with a full group of drivers with Pato O'Ward, Alexander Rossi, and Felix Rosenqvist working in traffic. So right away, they were working on race sims. Does look like one of their cars is out on the racetrack right now. Felix Rosenqvist, he is all by himself in that familiar orange and white chevron look. Of course, that one pays tribute to a Alain Prost Formula One win for McLaren back in the 1980s. But, of course, most folks see that car and they think, hey, I remember Team Penske running cars like that. So one that has quite a bit of history here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It certainly does. Felix Rosenqvist, 220.1 the last time by. But the driver I'm watching is the driver making his way out of turn number 4 and now crossing the yard of bricks. Will Power on a mock qualification run. Nick, he's not as quick as his teammate Scott McLaughlin, but a 223 flat, a 223.2, and another 223.2 for Will Power.
Boy, I'm just fascinated. We have the moving pictures to our disposal as well here in the booth, and watching Will Power adjusting knobs on the steering wheel, entering turn 1, in the middle of turn 1, and through the short chute. So these guys always working on stuff, and it's amazing what they can do with those race cars.
Well, especially one-handed, doing 223 miles an hour, just hanging on and just making those slight adjustments to the car as Felix Rosenqvist makes his way down that back straightaway and will duck that car to the inside. Looks like he will peel off and bring that back to the attention of that Arrow McLaren racing crew. So we'll go over our overall speeds thus far as we have drivers making mock qualification runs. Connor Daly at Carpenter Racing about to do just that right now. But Marcus Ericsson's quick thus far, knocked off that lap very early in the day. As a matter of fact, right when we kick things off, 229.607. Then Pato O'Ward starting to show his hand ever so slightly, 227.7. Alex Palou, Alexander Rossi, Takuma Sato, who was quick yesterday at a 227.1. Then Ferrucci, Kanan, Rosenqvist, who we just spoke about, Scott Dixon, who we haven't seen in a while, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. Nick, of all those drivers in the top 10, the one I'm most curious about watching come qualifying on Saturday is Ryan Hunter-Reay. That Dreyer and Reinbold team looks like they've came to play this year.
Yeah, they're not a team typically that seems to qualify necessarily well, safely in the race, but we've seen whether it's been Sage Karam or J.R. Hildebrand or Santino Ferrucci, those cars usually qualify, seems like somewhere 16th to 23rd, and then after 500 miles, they're usually both of them are in the top 12 because they race so very well, and I think we're pretty confident the fact that they've got two good shoes, and the experienced one in Ryan Hunter-Reay, a former series champion and Indy 500 champion, and then, of course, Stefan Wilson joining that team. Stefan right now 18th quick, but Michael, you gave the drivers in the top 10. 11th is Stingray Robb, 12th Joseph Newgarden, 13th is David Malukas, 14th Devlin DeFrancesco, Colton Herta, final driver in the top 15. 16 through 20 sees Ed Carpenter, Callum Ilott, Stefan Wilson, Simon Pagenaud, and Scott McLaughlin. 21 through 25 is Benjamin Peterson, Roman Grosjean, Rinus VeeKay, Catherine Legg, and Kyle Kirkwood. Kirkwood just got bumped to 26th as Connor Daly posted the 24th fastest lap. Jack Harvey is 27th. Marco Andretti is 28th. Graham Rahal 29th. 30th is Christian Lundgaard. Will Power has turned just 7 laps. He is 31st fastest. Helio Castroneves, not a lot of speed so far today. He is 32nd. 33rd is R.C. Enerson. And 34th is the driver from Argentina. Check that, Venezuela. No, Argentina. Agustin Canapino. Got that the Argentinian colors on the race car. That one shouldn't be too hard.
You nailed Argentinian and you couldn't get Argentina. Okay.
Yeah, well, we'll be here all day.
Just want to thank everybody to the Indianapolis as well, Motor Speedway on the road, on the radio network as well. We've had a massive power failure up here in the commentary box as well. So hello to everyone who's been watching in and wondering where myself, Josh and Omi disappeared to. Power failure city. Literally, we just sat here talking and commentating as well, and all of a sudden the laptop went bye-bye, and it kicked everything off as well. So that's where we've been for the last, I think, 10 minutes or so, is rebuilding up the laptop as well. So hello, everybody. I'm back. Sorry if I've missed anything in the chat as well, while we've been trying to sort out numerous problems as well. My sincere apologies, but we come back on the action at the moment. Ericsson is there with her award. Just heard from the IndyCar Radio Network team coming through. And we've got Dixon ahead of Palou. Then we've got Ericsson ahead of one of the McLarens. And we've got Palou going on the inside of Dixon down towards turn number 1 as well for a nice little overtake as we begin some pack racing. So then, Omi, nice to see that we've got pack running back in the action here. Might not be there one time because I just threw to him as well in a second. I think Josh has disappeared as well because his camera's not on. I think everybody's having problems as well with disconnect and reconnect as well. What have I missed in the YouTube chat then as well? Hello everybody watching on. James says, Josh, I've been enjoying your coverage from Indy this week. Been watching from Boston. Can't wait to head to Indy next week. Fantastic, James. Hopefully you enjoy the 500 as well. And we will be covering the race as well, so you can stick us in the ears if you like as well. Tony says Takuma going to win this as well, hopefully for the 3rd time. Chambers says, I'm at work watching all 6 hours, lol. And Reek Tig as well says, good talking to you all, enjoy Indy as well. Absolutely fantastic as well. Go to Kim Sato's coming through as well. Yeah, no, the live timing. We've got Comcam as well, just waiting for everybody else to get back in as well. Just looking through on the chat as well. As well, all looking good as well. So, laptop back, timing's back, TV pictures back in as well. I think as well we're going to have Tom join us in the commentary box in around about 45 minutes. Oh, I see. Josh has actually dipped for 30 minutes as well, so that's where he's going to go as well, as I've got everything coming through. So yeah, Tom Dern's going to join in the commentary box. Omi, are you around? Can you hear me? Don't think he can. Let's check in with NBC.
It's going to have an effect on how big the wake is, and then how big that suction effect is.
Red and white, Chip Ganassi Racing Honda, last year's winner, still fastest of the day and leading this pack, lapping at 2:20. This group, by the way, this could be the way the race finishes a week from Sunday. All of these cars are contenders to win this race. Let's just watch them mix it up for a bit.
In terms of what everybody else has done today, 18th, I'm sure that team probably would be happy with that considering how the test and yesterday went for Juncos Holland.
But I think for Callum, it's a simple fact of getting out here, turning laps, and being confident, because you could see how deflated he was in that open test. It just... Again, I hate to beat the dead horse, but he called that car flat out evil as he tried to get some speed out of it. He tried to turn laps and nearly dumped it in turn 1, and then he got to turn 2, and the understeer was so bad he almost hit the wall in turn number 2. So for Ilott to come to this place, which is a very daunting racetrack to begin with, have a bad car in an open test, a slow car on the first day of practice, to find some semblance of speed for that team, for him to build a little bit of confidence. Saturday's not that far away, and if we have rain tomorrow, that really puts him and that team up against the wall, not only as far as speed goes, but for him mentally getting that car to be able to put 4 good ones together.
90 minutes into this Thursday practice. Again, 6 hours of coverage here on IndyCar Radio. We have been watching, no doubt, a mock race simulation with the Ganassi 4, along with the veteran Alexander Rossi, as Again, Scott Dixon, Alex Palou trading the lead of this train every half lap on the back straightaway and front straightaway. Watching Marcus Ericsson. We've seen that third car line. He gets close, Michael. He can get to it within 2 or 3 car lengths, but boy, the way that Dixon and Palou are mixing it up, even if Ericsson caught those two, not sure there'd be a way around. It looks like Palou's going to give way. He'll let Ericsson play in that second spot for now.
Not sure if that's what the plan was for those two, just to swap the lead and allow Ericsson to run to see. And perhaps that's what it was, to see what that aero wash is like, as Marcus was running in that third position, getting an idea of if Palou pops out or if Dixon pops out, as Scott popped out and nearly got in the way of Alex Palou. Now Dixon will fall third in line and run in that position, but learning what the aero wash is. This is a higher downforce package, a lot more strakes, bottom of the car, that under tray, creating a lot more downforce. These drivers trying to learn, and this is extremely important here in this practice as Felix Rosenqvist closes in on the rear wing of Takuma Sato, finding out if you can get around somebody once you step out, how bad that wash is, and how big of a draw you'll get onto someone's rear wing if you do make an attempt to get around somebody.
Well, I know Zach Brown and Chip Ganassi aren't necessarily the closest of friends, but
they're out there playing nice on the racetrack, but you're very correct there.
I mean, everybody looks at Arrow McLaren and Chip Ganassi Racing as the two teams in which the favorite, the race-winning driver may emerge from, and what better way than to figure out what you got than to go out on the racetrack and race with those guys here in practice, and that is what we have seen. It's now a 6-car train, 4 Ganassi cars, and now 2 Arrow McLaren machines as Rossi and Rosenqvist have joined the fight here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Do you think they traded Christmas cards?
Zach and Chip?
Yeah.
I'm not sure they trade text messages or phone calls, let alone Christmas cards.
Okay.
As we watch the Alex Palou saga unfold, we see Palou jump to the inside of Marcus Ericsson, completing that pass into turn number 3. Those 6 cars out on the racetrack. Will Power, the only other driver out on the racetrack. He's kind of all by himself, maybe working on more of a qualifying simulation, but good crowd, Michael. Just saw a shot of the folks around the scoring pylon and gasoline alley down into turn number 1. I heard Doug Bowles say it was one of the biggest crowds they've seen for the opening day of oval practice in the last several years. So a lot of people fired up for the 107th Indianapolis 500.
I live on the west side of Indianapolis, and if my neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods are a telltale sign of the popularity of this race and how the resurgence after COVID and everything that happened there is just the sheer amount of decorations that the neighborhoods and the neighbors in the west side, the north side, any part of town you go to. Obviously, we know it's race month at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and in the state of Indiana, but with the amount of exuberance that some of these fans are showing in the displays that they're putting on the front of their houses with the decorations, it's great to see that you just get a vibe. Something's different, something's a little bit bigger than in years past, that I think we're finally coming out of COVID and everybody just wants to do something again. And what a great way to celebrate Memorial Day weekend than to be here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I saw estimations of 50,000 people for the GMR Grand Prix this past weekend on Saturday. And Michael, you've seen it. I mean, everywhere we've gone in IndyCar over the last year and a half, to your point of kind of creeping out of this pandemic, we've seen big crowds. I mean, people want to get out and experience live events again, and we have seen IndyCar maybe bear the fruits of that in terms of live attendance. Everywhere we've gone, we've seen big crowds.
Well, the median age, I think, that we discuss in IndyCar, as far as an IndyCar fan, 50, the mid-50s. The J stand down in turn number 1 for the GMR Grand Prix, there were folks in their 50s, a lot of young kids, a lot of grandkids, but I saw a lot of 20-somethings littered throughout the grandstands. They were enjoying themselves, having a great time, and the race, it is what it was. As Alex Palou pretty much dominated that event, but everybody got up at the end of the race and saluted with the hats. The kids, everyone alike. It was seeing those younger kids sitting in the grandstands. It was really exciting to see that they are fighting. You always worry about how do you sell a sport to a generation of kids that don't even care about getting their driver's license.
Right.
And to see them come out and find excitement in what they see in front of them, it's nothing but positives.
I think it's one of the big challenges for the sport. You're right. You don't have nearly as many kids that are working in a garage and tinkering on their cars like you had. And my generation, probably a little less than yours, which is probably a little less than the previous. I mean, it is one of the challenges. I still think there's car culture, but racing culture is a different thing. And like you said, it was good to see this past weekend a lot of young fans coming out, and you hope that over time you start to see that grow.
Boy, I saw Scott Dixon get around Alexander Rossi, and he caught his teammate Alex Palou, and there was about 15 car lengths difference between the two. So Scott Dixon clicking off some good laps. What did he do last time by? So Dixon currently 8th overall. Last time by was at 219, his best at 226. Yeah. But clearly they're in race trim and figuring out what they have. Can't imagine what Scott Dixon's going to be like once he gets himself set up and gets himself in qual trim.
Alexander Rossi looks like he has had enough of this race simulation. Down the back straightaway, he pulls on to one of the pit entrance lane. His teammate Felix Rosenquist will stay out there, but this group, Michael, has broken apart quite a bit. We still see Dixon and Palou trading that top spot up front as they continue to dice it up here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But this has been a lot of fun. Really, the only cars on the racetrack, Graham Rahall's gotten out there. We see the Dale Coyne Racing teammate Stingray Robb, David Malukas there out on the racetrack as well. But by and large, everybody watching this race simulation with the Ganassi cars.
Well, we have a special guest joining us in the public address booth, and it's one of those, or the public address booth, or the radio booth.
Well, you forget where you're working?
It's been a long day.
You bounce back and forth all day long, so it's an understandable mistake.
Here in the radio booth, and we didn't even have to pay him to be here. I think just a few words would be enough of an introduction. Sir, would you like to say hello?
Hey. It's the greatest spectacle in racing, of course.
Paul Page joins us. Good morning, Paul. Good afternoon now. Yeah, it's what a day. It's wonderful to see you out here. Your thoughts thus far? Not a lot going on, just guys working on qual sims and basically their race day car setups. But your take on everything?
Well, of course, this is the moment that matters. I mean, you've got to be here right now. And especially if you look at the no-toe speeds like McLaughlin, VK, Newgarden. I mean, this is going to be, I can't wait for the weekend. And I can't begin to tell you how many people are out here. It's really awesome. It's I didn't expect it at all. I came in a little late, so I'm parked way out there. And it's a nice crowd.
We don't have a pagoda pass for you?
You do, yeah.
We need to get we need to get you right.
Helicopter would be. Oh no, I don't.
No, wait a second. I know your history with those flying
machines. That's a bad reference point, Paul. Bad reference point.
Not good.
Paul, qualifying weekend just around the corner. I told Michael yesterday that outside of the 500 and a couple big races, I enjoy qualifying weekend at Indianapolis almost as much as some of our other race weekends. How much have you over the years enjoyed watching these drivers? I mean, this is really hanging it out. You want to talk about being brave, trimming these cars out and turning laps at speed. It is what separates the ordinary from the extraordinary.
Well, you know yourself how many drivers will say that qualifying is the toughest day in the racing year. And I believe it. And when you walk down there, I mean, the tension is palatable on the qualifying weekend. And now with the formats we're using, it's also pretty much unpredictable. You know, we got to a point under the old format where some of the electronics that we had in broadcast booths could tell you who was going to be where by the time they got to the second turn of the first lap of qualifying. Now, you don't have any idea, but then you add to that, look at this list of people. There used to be a day when we could say somebody in the top 10, or this guy, these 5 guys. We don't have a chance of doing that now. That's competition, and it's awesome.
It's fun to go back, obviously, and reminisce over the old qualification formats with the backup cars, the main cars, and you only had 3 shots at it. Yeah. If you didn't get the car in, it was gone, and it was time to go to the backup. And just the sheer drama of day one and who was going to get the pole. And then you could have, like the year Ori Landyke broke the track record. That happened on the second day, but he started in the middle of the field. It was a lot of people confused by it. This new format, it's just pretty straightforward. The first day, we're going to qualify 13 through 30. They're locked in, and then we'll shoot it out for the last row. We'll have a Fast 12 and go down to the Firestone Fast 6. Completely different, but in a day and age where people's attention spans are very short, probably the best way to do it.
Yeah, I think so, too. Those days with the 4-lap qualifying and those that you've just described with 3 attempts and everything, those got to be pretty tedious, especially since on pole day, the front of the line wanted to go right away, and then everybody else wanted to wait until it cooled down at the end of the day. So that made it even more tedious. But we will never, though, have a day like qualifying with the Jigger Soroy. And that story is that he went out and he ran a qualifying run, and they called it off at the last minute, just as they were coming on the main straight. Then it rained, and if they had not called it off, he would have been the pole sitter. So you're not going to get that kind of drama anymore, but it's a different kind of drama, and it's much more interesting, and it's for me, it's more tense. I mean, come on, this guy. Oh, no, that guy. No, now it's got to be this guy.
And then, of course, the additional side of that Jigger Soroy story is he never got a chance to race in the Indianapolis 500. Never actually ended up qualifying.
But, yep, that was it. That was the shot.
Paul, I want to bring up the book. I know you wrote a book in the last year. The response you've seen from fans about that book.
I can't believe how many people like it.
Great.
I'm sure they're out there, but nobody's come up and smacked me in the face with it yet, so it must be working. And we're even into a second printing with Octane as the publisher. And by the way, Octane puts out some good books. One that they've just put out, though, it's called The Last Lap, and it's the story of Peter Crease here at the Speedway. And there's quite a story. I'm not going to give any of this away, but there is quite a story that evolves around that. And as you guys know, there are so many stories out here that are untold. And every now and then a good writer or something gets a hold of one of them, and this is a good example of that. But, it's a Speedway. It's got everything.
Any chance for a companion piece? Obviously, you had to limit the stories that you could tell in the book, and you have so many stories that you could share. Certainly, you probably felt you had to leave, for lack of a better term, some of the good stories on the cutting room floor. Is there any chance for a companion piece?
Yeah, there is, and you're right. It amazed me. The book actually is probably an eighth of the total material. When you put all that together, and then now you've got to sort it. This is good. This is bad. And in the book right now, the intention, I always thought the best history of the Indy 500 was Al Blemker's 500 miles to go. And that ended in 1959. Well, my first race here was 1960. I'm a kid, wandering around. And so I decided to pick it up in 1960. So it is my story, but it's also a historical of the Indy 500 from 1960 on through, it actually comes to 2018 in the book itself. And, of course, that marvelous day with Rossi winning and Mark Janes and I handed off. That was so special to me. It's special when I'm with you guys always.
It's always a pleasure to have you here. We'll recap the top 10 real quick. Paul Page joins us here on IndyCar Radio. Marcus Ericsson, P1, 229.6. Pato Award, Alex Palou, Alexander Rossi, Takuma Sato. That has not changed your top 5. Santino Ferrucci, Tony Kanaan, P7. Scott Dixon, P8. Felix Rosenquist and Connor Daly, 10th quick.
Michael, you reading off the top 10 kind of queued up perfectly the question I would have asked Paul, because, Paul, we are so spoiled with the kind of information that we have in 2023 at our disposal in terms of toe speeds and trap speeds and what they're turning into turns 1 and turns 3. Give listeners an idea for Sid Collins, the father of this network, and what you maybe had to deal with. You guys didn't have all this stuff.
No, we did not. I mean, you literally could do it from your armchair at home.
You could, yeah.
You've got so much good information here, but you got to be here to see it.
Correct.
No, we had no electronics whatsoever, and I'm talking at late 70s. They finally got a computer, but then they wouldn't let us use it because they weren't sure if it would be official. They were still, but then finally we started to get data. But when my first several races, our scoring was John DeCamp, who was sitting right next to me in a tiny little booth, and he would go downstairs to the scoring floor, and he would get the current scoring, and we'd look at the pylon and what he'd had, and often they didn't match up, so you had to take a shot at it.
To your point, and we were driving back from Texas, we had an issue with our flight, so Mark Janes, Nick Yeoman, and I drove from the Texas Motor Speedway back home. So we put on, was it a 72 race?
I think it was, yeah.
So the 72 race,
yep.
And they had broken the track record with the the best pole speed ever laid down at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And the initial laps of the race were scoring about 40 miles an hour slower. Yeah. And Sid Collins had gotten so frustrated at one point in the broadcast, he said, "I'll be right back." He went down to the timing scoring board to figure out what was going on.
And that was Sid. Sid was a perfectionist. It was going to be right or it wasn't going to be on the air. And if it was going to be on the air, it was going to be on with class and style. So, but yeah, that's I had in 1979, I had a similar situation. They had lost the electronics. And so now they were having to go to the hand scoring, but they weren't really agile at that anymore. And finally, I got so frustrated with it, I got on the all call to all of the pit announcers, and I said, "Will each of you go to one of the top teams and ask what position they're in so we could figure it out?"
Wow, that's a big... all the great traditions here at the Speedway. We talk about qualifying, and one of my favorites over the years, and it's the handwritten 4-lap averages that they used to post of the 11 rows of 3. I always thought was fascinating. It's just the older, everything electronic now, but to see those calligraphy written 4-lap averages for each driver, I always thought was something.
Guy that ran the press room for such a long time, Bill York, did those, and he had great handwriting to add to it.
He certainly did.
And just to sit there and watch him as he put each card and then would put it up. I mean, that's the old style, but it's also part of that wonderful tradition that they, now, okay, electronics is efficient, but there's a little style and class that you still have with the other.
I remember my first year here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 93, and I had very long hair back then. I was a rocker, and I remember walking into the media center, and I needed to ask Bill York for a media guide or something of that nature, and the fear of God was put into my soul because approaching Bill York at that time, as nice of a gentleman as he is, he had that demeanor about him that he scared the living daylights out of me the first time I met him. I still call him Mr. York, and when I saw him, and it just, God, Bill was just fantastic.
Well, you tell that story. It is right. Whenever you go for your credential and you're just hoping that it's right, and if something's missing, what are you going to do? You can't really, you don't want to get in a confrontation. You want to be friendly. And say, "Oh, my goodness, I thought that I had," "No, you don't have anything else." "Okay, thank you. I'll see you later."
Long time.
It was always, and Sid did the same thing, a similar thing. If you were on a radio network, and at that time there was only the Indianapolis 500, unlike you guys, you get to go to all the good stuff. But at that time, he would not tell you who's going to be on the radio network year to year. And you would get a letter in late April that invited you to the breakfast. And that's when you knew you were back on.
Wow.
So all of us are going around, "You got any letter yet?" "No, I don't." It was, oh, my goodness. It was fun, too.
Longtime voice of the 500, Paul Page, joins us here in the Sid Collins broadcast booth. Practice rolling on for the 107th Indianapolis 500-mile race. Marcus Ericsson, the fastest of the 34. Paul, I don't know if I've ever asked you this. Your favorite part of pre-race ceremonies for the Indianapolis 500 is what stands out to you the most?
From the time they start the formal ceremonies all the way through, and the between taps and it just stops me. And then one year while I was doing it, the producer wanted to put a bunch of commercials in there on ABC, and I said, "No, absolutely not." And it was a big argument to get from the first moment of the formal openings to, like I said, at lap 5, you can't put anything in there at all, because that's the build. That's what brings you there. Again, when I was a kid, I'm 15 years old here for the first time. I did not want to come to this race. I had been, my stepdad was an Army officer, and so we had been stationed in Germany. I had seen what then passed for a Formula One race in Nürburgring. And I didn't want to, I'm a Formula One guy. I don't want to see a bunch of guys turn left.
Right.
You're going down because your family in Indy wants you to go. So I went. The race didn't have to start. by the ceremonies. I was just and just little things like, and now the chief steward makes a final inspection of the track. That track has been looked at like 5 million times from every direction, but the fact that they do that and they do it on a timetable just it knocks me over. I still get a little misty.
I'll follow Nick's question up. What is the greatest change, if you will, to this speedway? Obviously, you've seen the building of this new pagoda, the old media center, to where we are now. The trees that used to litter the infield, now Roger has cut those down to allow the sight lines for the fans to be a lot better, and obviously planting trees now around the golf course. But what used to inhibit you from seeing into turn number 2, now you can see so much more of this facility. But of all the great advancements here at the Speedway, talk about the new timing and scoring pylon. That pylon is amazing. The videos they can show. What has been your favorite advancement?
You think about the pylon. It used to be a bunch of 100-watt bulbs, Obviously, the video screens. Though in a way, that too has taken something away. It's taken the mystery where, and Tom Carnegie was the best ever. I mean, we miss a lot that he's not here, but you'd wait to hear, because he only referenced the front stretch. Didn't have, you had to listen to radio if you wanted to hear the whole thing, and you kind of didn't just because you wanted the mystery. And then, he's we're waiting, we're waiting. And there they are. They're at the top of the head stretch. And there's John Cock. And, and it's like, oh, yeah, it happened. So that missing that particular aspect is kind of interesting to me. When I first came here in 1972, and I had a credential, the press room was underneath the then Tower Terrace, and part of it was a dirt floor. I mean, there weren't that many people coming here, at least that had to come through that press room. The guy you mentioned, Bill Yark, plus Bill Marvel and Bob Russo, they were the guys, and you had to, they were good people. They helped you. You didn't have to beg. I mean, they'd go out of their way and make sure you had it. But now you look at this media center, you look at this booth. That's a major change, and I think that makes all of our job easier. But all over, I think the video screens have probably been the biggest step forward. And of course, what Roger Penske has done during the past couple of years. There have been some things like, I can't even tell you, it's something to do with the men's restroom.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
To your point,
no doubt.
With Tom Carnegie, the video screens were just being introduced in 95, but I remember I was in the Tower Terrace for the start of that race, and Tom's called, and there's a horrible incident in the south, and he described what had happened and the enormity of that crash. And it wasn't until I saw it on television later that night, I had no idea. But the way Tom presented it, how he described it, and the inflection that he put in, he was your eyes and ears. And it's a time gone by, but better than Tom Carnegie.
He also understood that silence is golden. Mm-hmm. He didn't talk all the time. He let it happen in front of you, and then he would punctuate it. But one of the funniest things Tom ever told me, he said, every now and then there's nothing happening. You got to do something to get the crowd up. I said, well, what did you do? He said, it was really simple. All I had to do was say, "Where's Mario?" It didn't matter. He had no idea where he was, but it brought the crowd to its feet.
Paul, I'll get you out on this one. You've been very gracious with your time. I think most people, when they think of your time with the radio network, everybody looks at that 1982 finish and how thrilling that was. We're probably very spoiled now with this DW12 chassis where we've gotten to call some tremendous late race duels. You came back and helped call Elio and Ryan Hunter-Ray. But for folks that maybe are newer to the sport, a late race duel like that, like you had in 1982, was kind of unheard of. We didn't see many.
It was totally unheard of. And what made it a special, this broadcast team has always been the premier broadcast team right through its entire history. When Sid started it, he got exactly the right people for the right position, and hopefully that has evolved for all of us. I think it has. But the 82, the thing about it was we could predict that finish. I was timing intervals. Again, I didn't have the screen, so I've got my little stopwatch, and I'm timing intervals. And I suddenly realized Mears is gaining a second a lap, and there's like 12 laps to go. So I push the button to all the announcers, and I say, here's what's happening, and we're going to stay with that. And they knew it. They knew it professionally, but they also knew it as fans, and they just built and built and built. And then the crescendo, of the finish, because they crossed the line on the white flag side by side, literally side by side. I don't think there was an inch ahead one of the other. And I could hear from the broadcast booth, then in the old control tower, I knew where the cars were on the track just by the crowd. I had this quadraphonic sound thing going, and that just to be part of that finish and part of that crew who did exactly what was needed to get it to the point to make it perfect.
You know, it's interesting, and people...
Absolutely fantastic as well. And once again, thanks to IndyCar Radio Network as well. Thank goodness I know a few people over there who always can help out when having some trouble as well. We've had numerous ComBox issues over the past 30 minutes or so, but we have 4 hours to go. Forget that the last hour happened in many respects as well, and get going for a new one. Omi has left the commentary box as he's got things to do and places to be as well with esports racing as well. In terms of more action, Josh is around, as you can see. His camera's currently on but muted, but Tom Dillon is back in the commentary box as well, all set to get going. You guys got kicked off. Yeah, the laptop broke, which held the Discord call and the driver tracker.
Josh, we can't hear you even though you're talking on the stream. If you can hear me.
Okay, I know what the problem is. Thank you for that. That would be... no, actually, okay. So, can the YouTube stream not hear me, Josh? Hello? No? Okay. Okay, well, that's weird. So, still got some technical issues. So, we'll throw over
The YouTube
to...
stream can hear you, Josh.
Yeah, the YouTube stream can hear you.
Oh, YouTube can hear, but Discord can't. Well, that's always the way, isn't it, for one of us to get kicked off as well. Give us a second. Hello, you two. Can you hear me now? That's a no then. Can you hear me?
Nope.
Okay, well, let's go back over to NBC while we try and figure out what's going on with the commentary box.
No.
I know you're not going to find big speed now, but there's not a lot of activity. I would think this would be a really good time to do a qual sim in case you have that bad draw. Not only do you have open track, but this is when you are qualifying if you draw in the high 20s or the low 30s.
I was just going to say, if you're drawing 26, you're running right now. And I think that's exactly what Will Power's doing a quali sim 223.2. That is a very strong run. He does also own the fastest no-toe time right now at a 224.2. So I'm not sure exactly when that was clocked, but to be doing that kind of time this time of day is very strong. There
Testing.
you see the no-toe speeds in the pylon. Rinus VK has jumped up there as well, where he was yesterday up at the top. So it's an interesting mix.
I'm starting to lean towards the Penskes have got their pure speed mojo back. Now, what still we will find out tomorrow, does it transfer? Does the Chevy engine boost provide as many dividends and extra speed as the Honda engine boost does, if that makes sense?
Yeah, the engines run very differently in race trim versus qualifying trim, and what we've seen over the last few years is that when it comes to that extra boost in Fast Friday and through qualifying weekend, something in the way the Honda motor operates gives it a little bit of an edge over the Chevrolet. That's what it's seemed, certainly.
Try this one more time to see if Tom and Josh can hear me. They can. So, the YouTube could hear, but Discord couldn't. So, this is what we mean about we've been having numerous technical issues over the past hour as well. So, once again, I will welcome into the commentary box Tom Dillon. Hello, Tom. Welcome back to day 2. And hopefully you'll get to see more cars out on track than yesterday, where we just saw R.C. Anderson going round and round.
Yes, well, I can't see much on the television pictures, but I'm going to jump onto the world feed that I know they've got, and hopefully that will fix everything.
Wow, are you blurry? Is it blurry?
Yeah, very blurry, actually.
How's that?
Well, it looks okay. I mean, I can barely make out the Sky logo, but get away with it, I'm sure.
Yeah, the numerous errors that we've been having in the commentary box this past weekend is absolutely ridiculous as well. So we'll just see if we can get that sorted just now as well, as we save some changes and get some things sorted as well.
I'm just going to sort my camera out.
Josh sorting his camera, Tom trying to sort everything out there. Right, how's that, Tom? Can you see that better?
No.
Oh. Well, this is going swimmingly, isn't it, everybody, as well, in terms of the commentary box. I feel like I just want to throw it away at the moment. Everything seems to be breaking. That's what you get when you try and mix technology together as well. But they are just showing a stationary image at the moment, Tom, so it hasn't frozen, just so you know.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of that. I can tell you now.
I can barely hear you, Tom. Your mic now needs to be up a little bit as well.
100% on my end.
Oh, well, it's one of those days, isn't it, where you just want to sort of grow into a ball and cry after your commentary box just starts to have some failures. Okay, well, let's check what's going on with the sound then as well.
Pictures are okay. Pictures are okay. I can see. Well, that looks very smooth anyway. So.
Is everything okay now?
Yeah, it looks okay enough.
I've got no idea why I can't hear you that well. Wow, this is always the way. Anyway, Tom, talk to us. How have you been? What were you up to yesterday?
So I was supposed to go to the gym, Josh, and as you know, with everything gym related, that didn't materialise. Ended up going to watch the football in the pub. My intention was to be back for 10 o'clock to do the IndyCar with you, and unfortunately, I got invited out to go to an Indian afterwards. I hadn't eaten, and
you went out to an Indianapolis.
Well, no, an Indian takeaway.
Oh, right, I see.
We ate it. So yes, we went to sit in Indian for 40 minutes. By the time I got home, it's 11 o'clock. So I thought,
yeah, session over then.
I'll try and do an hour or so tomorrow.
All the cars have come into the pit lane, by the way, with 4 hours to go. We're expecting a caution to come out soon for a mandatory track inspection. Chambers said, Joshua, since you won't be meeting me at the Pagoda on race day, I will order 2 pints, one in your honour, and I won't be doing a dump on it as well. I will partake in it as well. Fantastic. Well, yes, I'm sorry I can't be there as well. I can barely get the money to get to Portland as well for the Formula E race as well. It's way too expensive at the moment. Over 500 pounds to get over there and back as well, so it's quite a lot with flights at the moment to America. When did it become so impossible to do that as well? We've got someone leaving the pit lane as well. I believe it's R.C. Anderson as well as Christian. Oh, he's coming into the pit lane. It's Christian Lundgaard who is heading out onto the track as well. Hopefully next year as well, Chambers, we can get there and do the 500 as well and get loads of things sorted. Hopefully get a couple of things up and running as well. Finally, we see the cars on track after some extensive look at the steering wheels as well. Hello to Bobby, who's watching on. Hello, Bobby. And hello to everyone listening in on USON as well. Hopefully having a very pleasant day. We're back with you in the commentary box as well after a few technical issues, which means we've been listening to IndyCar Radio Network, the wonderful team over there. Have taken you through it. Let's do a quick 1 to 10. We've got Ericsson fastest, 229.607 mile per hour. I'm going to be interrupted because we've got an interview in the pit.
Always tell the tale, but how have the first couple days been for you guys?
Been really good. You know, we had our open test here a few weeks ago, and I didn't feel too confident, but we got the rookie orientation out of the way. We're high on downforce, just staying comfortable, but coming back here, we got the car in a better window for me and back in the speedway car. So it's fast. It's going to be good.
Process like of this week? Obviously we lost Tuesday, but you know, having a full day to really kind of dissect and get really deep in the weeds on what you need to do to get the car where you want it to be.
Yeah, it's kind of a long week here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We got a lot of things to work on. You know, for myself as a rookie, there's a lot of experience to be gained just trying different setups on the car, trying to feel out what those different changes are going to be, and trying to build that toolbox up so that when we go into the race weekend, we got something we can work with. So I'm excited to get into qualifying. You know, tomorrow's Fast Friday for us, and so we're going to see what it's like with that extra boost. But right now, we're just working on the car mechanically. We had a little bit of a blistering problem that run, so we're going to take it back to the garage and see if we can't see what's up there.
I talked to David Malukas, your teammate, yesterday about being, a young guy, but kind of the veteran leader of this team now with you as a rookie. What's your relationship like been with him, working with him this month and kind of getting up to speed through him?
It's pretty good. David and I, we've had a similar path. We grew up go-karting together. He finished second in the Indy Next Championship in 21, and I finished second in 2022. So it's kind of cool to see the progression and see where he was last year and where I'm at this year. Kind of comparing the two, seeing the mistakes he made, good things that he did, and I'm just trying to match that. So it's cool to have someone that is young and is not, out of the window as far as relative information for me. It's recent. It's new for him, new for me. But it is kind of funny to have the veteran on the team be the same age.
Yeah, it's a good point for sure. Stingray Rob, done for a little while. They're going to head back to the garage, do a set down as we talked about yesterday, and then be back out and do a little bit running later today.
Stingray Rob then, who is making his first appearance in the Indy 500 this year as well. Exciting talent in Indy NXT last year as well, or in the Indy Light Series as it was. Then it got rebranded, of course, coming into it. Just watching right now, as well as Ferrucci. Apparently, it has just a new personal best, despite I don't think he's out on the track right now. I think the only one out there is the 45 of Christian Lundgaard. So I don't know how Santino Ferrucci set the fastest time. His fastest time, but it has. So I think timing and scoring are having a few issues as well. But Tom, just coming to you then as well. We never really got to ask you that much yesterday about Imola as well, and having that taken away. What was your anticipation then about not racing, and also what's happening out there right now, and all the Formula One community sort of coming together to support Bologna?
I was disappointed that the race got cancelled because obviously, Imola is one of my favourite circuits, and to be honest with you, when we raced there in 2021, I basically drank in every moment of that because I thought it was the last time I'd get to see Formula One cars at Imola. So I'm disappointed. I am, but at the end of the day, there's bigger things, and the bigger thing is that obviously 2 people, potentially more now. I'm not too sure. Obviously,
I heard 9.
9. There you go. It's terrible, and I think I don't think the people dying had an impact on whether we raced or not. I think I'm very much an opinion of you race. You don't not race in someone's honour. You race if you can. I think it was, however, the right decision by Formula One. As I said yesterday, I was surprised that it happened so early. I thought they would wait a little bit later. I'm not complaining. I think it was good that they took this decision early on, and I think the situation on the circuit was as such that it was pretty obvious that we weren't going to. I mean, the paddock was underwater for crying out loud. It was obvious that wasn't going to subside. So it saved everyone a lot of hassle, and now they can move that stuff to Monaco, because the last thing you want is to keep all that stuff there, get flooding over the weekend, and suddenly Monaco is affected as well. You don't affect Monaco. Monaco is the event to worry about. So that, at the end of the day, is my take on it, and I think I actually commend the FIA for once about it, because I think to take that decision very early, to take that decision swiftly, and to take that decision in a decisive manner was good. And it was, at the end of the day, the right decision, because you've got to think about the tracks, the people visiting the track as well, and all the hotels. Popular hotel spots were not there. They were underwater.
All got taken away as well, and the AlphaTauri, some of their mechanics and families slept in the factory, of course, over the last 2 nights as well, and everyone is sending the best wishes. Just a reminder as well that I don't know what's happening with our bus mix today, actually, because it keeps going up and down in terms of audio, so I'm not hearing anything correctly as well up here in the comms box. I think we've got a few technical gremlins ourselves still lying around, but yes, Alpha... Go on.
Have you taken your sound mixer to a very, very wet brand tax in the last couple of months, Josh?
No, I think it's just the power or something or other, like it's gone a bit thingy. But the track has gone yellow, by the way, so we have actually gone to the yellow as we were expecting for a mandatory track inspection to make sure everything is A-OK with the circuit. Just check for any debris as well, so that's a mandatory caution that's come out now as well. But yes, AlphaTauri have released a fantastic image as well with all information about how you can help save the Bologna region as well, and a crowd page is in operation as well. We're just looking back right now on one of the TV pictures to last year and the end of the Indy 500 as well, where I got the greatest pick-a-winner point in history, and Marcus Ericsson also
Here we go
won.
again.
Yes, and Marcus Ericsson also won the 500, but I think my predicting that race has got to be bigger than him winning it. I think
one person.
Out of 33
One
cars, I got it
person.
right. How did he want to do it? So go on, Josh.
Yeah, one person who is helping massively in the AlphaTauri with all of the flooding is a certain Yuki Tsunoda, as he lives in that region and he's been spotted out helping out as well within the community, which is always good as well.
So we're just looking back now on the circuit as the medical trucks go out there as well, and just make sure that the track has got no bits of carbon fibre, any loose piping like yesterday, or even if there's a bit of rubber that's too big that could cause a problem later on as well. Red Frog says, dude talking had me thinking I was watching a studio production. Very good. Oh, thank you very much. Well, we do try our best here as well to give you good coverage, and we keep adapting everything. In fact, Josh even had the idea with the driver tracker for IndyCar. Tom had the idea as well with the picture backgrounds instead of the normal backgrounds as well. So as well, it's a real team effort as well to get everything sort of set up and become the best we can. I think Tom's even working on some more graphics and things and ideas coming in, so it's all getting really good. And thank you for that. Good work, guys. Thank you for that, Red Frog, as well. Tony Cartwright says, good to see folks from across the pond are interacting in Murakan Open Racing. Yeah, Murakan. Tom, will you be partaking? I can't remember if you said if you're lactose intolerant or not, but are you partaking in the milk drink next week at the 500? Is that your beverage of choice?
I'm not lactose intolerant. No, I'm quite fond of milk actually.
Oh, fantastic.
No, I probably not. No, well, I'm hoping that I get home in time for the Indy 500. I'm at Donington next week.
You are,
of course,
aren't you?
but,
Yeah.
Yeah, which I'm slightly annoyed at my dad because I really want to go and I'm very excited. I'm a little bit annoyed that he's planned it for the Indy 500 day, which is there's a wasp in my room, which is which is like one of the two big days on the calendar for me. But anyway, it is what it is. Hopefully, I get back in time. I haven't
You
checked
won't,
the stop
Tom.
race.
I've had a look at the times. You
Oh.
won't, unfortunately.
5:30 is the green flag time for the 500, of course.
Yeah, and
next week.
British GT finishes at 6.
Well, Tom, you know where you have to tune in. They've got a great phone signal. You just have to watch it on.
They do.
on
They
here.
do. I'll be able to log into Sky Go.
Oh right, thanks. Not the Discord call. Then. Yeah, not the big Discord call where you're currently watching it. No, Sky Go.
And also,
yeah, the wonderful Tom Game will talk you through it. Go on.
a good thing as well is that I've got something to pick up from an Amazon locker. I wonder what it may be.
Is it new? Is it new headset, new microphone? Oh no, is it
No.
cable? Is it a capture card?
Yes.
Ah, there we go. See, capture cards. I need to
Which
get
is good as well.
Everyone
so we
needs
have
one.
a second one on the team.
Yeah, because sometimes as well it's very difficult for me to share the pictures as well. It also comes in handy when Josh leads some of the commentaries, which is I think going to happen with a touring car quali coming up soon. Can't remember where, but there's so much action this weekend. However, the British Touring Car Championship will be live. We prioritise that on Sunday, so it'll be done in time. But I think one of the practice sessions get Turkey through, and that'll be with USRN commentary or the IndyCar Radio Network, and also the beginning of qualifying as well on Saturday is interfering with the start of the end of the the British Touring Car qualifying from Snetterton. So it will be Matthew Owens talking you through the opener of that as well. And presumably, if anyone from here is around joining Matthew, I don't know, as well. I don't know where you are, Tom, over the weekend. Have you got a race this weekend?
I'm on qualifying Sunday. I know that much.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I've got I'm a little bit of insurance commentary with Ed throughout Sunday morning, I think, and then Sunday afternoon I should be on. I should be on qualifying for Super 12 or whatever it's called in IndyCar. At
Oh, well, you
some
might
point,
you might be on with me then as well, because I think we're doubling up.
Right, nice.
Yeah.
Yes. There you go then.
Yeah.
But yeah. Other than that, it's been quite a busy week, you know, Josh. Actually, I've been working on all the graphics and things for the cricket coming up on USRN.
Yes.
You know, I've made such a great system, and I use ChatGPT for it. It's great.
Really?
I got it to code as a little broadcast manager, so it was wonderful.
I need one of those. It's one-man band. Did you send me a message, by the way, Tom, about a race?
I did, and you totally aired me, Josh.
I did. I just remembered that when you mentioned it as well. Dude, that's okay. Listen, a friend of mine texted me 2 days ago. I still haven't replied. And I know it's there. It's just I haven't had time. Go on.
Well, I didn't take it personally. Don't you worry. Yeah, I did message you. I was messaging about potentially.
Is it June 11th?
3rd, I think it was. It was one of the June dates. I was going to. Yeah, one of the June dates. I was going to do like a sort of test run when they play Ireland, like a small sort of mini one. And, yeah, a little test on one of the days of that. But yeah.
Sounds good.
We'll see. We'll see about that.
Unless it's an F1 weekend or something like that where we're all busy. Well, I'm busy as well. You lot just turn up when you like. Got a yellow at the moment for track inspection as well. Tell you what though, Tom. Just reminded me that we were going to have to employ you at some point, but then you said you weren't available this weekend because you were away. So that was a close one because we had direct clashes between IndyCar, touring cars, and Formula 3. So it was going to be an amazing weekend between everything. But luckily, F1 got cancelled. Well, I say not luckily, but luckily from a broadcasting point of view, it's not happening because it's a lot easier for us now to concentrate on Indy. We have got a yellow for track inspection, but we've got an interview on the IndyCar Radio Network, so we're going to swap over to them.
Go back out. If you're on the provisional pole, you're going to have to defend it one more time, and we will find out who will bring the field down next Sunday.
As if there wasn't enough pressure associated with everything at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hey, you think back to you know, years ago, Indy 500 qualifying, when there was a week of qualifications, there were times where the pole sitter went out, did 1 4-lap run. It was good enough. It was an untouchable 4-lap average. They rested the rest of the week, and then they rolled in, you know, carb day and then race day on Sunday and sat on the pole. This weekend, if you want to win the pole, you've got to put together 3 really stout qualifying efforts, 1 on Saturday and then 2 in kind of that 2-round format now where we go from 12 down to the Firestone Fast 6. So, I mean, it is hard enough to turn 1 perfect 4-lap run here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You want to be the pole sitter for the 107th Indianapolis 500. You're going to have to do it 3 times. So it is going to be a lot of fun. And I can't wait, Michael. And you spent many years on pit lane. I did too. It's so fun to be at the head of the line when we start playing musical chairs towards the end on Saturday, where there's going to be some guys getting in line because they want to move their way into the Fast 12 because they think they can make the pole. And there's going to be some drivers because they're sitting, 29th or 30th. They're like, well, we can go faster. We want to avoid the bubble of being in the bottom 4. And then, of course, for the bottom 4 drivers, they're going to be moving in line to try to get their way out of that position so they don't have to sweat out Sunday. And watching them jack and move those cars around in and out of the lanes, it is so much more fun. It's like bumper cars down there.
There is a normal lane, and then there's an express lane. Now, the express lane doesn't get taken very often because if you take the express lane, you have to pull your 4-lap average. So you're hung out to dry. If you hit the wall or brush the wall and it ruins your 4-lap average, you're stuck with whatever happens to you on that run. But you get to move to the head of the line. Then the normal line, people sit there and slowly but surely they'll work their way through. If you get to the head of the line, you have to go out. Yeah. So you'll see guys quick jacking those cars, moving them out of their way. Very well said. A very good descriptive way of describing what is bumper cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with them quick jacking cars out of the way.
Was it last year? Was it Joseph Newgarden who got saved by a lightning strike because he was going out for a late qualifying run and it wasn't very good? No. I think it was going to keep him out of pole contention, I believe. Yep. And had his run disallowed and didn't have to worry about having his time pulled because of a lightning strike. But no, there is always so much drama in qualifying weekend. And again, big shout out to the Able Motorsports crew because it is way more fun for us on qualifying weekend when there is the potential of someone to go home rather than, say, last year where it was, hey, everyone just tried to put together that final effort for Stephen Wilson and the Cusick Motorsports team. That was just to get to 33. But when we've got more than 33, it makes it so much more fun. Not a lot of fun for the drivers and teams, but it raises the stress level quite a bit. But it raises the fun factor, I think, for all of us calling this.
And the year that David slew Goliath with Kyle Kaiser knocking out Fernando Alonso, I remember so many years when drivers would go home and you just see it's the amount of sadness of just depression that sets in on a person once they realize they don't make this race, and the joy of those who make it, that you see both sides of it right there on pit lane. Again, I go back to any other form of sport. You don't see the amount of joy, of sadness, of drama that you see, especially this wonderful facility, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I remember our good friend Pippa Mann, who served as driver analyst for a couple years with this radio network. We all love Pippa to death, and the heartbreak when she missed the race a couple years ago. And to her credit, you want to talk about, standing up and dealing with it and sitting in the funk. She stood up there at that press conference and tears rolling down her face, and really expressing what it means to put together an effort and miss the Indianapolis 500. That's what it's all about, the triumph and the heartbreak. I think back to some of the incredible moments we've had. Remember Sebastian
95. Well, think about 95 when Penske didn't make the race.
One of the all-time great stories.
The defending race-winning team, and they don't even make the 500. And then the split happens, and they had to sit it out for so many years.
I think of Sebastian Saavedra sitting in a hospital bed, getting checked over after a big wreck, and he gets bumped miraculously back into the field because of some potentially bad strategy by some other teams pulling times. I mean, there is always drama, always storylines that emerge from that race weekend, and I know we're all really looking forward to PPG Armed Forces qualifying weekend right here on the IndyCar Radio and the IMS Radio Network. Well, we are moments away from opening the track back up for practice. In fact, we are green here at IMS after a pretty lengthy track inspection, although over the last half hour, Michael, we really haven't seen a lot of cars turning laps. Christian Lundgaard's been out there. We saw R.C. Enerson, both of those drivers with some mock qualifying simulations. We got spoiled there for a little while watching all the Ganassi cars working a pack and pass each other left and right. But right now, no takers out of the racetrack here at IMS as we continue to roll on to hour number 3 here of practice at IMS.
Not jumping ahead, but the drive for 5 in Helio Castroneves, he is currently sitting 32nd on the speed chart. And remember, Castroneves' 27th place start was the worst for a defending race winner since Arie Luyendyk's 28th in 1998. So that team did not come to the fruition that we thought as the defending race winners back in 2021 last year for Helio Castroneves. Not saying they're struggling, but they certainly haven't shown us the speed that we would have thought they would have had at this point thus far.
I think we all probably just give Elio the benefit of the doubt, knowing, hey, we're going to roll into the corner 16th in Georgetown, and he's going to find a way to figure it out. But for those that follow the IndyCar series throughout the course of the year, make no mistake about it, that Meyer-Shank Racing team has not been strong anywhere we've gone over the last, really 12 months or so. Really dating back to Elio winning the 500 in 2021. Not a lot of strong performances to show for that team. A year ago, they didn't qualify very well, and Simon and Elio raced their way in.
And we're back operational as well here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Green flag is back. Before we go live, we've got more information for you as well, because catching up with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway TV team as well, we're going to have it going through as well, because Georgia Henberry as well, who is working at IMS Radio at the moment on IndyCar, has caught up with Kyle Larson as he prepares to go on for the Indy 500 next year. She caught up with him a few hours ago.
Just as you said, Alan, a very special guest indeed. Kyle Larson slated to run the 2024 Indianapolis 500, taking a tour around the facility, something that you've already done here at the Brickyard. But how special is it to be able to get this opportunity and run with Arrow McLaren in the 2024 Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, it's extremely special. This is such a big event, the biggest event in the world, in my opinion. So great to have the opportunity to run. Thanks to Arrow McLaren and Hendrick Motorsports for making it possible. You get to live out a dream of finally getting to compete in the Indy 500s is amazing. So try to soak up as much knowledge as I can here today. This is the only day I can be here this year, and just ready to go, ready to get behind the wheel whenever that is of IndyCar, and get prepared for next year.
And preparation is going to be key, something that's already started. You got fitted for the car already, but how much more is there left to go?
Oh, I mean, probably a lot. I mean, a lot that I don't even know of right now. So these cars are just so foreign to what I've ever raced before in my life. You know, a stock car is so simple, a sprint car is so simple, a late model, mechanics-wise, is complicated, but the driving part of it's simple. Midget's simple. You know, the Rolex, when I did that, it was probably the closest thing to this. You know, I know way different road course and all that, but like as far as cockpit stuff and things like that. So, you know, it's nice to have Tony Kanaan a part of the team, and you know, he's the guy that I worked with and with Chip Ganassi, and he's such an easygoing guy too that you know, he'll be a great coach for me and help me along and hopefully make the learning curve not so steep.
You said something in your press conference that moved us all. You said that you're proud for this opportunity, but your family is also so proud, and more specifically, your dad. Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, my dad is, I think, me running the Indy 500 is probably, you know, he probably is more emotional about it than anybody. You know, ever since I was a young child, I remember, you know, the Indy 500 was just so big to him, and you know, I think when he gets to see me next year suit up and go across driver intros, I'm sure he'll be crying somewhere. So I'm excited to have, you know, my family a part of it and finally get to see me live through this and live through dreams of theirs. And yeah, I just look forward to it. You know, it's gonna be a fun event. You know, I lived here in Indiana for a couple of years, 2011 and 12. So this for a couple of years, felt like a second home to me. It was a second home. So getting to see Brian Clausen run here, and a lot of heroes of mine get to run here. Now to get my opportunity next season will be amazing. So again, thanks to Arrow McLaren, Hendrick Motorsports, everybody involved in making it possible. So try to soak up as much as I can today and get ready. I want to do a good job.
We're happy to have you here. That is Kyle Larson. You'll see him strap in for the 2024 Indianapolis 500.
And it's going to be great to see him.
You see there on the no-toe speeds for Jack Harvey down at 15th.
No idea why at the moment we're hearing full audio from one side of the TV monitor there as well. See if that changes over. Yes, it does, thankfully. Whew. Okay, Tom, coming to you on that one as well. How great is it that we're going to get to see Kyle Larson join in next year, the Indy 500 as well, with McLaren as well. He's had a tough couple of weeks in the NASCAR as well, getting hit by Ross Chastain, but finally it looks like he's going to be out there for 2024 with McLaren, and it's something that he's always wanted to do, the team have always wanted to do, and I think he's going to be one of the favourites to possibly even take a win next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to sort of waffle my way through this. I'm going to be honest with you, Josh has sent me the timetable for Donington next week. I didn't actually hear your question, Josh, but yeah, I think he's got a very good chance.
Yes, I think everyone's going to agree with that. He has got a very good chance as well. Let's go down pit road once more, though, because one of the Alan McLarens is with as well. Let's go down with
Conditions are
Pato.
about perfect right now for that, right? Heat of the day, sun's out, not a lot of wind. It's a good time to kind of simulate what the race conditions hopefully are like in a week or so.
No, yeah, it is. And like we were talking a couple minutes earlier, we're just waiting for guys to come out here. We can start playing around and popping in from traffic, trying to make the race car go better. We obviously, all we've done today is traffic running. That will probably be the rest of our day as well. Tomorrow will mainly be qualifying, booster up. Cars will feel completely different. But yeah, the conditions right now are perfect to go out there and do some stints. So we made a few changes. Hopefully it takes us in the right direction of where we want to go, and then just keep chipping at it. I mean, we've got a massive plan to work through, and so does the 7ers, the 6ers, and the 66ers. So hopefully we all find something that can help each of us, and then just ultimately make 4 race cars even faster.
Well, and your driver lineup obviously just continues to get stronger with this team every year. Obviously, the addition of Alex, the addition of Tony Kanaan this year. What is it like to work with those guys as Indy 500 winners themselves, but obviously just veterans of IndyCar racing too?
They're awesome, and they know what it's like to be in a car that is in contention for the Indy 500, and they know what it takes to win the Indy 500. So we've all ran out front. Obviously Tony and Alex have won it before, and we all know what it takes to run up front and how to run the race, and so that's good to have, right? So we're obviously hammering down on all the engineers and trying to just find speed everywhere. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to say right now because you don't know where the tire life of certain guys are compared to you. You can have fresher than they do, or they can have better than you do. So it's hard to gauge in that way, but you can definitely get a feeling of kind of like what your car's doing behind 1 car, 3 cars, 5 cars, 10 cars. So yeah, we're just trying to make it feel better and better.
Given how close you were last year, how motivated are you to find that just extra little bit to get over that hurdle this year?
We're ready to put ourselves into that position again this year, and I mean we've done it multiple years. Obviously the last year was the one that we were closest, but I don't see why we won't this year. We just gotta keep doing our own thing and roll on this great start to the year that we've had.
It gets better here every year. Pato O'Ward getting ready to jump back in the Aero McLaren 5 car and do some traffic running, as he said, here in just a little bit.
Yeah, fingers crossed this traffic run is going to be a lot more entertaining as well as the track temperature begins to fall here. We're just coming out. What time is it now? Over there, it is 2:34 as well over in Indianapolis. I tell you what though, Tom, I need like a digital clock showing the time differences up here in the comm box as well. Yeah, that's something we can invest in over the weekend.
Do you want to know what way I do it?
Oh yeah, go on.
Okay, so if you have an Elgato Stream Deck, which unfortunately you don't yet,
no,
but
not
I
yet.
think
That's
you
coming
have,
soon.
Tom. Do you have one?
Me? No, I don't invest.
Well, there's a plugin on Stream Deck where you can set them all to different times and it displays them. So like here, I've not updated it in a while. I've not updated it since Baku.
Yeah.
But here, I've got all the times for like Baku and everything. So it's got like city, time, date. I know it's very blurry, but yeah.
I need one of those. I need one though with a load of. I know. Go on, Tom.
Are you on Android or Apple?
Which one?
Are you on Android or Apple? You have Android or Apple?
You've got very quiet there. I can barely hear you.
Apple or Android, Josh?
I'm on Apple. Everything we've got is Apple. iPad, iPhone, MacBook. It's all Apple. That's doing the stuff.
On my phone, at least, I suspect the Apple.
I'm struggling to hear Tom here. Tom, you're cutting in and out on my end.
My connection looks okay.
You are very, very quiet, Tom.
Oh, so it isn't me. Good.
I'm maxed out on my end.
So it's, yeah, like here, I also set like the world clock sometimes on here, on the.
Right, we'll try that again, Tom. Go on.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I set my whenever it's like Le Mans or something, or I have. I always put the local time sitting on my phone.
You've gone really quiet again, Tom.
Again, it's not one. I don't think it's on my end.
No, it's something with this Discord call as well. That's having a bit of a problem, isn't it, as well? So
let me check what your user volume is on my end, actually.
Yeah. So again, more technical issues affecting the commentary boxes. Fingers crossed that they'll be sorted ASAP. I'm just having a quick look to see if there's anything wrong with the audio limits in here. No, nothing wrong with the audio limits there. So I'm not sure why we're not hearing from Tom that much as well. On his
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine, Josh.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, it's Tom when he starts talking. Josh, start talking. Talk us through the top 10. See if your volume goes down.
Okay, so Ericsson is top with a 229.607, the fast lap speed as well. The number 5 McLaren O'Ward is second with a 227 mile per hour, 0.734 as well. Alex Palou is third in the number 10 with a 227.718. Alexander Rossi, as we lose it, as they show the times on NBC, so it's time for me to get the timing screens up as well just quickly while I switch tabs as well.
We can hear you, so Tom, try again then. What were you saying about the Apple phone device as well?
So yeah, also quick note, I've got my OBS up as well to check my audio levels on there, and they're the same as they were yesterday. So
alright.
I'm going to suggest that it's something on Discord messing up my mic or something. So
You're good now.
Yeah, well, I've also moved my mic closer to my mouth, so hopefully that sort of sorts it out. Anyway, you can set your clock to the local time, or have multiple clocks set to different times. I use that on my my clock app. Where I have all my alarms, so I can just scroll over it.
Exactly what I do as well. It's there we go.
Right,
There's
hopefully
London and
pay-
Indianapolis.
Pay for an absurd stream deck or something. But anyway, yeah, I quite enjoy doing that. So anyway, we are sorry about all of the issues we're having with audio. Everyone in chat, I want to touch quickly, if you don't mind, Josh, on what the sort of general conversation that has been had in chat. Because it's a miracle. I mean, I remember doing these streams when you used to get 3 people watching F3 on a morning, and all of them got 69 people watching IndyCar practice. Wonderful and nice. Well, talking about Jimmy Johnson and how, well, actually the conversation, I should say, started with Catherine Legg, who out of nowhere according to IndyCar Racing, got the funding to race this year and didn't do quite well on her Champ Car debut. Years ago. Again, well, I apologise that my personal IndyCar knowledge sort of cuts out. I obviously, being English, don't sort of remember that far back. But yeah, well, I'm being young as well. But yeah, they talk about Jimmy Johnson. Now, this is somewhere that I was obviously there and able to watch. And Jimmy Johnson having his career sort of tarnished by his basically driving himself out of the championship before he'd even started. And how basically he was atrocious last year in IndyCar. And I think it's a simple case of something that people forget in motor racing as a whole. Jimmy Johnson spent his entire career racing. He said that IndyCar was his preference, but initially, but he spent his entire career racing NASCAR.
That's true,
to
yeah.
make the jump. Some people can be elite in some types of cars, and it's a shame that as they go over to other types of cars, they aren't elite in that type of car. The driving is different, and yeah, it's something that I think racing fans in general actually, and I'm not saying this specifically to people in chat. I'm just saying this is a more sort of general point that I see, is that racing fans in general don't appreciate that people can be better in different cars. You know, that's why we see people in Formula 1 go from Formula 1, do nothing in Formula 1, go to WEC, and they're spectacular in WEC.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just better at prototypes, and not necessarily the best F1 drivers would be the same.
Absolutely. I mean, Marcus Ericsson is the prime example as well of a driver who never had any luck at all in Formula 1 for, 5 seasons? Came over to America, Indy 500, and won it on his 3rd attempt as well as some chariot racing going downhill there on a bicycle. That's a bit much. Oh, ladies, I approve of that dress mode. Checkered flag dresses and hats. Should I go get changed, boys, into my checkered flag shirt and checkered flag shorts as well? I was looking for the bucket hat.
Do you have checkered flag shorts now?
It was the same birthday present. Yeah, you've only seen the shirt, but I have checkered flag shorts with it as well.
Oh, help us all!
I know. I might wear that. For qualifying day. Now then, I've said it as well. But
I mean, I've got my Bjorn Estimate shirt on.
You always wear that though. That's it. If there was an action figure, it would be that. Tom always flicks either between nice hoodies or English literature teacher shirts from Cambridge.
Thank you, Josh. Well, you know, my grandma's been upgrading my wardrobe recently. I don't know where she gets these from. New jumper again today. So there we go. Yeah, I quite like the old commentator look of the shirt and tie, not tie, but shirt and jumper.
Yeah, yes, it does look good. We will be wearing, by the way, at least I will, this year. We never got a chance last year because the red flag came out in Monaco, so we never got a chance to change. So for the whole day, throughout Monaco and Indy, I will be wearing full shirt and tie, as well as a nice blazer jacket for the 500 broadcast as well this year.
I won't be doing that for fear of the YouTube comments calling me all sorts of names. But I won't be on it in 500 day, but I do tend to put on for a fourth sort of.
Yeah.
I'm always shirt and tie for the American Open, but the final, and yeah, probably shirt and jumper again for the important games. But I mean, I was going to say that we didn't wear anything nice for the 2 World Cup finals we picked up.
No, we didn't, did we? Well, I was wearing a shirt, I think. Yeah.
You were in a hoodie both times, I think. So was I.
Oh, really? Oh, blimey. Oops.
Well,
Well,
which is
that's 'cause-
fine. I
yeah.
mean, T20 cricket, all a bit of fun. No one really cares. So.
Well, I will make amends with that and wear some shirts next time as well.
Although another thing for you, by the way, I appreciate I'm going off topic here.
No, go on. We've got time.
Because Sky have an interesting thing with the rights, with the T20 World Cup, where they weren't allowed to continue, keep those clips on their YouTube channel. So now, the only footage that exists of that moment of England winning the World Cup in the UK on YouTube is BBC Radio on their Instagram and us.
Hey! That's...
So there you go.
See, that's what USON does. That's what Aaron does well on the radio, alongside our partners, of course. And what we're streaming on right now for the coverage. Have you've been on? Well, I said that you were on NASCAR, weren't you, Josh, a couple of weeks ago for USON? And on right now, actually, USON. Thinking about it.
Yeah, the only times I've been on USRN except that NASCAR race, is when I've been on the JB Motorsports team. The only time I've been on USRN and not on JB Motorsports was that NASCAR race as well. But this shirt also, Bjorn Esmond, former British Superbike rider, now Brad Binder's PA.
Is he really?
Yes.
Whatever he's doing, it's working, because I think Brad is having a great season in the KTM this season. 3 hours to go then, as they continue to push down. As well, I'm just going to change my camera position just gently as well, to get me out the sides there as well. And love assistant, actually. I love it when the cars fly by as well. We always try and get an action shot of that as well, coming into it. So yeah, I think I'll get full shirt and tie ready for Monaco and Indy as well. Don't expect that though for the Le Mans 24 Hour. Le Mans 24 Hour, I'm going to be wearing a comfortable pair of shorts and a very nice shirt as well. But something I'm going to see the sit and stand in throughout the entire night. It'll be fine.
I don't understand how you stand and do commentary. I mean, I know I've got a back injury, so I do actually get quite hurt when I stand for too long and do commentary. But I don't understand it. I mean, I get the energy. And you weren't on the broadcast, actually, because Seth had done, it was when last time I was on NASCAR, a couple of months ago, Seth did a little summary of the 3 British commentators for USRN.
Oh, really?
He said, and to be honest with you, it's quite consistent with the sitting and standing sort of thing. So he said, we've got Josh, who is 100% all the time, shouting and what have you. You've got Matt, who is very reserved, very sort of quiet, and then you've got me, who's right in the middle. And obviously you stand, I sit, but sometimes it's an intense moment if I'm like that, stood like that, like that. But I thought that was about right.
Yeah, Matt, I think, just sits down all the time as well. But I am sat down right now in the commentary box, though, because it's a 6-hour broadcast. I'm not standing for 6 hours. But I have the option to stand as well if I need to. But yeah, in a race, I prefer to stand. I don't know why. It's just, I think it's the Murray Walker effect. But even so, the only time I've sat down for Formula 1 commentary the whole race was Canada 2013. I woke up with a tweaked neck, and it was paralysing my entire body, so I couldn't stand, and it was incredibly painful turning my neck. So I had a swivel chair and a big towel strapped around my neck. I had the headphones placed on me, and in those days we used a handheld mic like this up towards my lip, because it had a little bit of a metal graze over it, so it became like a little lip mic as well. So I had that up towards me, and I was sitting hunched over on the stream watching the TV pictures and just commentating like that. The most awkward I've ever been in the commentary box. I hated it, absolutely hated it, because it was Canada, it was 2013, great race, and I had to sit down. So it was really bad. But yeah, really bad tweet neck. I'd much prefer standing up, because I can move around and flash things, but they're like, oh my goodness me, this and all that. And
if I had more space, I would.
Yeah, stand up constantly,
Yeah.
I suspect we'll be sitting down for the Ashes quite a lot. I don't think there's going to be too many opportunities where we're stood up for that. But
it's like now.
Maybe it's interesting.
I mean, if somebody crashed right now, as we see Herta out on track just passing as well at the start straight away.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, okay. Well, if somebody did, I would be immediately standing up like this at the back of the commentary box as well, and finding out information and moving around as well. And I do like standing around, but in a 6-hour practice session, no. I will sit for that, and I'll sit for most of Le Mans as well. Go on, Tom.
I stood for when I did my on-site karting commentary.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there was two. There was one where I was on the PA, like Ed was the other day when he went to Milton Keynes. But on the PA, and then we had to commentate with the footage when we got home. And then the other one, I was actually on not on a broadcast, but I was on a recording, and I was there commentating, recording it for the race. I stood for that one.
Yeah.
Because I had a nice view of the track, and I had to constantly turn. There was my timing monitor, because it was still it was a rental karting place. So, despite the fact it's very serious stuff, and the driver's very good and things, it's still basic timing systems. That update once the lap and things like that. And the timing monitor was on my left-hand side, and it was on the wall. So it was easier for me to stand up because I got a better view of the track, the entire track. I was quite raised up, so it was nice. I could see the entire track. Most of the track, I think I missed out a corner. And then I could actually physically turn my body to look at the timing monitor, and because obviously I had a headset on, it was fine. I could just look at that and walk away, and it was quite good. And there's a lot more energy as well, I did notice, but obviously with the back injury, it started hurting towards the end of the day.
Yes, I'm not surprised with your go-karting experience. You get back injuries every now and then, as well as we're just having at the moment Herta in a battle with VK down the back straight towards turn number 3. VK to the inside and gets ahead and begins to get in a little bit of a toe run going as well, as we've got O'Ward, Herta, Carpenter and VK out on the circuit right now. They're the 4 cars out, as you can see highlighted on the driver tracker alongside as well. Herta now pulling to the inside down towards turn number 1 and makes the move back into the lead of this little group. So their pack racing gets underway as well. So yeah, just going back to that actually, Josh, as well, in terms of different commentators, it's sort of an American thing, isn't it, I've noticed, where they actually tend to sit down for everything, I've noticed as well, and they don't stand. And I noticed Jack Nicholls doesn't stand either. Jack sits down an awful lot as well, so everybody sort of complains, and the wonderful Lee Diffie, by the way, he's absolutely fantastic. I do find him complaining an awful lot, though, because when he worked for the BBC, they made him stand and use a lip mic, and he hated every second of it. So now when he's at NBC, he sort of sit down and uses a headset. But I don't get it. I prefer to stand, as you heard from Tom sits. You do both as well, so how do you differentiate when you need to sit and when to stand?
It depends. If it's a big race and I know it's going to be used for highlights.
Yeah.
I do. Award team communication, or is it not coming through?
It's not coming through again. That graphic's been broken all day as well, because it should come through our headset automatically now. The team communication.
Practice, I mostly always sit, and also it's not as big as your garage comms box.
Yeah, it's
literally, this is the square which I like rectangle that I have. So it's quite small, but I do it. If I put the camera up like that, then it works. But I don't mind. NASCAR, you were talking about America commentators like sit in NASCAR, stand up as well.
Yeah. That's the thing I like about NASCAR. They stand in the commentary box as well.
Yeah, but it depends. It's like if I've had like a really, really bad night of sleep or something like that the night before, or if there's if I've got a width I don't, you can see that they're all there. But
all the notes.
Us commentators, if you have a massive pile of notes here, which we always have notes around here sometimes as well, it's a little bit annoying as well. But also if you stand
Mine
up,
are here.
Go
on.
When you stand up like here, I can't see, you get to see your wall of notes even more. You get to see, so it's just different stuff like that, but it varies a lot.
Just supposed, actually, I've got a real opportunity with the camera not being in the same place. Let's lift you up, actually. and show you what I mean in the commentary box and what my camera looks around. Sorry if it's going to be a bit thingy, but let's see if I can twist it around. Look, there's the other side of the commentary box you never get to see. That's all the dirty stuff. There's my television monitor of what I'm watching up in the commentary box as well. Down here, we've got the driver tracker, which has actually just gone off that second. Must have an infrared thing. So that's the driver. Let's get that back on. And there's Tom and Josh once again. And that's how I view them, just on the little board there. Give us a wave, chaps. There's the laptop. That's controlling the YouTube stream. That's how I see the chat.
Tom, give him a wave.
My timing screen's here.
I didn't see, but okay.
Here's the bus mixer.
Don't worry, Tom.
Here's the bus mixer. So there's the world feed as well. So that's NBC. There's the aux cable. That is going to be the boys in the box. Here's the world feed radio. So that's what you're hearing there. There's our headset, so you can see their dad, Megan, me, because Dad's always in the box. But that now takes on for a spare mic. Megan's headset, my headset. Nice glass of water. Baby bus mixer, that's how the guys hear me in the com box as well. iPad's usually over there. Hello again, sorry.
You
Just
mean this
rotate
one?
them around. Yes. There's the wall, which usually has notes pinned on it as well. Doesn't have them at the moment, unfortunately, as well. And here's the streaming PC. So there is OBS, and down here below is a secondary time monitor. That's what you see at home. And then we've got US7 Open as well. Speakers, microphone equipment as well. If I can get it over here. Over here, looks. There's the backup chairs with some notes on the ball there. And behind the curtain, it's not going to reach that much, but soundproofing. And there's our commentary notes as well from years gone by.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen how your soundproofing is right now.
It's just basically a couple of duvets now.
Bit more high tech than me, actually showing off your multiple worth of equipment. I mean, I've not got much interesting stuff. I've got a set of broken drawers. I actually believe that the last person who invented a set of drawers that doesn't break after the slightest of normal use cases was killed by the CIA, because there's no way we haven't figured out a solution to this crap. It annoys me. I've got my occasional sort of my important drawer. Well, my important drawer is down there, but my if you ever rob in my house and you want to see where the valuables are under the desk.
Tell them where it is.
I've got. I think I have some notes in this drawer or somewhere. I don't really know actually. I've got notes somewhere in this drawer, but then I've obviously got my sim racing stuff and my bookcase over there with a load of books that I've never read on. But it makes me look intelligent. And
isn't that every single bookcase or bookshelf that they have? Just like literally everybody who has a bookshelf just never uses it, and it's just for decoration.
It's not actually really for decoration. There are books on there that I have read, a few old football programs as well and stuff. If I actually go and get one,
Sorry guys, I've just been told maybe I should clear up in case somebody saw it on the stream there. The poster which reads "Schoolgirl Missing." It's a Doctor Who quote. It's Susan Foreman from Doctor Who, the first ever companion, and Ian and Barbara. If you're a Doctor Who fan as well, it was a gift as well. It's a fake news article, and there's Countermeasures team as well from Remembrance of the Daleks. So somebody just said maybe you should increase why you've got that there. It was a birthday gift a couple of years ago, and it usually goes in my room, but we redecorated, so it's now in the garage.
You've not doxed yourself this time today.
No, it's just I got told maybe I should clarify why, in case somebody saw that, what it was.
Oh. I also forgot to mention my trophies. I haven't mentioned those for 5 minutes. So yeah, there you go. And particularly this one, which is rather large. It's third place in a championship.
What do you
so it's
mean
not even
rather large?
It's not
right, hang on, guys, keep talking. I'm gonna go get something. Hang on.
A year of effort, and I get a trophy that weighs nothing. You can't even drink from it. And yeah, there you go. That was lovely.
Yeah.
£1,000 well spent.
Josh is going to get something because I've showed how big this trophy is, which isn't even mine, by the way. It's absolutely massive. I got given this. It came from Assen in the Netherlands, and it's from 2014, and it's a sidecar one for round 10 race 2 winner, and that's from my favourite sidecar team as well. But basically my one is laptop, monitor, bus mixer, boom arm which I get attacked by every now and again. Lights, TV, secondary laptop, monitor. What are you going to show off now?
Right, you have your trophies, I have mine.
Oh dear, what is this?
Master at Arms awarded to Joshua Birch, who has achieved the award for all 3 weapons.
Oh, it's that one.
Foil, sabre, and epee. It's my fencing trophy. There you are. See, I am a fencer. I can fence.
I'm noticing a slight similarity between this one and
Yes.
for a place.
And you've also got this one, Josh.
Almost like they're the same trophy.
Yes, and look at that. Josh also has that trophy for 1,000 subscribers that I need to collect off him as well. But yeah, should we all just smile and hold our trophies together? For those of you in US around listening, you can't see anything as well. But yes, Josh has got the better trophy, I think, as well. He's got the 2 handles. Although, Tom, you've got one. Mine kind of looks like the World Cup, though. The Jules Robert one.
When I got my when I got podium earlier in the year, my aunt had come along. She's a photographer. She was taking some pictures. She goes, "Oh, do you want a picture with your trophy then?" And I had to remind her that we don't actually do Instagram photos in the third place. It's like you keep the trophy because a podium is always a good result, but you don't brag about, like, you don't take photos and over celebrate getting third. The trophies look good though, and the reason I put them up there is A, because I don't know any other place for them, and B, when I'm sort of giving colour commentary and I'm slagging off, I don't know, Sato Award for being only in second and 3 mile an hour down on Christian Market rather, it sort of looks like I have some qualifications until you look and they're all third place trophies. This one third. The smallest one actually is the win. Whatever.
Yeah, but I suppose that if I hold this without saying it the other way, I could say that's a karting trophy, but it's not. It's Master of Arms, so this is mine as well.
It gives me a little bit of legitimacy, even though obviously I'm a little bit removed from what these guys are doing.
3 hours to go then, everybody. 3 hours down, 3 hours to go as well. Breaking news! Formula One is to broadcast the Monaco Grand Prix for the first time. No more telling Monte Carlo! That is the best news I have heard all day. Woo. I'm just going to read this article because I've got nothing else to do. So, Formula One will produce... This is by Motorsport Broadcasting, by the way. Formula One will produce television coverage of the Monaco Grand Prix for the first time this year, ending the locals' host control over the race. Previously, the local station Tele Monte Carlo produced coverage of the Blue Ribbon event, but now Formula One will control the broadcast aspects of the event. This change means that Formula 1 will produce every race during a given season, which is the first time this has happened in history. 2023 marks the first of a 3-year deal between Formula 1 and the Automobile Club of Monaco for the championship race around the Principality. So finally, that is all going to be done.
No more memes though, Josh.
Yeah, but you know what that means as well? Finally, we get a good view at the start. Not the top 2 with a rubbish position. We're going to get a great view. Oh, yes! Suddenly, and do you know, Monaco always gives me a headache. Every single year, even before we get it, I had a headache on it because you're trying to commentate the pictures and they zoom in on the sponsors and then zoom out quickly at the cars. So you get like motion sickness watching the race. So fantastic. Oh, brilliantly. So, yeah. While the traditional camera angles were made for this year's event, fans can expect some new and revised angles which will highlight the speed of the machinery more often. So we're going to have a new angle for the start, new onboards as well, everything, as AJ Foyt's watching on as well, owner of Santina Ferrucci and Benjamin Peterson as well, and won this event a couple of times, 4 to come through. So, yeah, I think this is going to be fantastic. So, Tom, first of all, and what do you think of that? Because I know you hate Monaco.
No, I'm the one who loves Monaco.
Yes,
Monaco's
but the TV.
Oh, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really care. I mean, I've never noticed it being that bad. I mean, there was like one incident with Lance Stroll. I mean, other than that, I've never really noticed much difference.
I do. Josh, what about you?
It's 8 PM and like 3 PM, so thank goodness for that.
Yeah, are you just working out if we could swear or not?
No. And plus, I have never sworn in my life, so take
That's
that.
good. Yeah.
It's not long before someone makes a compilation of me just being contradictory to Josh to be awkward. But in all seriousness, no, I actually, it's good news, but it's not really, it's not really one that's gonna change my life.
I was hoping for a bit more there, but all right.
Trying not to dox myself right now.
What? Oh yeah. Have you got a parcel? Yes. Don't give away your address. Do you want to take it? I'll take it off cameras for a second.
That's fine. There we go.
Oh, hang on then. Oh, well, yours is better than mine. I was thinking, yours is a proper USB. Mine hasn't got the extender lead on it. Mine's just a proper capture card.
Get it open.
Well, Josh will fiddle on with the capture card and get that working as well. Let's have the cars. Oh, that's Romain Grosjean being chased down by Colton Herta as well. Herta goes down low in towards turn 3 and gets ahead of the position as well. Tom, how long are you here for, by the way?
Well, I was supposed to be going to play golf now, so until I get a text saying that my uncle's outside, because apparently he can't knock on the door now. That's how we communicate. I'm outside, so yeah. But so yeah, until I go to golf then. So whenever.
Let's hope golf isn't too late because it's going to be in the dark. I presume it's at driving range.
Yeah, it's only a driving range. I haven't played for 18 months now.
Oh, blimey.
A year.
Take care with your back then with that.
Oh yeah, no, it's already hurting. This is why it hasn't healed, because I keep doing
Do golf, yeah.
like that. Yeah. But no, I used to play a lot of golf when I was younger, and just never really stuck at it past when I was about 11. I sort of got back into it before COVID, and then COVID happened, and again, I just never got back into it. So I'm going through my yearly, I need to get back into golf stage, and then I'll go once, and 18 months later, I won't go again.
I go golfing a couple of times a year, actually, as well. And we do driving range, but then we play foot golf as well. Have you ever done that with the football, and you play golf with it as well?
No, I'm a purist. I believe that golfers shouldn't be allowed to wear shorts on the course. I think they, so any of that foot golf nonsense, I diss myself.
Is that why the shirts?
Well, I'm a little bit. I don't know. It's because it was always drilled into me that you act a certain way on a golf course, and then I see live golf coming out here, with pints flying everywhere for hole in one. I hate it, Josh. I hate it. I don't even watch golf. I follow it.
Wow.
You don't want to know what happens on the back of my golf course as well, because it's adjacent to a field.
Have you
for
ever heard of football golf from 160 meter high dam?
No. My God.
It's fun.
I shall have to take a look at that.
And it is.
Oh, loud.
Who did the one that I sent you?
Oh, that.
The how ridiculous one.
I shall take a look at that.
They released a 1,000 revs per minute Cortana chopping video a couple of days ago.
If that red flag comes out, we need to watch it. Go on, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I think golf is. I don't know. It's weird. I see golfers walking around in shorts, and I just think it's wrong. You're supposed to have smart trousers and a polo shirt on. And maybe a jumper or whatever. But I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me. I don't know if you've seen it for the context.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Well, there is a golf course at Indianapolis, of course, in the infield. So I suppose they always have a round of golf for the drivers every year.
I think they do actually. There's a golf day, isn't there, during the gap?
There's a golf.
Yeah.
Because there's the course. The first few holes are outside of the ground, the motor speedway, and then the infield is basically a golf course. So make of that what you will. So yeah, there you go. They were on topic with golf, but no, the Live Golf basically have started relaxing the rules. They took the PGA Tour and they were like, okay, you're very traditional, you're very stuck up. Which, to be fair, the PGA Tour is very traditional, far too stuck up, in my opinion. And then they say, we're going to relax the rules a little bit. So they're allowed to wear shorts now when they're playing their round, which is absurd. And they're allowed, and the crowd is allowed to be rowdy. So the PGA have been sort of experimenting with this. They've got a few holes that have like big, fans around them, and it's very cool. I appreciate the atmosphere. As a cricket fan, I love a little bit of atmosphere in Test cricket, even though it's very much a traditional form of the sport. But I saw a hole in one the other day, and at the Live Golf, and the crowd goes wild, and there's beers chucking everywhere, and they're chanting, and the blasphemous one, Josh, absolutely the one that made me feel sick to the stomach. And you think I'm being sarcastic here? It did actually.
No, I can get you that.
It was. They were going. Oh, as he was doing his swing. That's the one thing you don't do. Like,
you don't do that.
Things you shut up.
Yeah.
And the beers flying everywhere. Oh, it was a joke. It made me feel sick. It's the sport that I don't really love, but have a loose connection with.
Where's
to be honest with you, very much in golf, I live golf. It just made me feel sick to the bone. It ruining our game, Josh, that I haven't played for 2 years. 18 or whatever.
Tom's very good. Tom's gone wild over here. I don't know if USRN do any of the golf actually as well. I don't think.
Have in the past.
Yeah, I think golf is one of the things that golf, snooker, is two sports I don't think I'd be allowed to commentate on. I think that's it, isn't it? Because I don't think I could go that low to talk about golf and that lot as well.
I've got a decent, quiet voice.
Yeah.
On my for that kind of sport, so I could probably get away with it.
I don't think I've got it. My quiet voice is. Well, I suppose I could go. My quiet. I can't do it. Even when I'm trying to do it, I can't. Well, my quiet voice goes very down low, and we can try that as well to see if it's going to... No, I can't do it. If it's more straight than just talking.
My quiet voice is sort of go a little bit lower, and when I first did cricket for USRN, I went hard on a quiet voice. I realised actually you've just got to sound less excited. You know, just don't shout as much, basically. Not monotone. I don't think monotone, because I think you can. I think you just got to shout less. Basically, is how it works. Yeah. Golf works on the radio, by the way, quite well. BBC cover the Masters very well.
I don't think I've ever heard of golf on the radio. You know?
Yeah, they have a commentator at each of the holes.
Ah, so, that works.
Or they have a commentator sort of covering a few holes, so they'll bounce around the course. So rather than literally getting a play-by-play, it's like you'll just get a general idea of what's going on, and it's very relaxed. And there's a nice atmosphere. So, you know, they'll say one guy is going on to hole 18 now, and he'll, you know, the guy at hole 18 will go, oh, you know, and that puts John in. He's scored this. He's now 500.
Yeah.
And then they'll go, oh, and the guy who's close to him is going through hole 15 now, and you know, things like that. And it works very well. I listened to the last day of the Masters on the radio. Oh, the last couple of hours anyway, and it was very nice. It works really well.
I'll have to take a look at that going forward. Just to give you an update of what's happening on the track, not much. We've got a few cars up there now as we're building up to some long runs into slingshots. We've got the 21 and the 33 out there as well. So we've got Rena's VK leading teammate Ed Carpenter round as well on the circuit, just to get a few toe laps in to see how it goes in race trim. But that's about it. No one's changed at the moment. Ericsson's still top with the new fastest time of the testing so far, a 229.607 mile per hour lap time as well. As we continue on, I suppose we'll have to check in eventually with an interview, but nothing's cropped up yet on our side up here in the comms box. Everyone's gone a bit quiet, presumably because everyone's gone for a bit of food with the halfway mark coming in as well. So yes, I think the biggest one though is definitely from Motorsport Broadcasting, getting that news that Monaco is now going to be produced by Formula One as well. So fingers crossed that we're going to see it looking very good. And if you want to see how good Formula 1 can produce the Monaco Grand Prix, go look back at F1 Digital between 1996 and 2002 and take a look at how good they can be as well. We've got an interview. Hey, fantastic as well. So I think Gabrielle's going to be circling somewhere on the track as well to have some more information. I think this time it's going to be with Georgia, sorry, my apologies, over the radio as well. I think she's now caught up with the Team Hendrick as well correspondent, which is only one and only Jeff Gordon as well, who is a legend in the NASCAR community, of course, with several championships. And I'm going to cross over now and hear what she had to say on the radio.
legend himself, Jeff Gordon, here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jeff, a huge part in getting Kyle to the road to the Indianapolis 500. So how special is it for this opportunity to now come to fruition?
It's so special. I mean, this is such an amazing event, and you know, I've been able to be a part of this. When I was a kid, I was able to be here as a fan, and always dreamed about racing at Indianapolis. And of course, that came true with NASCAR and the Brickyard 400. But you know, this has still always been, you know, kind of a dream come true wish. And this is going to happen through Kyle Larson and Hendrick Motorsports, and so we're very, very excited. You know, to be here today, see all the people, see these cars go around this track, especially at the speeds they go around. We're used to the NASCAR stock cars running, but these Indy cars are something else. So, you know, it's all about preparation and getting ready for next year, and we can't wait. I mean, we're so excited.
What has it taken to get to this moment already?
Well, yeah. First, it started with Kyle Larson's desire to want to do this. You know, not everybody wants to go and pursue.
To go as well, because Tom, I think, has got a message. Is that right, Tom, that you've got to leave?
No, not at all, actually. I got a message confirming a time that I'll have to leave.
Oh, really? What's the time?
We'll give or take maybe 5 minutes. Sorry,
okay.
But to be honest with you, I had a curry last night. So it hasn't started very well with me, so I'm not sure how much I'm going to get through that dinner.
I understand that. I had stomach problems as well yesterday. Right, we'll just quickly return then to Jeff Gordon.
And series as Kyle does, and so when we brought him on board at Hendrick, you know, I knew and Rick knew that that's something he liked to do, and so those conversations started getting more and more serious. And I've known Zach Brown for a long time, and he and I started talking about whether that was possible to do at Arrow McLaren. So, you know, here we are. I mean, yeah, it took a lot. It wasn't easy, I can tell you, and we got a long road ahead to get Kyle completely up to speed, but Hendrick Cars is on board. I think they're going to be blown away with the experience as well, and Rick Hendrick's never been to the Indy 500, so can't wait to do the double with Rick and with Kyle next year. And, a lot of preparation to get everybody up to speed logistically as well as performance-wise, but the team has shown us already they're very well equipped. They got Tony Kanaan in the fourth car, and they're going to be ready. We want to make sure that Kyle's ready also.
Going to be absolutely fantastic to see them all there next year as well, especially from Jeff Gordon there giving us all the information as well. So fingers crossed, all will go well in terms of that. We'll keep off Comcams for a second because I believe Josh is just testing out his capture card as well. So we'll let him do that. Yeah, are you testing out your capture card?
I've got it working, but I'm trying to work out how to get it displayed on my TV and on the caps card at the same time.
HDMI splitter.
I need one of them, don't I? Yeah.
I do have a comment for... Sorry, Josh.
Go on, over to you, Tom. I'll you take it.
Yeah, I was going to comment on what Tony Cartwright said. Can you be compensated for broken windows or damage to your cars when a golf ball has hit your car? Now, I'm not a lawyer. It's not legal advice. But based on my studies, because I am taking law in college, although it's not... it's not high level of law. But according to English law, from my understanding of it, there's probably going to be someone in chat who goes, Tom's talking nonsense. And then I'll fail my exam. So, you know, basically, no, there is a very similar, well, it depends on factors. The case law says no. There was a case in England where a cricket ball was smashed for 6 and it hit someone's car. And basically, it's like, there's a lot of factors they take into account. So they take three or four factors into account, and they basically say, well, how likely was this happening? I mean, you said there's quite a lot. If it's happening a lot, well, if they've taken a reasonable amount of precautions, they can also say, well, there's a public benefit to having a golf driving range there. So no, possibly not. But you might have a case under English law if you can argue that actually it happens a lot and they haven't taken correct precautions. Again, not legal advice. just a comment.
Or getting out there, aren't you, as well, getting set to go. What's happening in the Discord? Because I'm getting several thousand pings coming through. Is that a Discord?
It's just me about technical stuff, which I was just about after the stream.
Ah, okay. I will get you those sorted out as well. Yeah.
It works, which is good.
Always good
And,
to work. They work, yeah.
Like, because of our internet problem, this is all I get. Like, please try your broadband and stuff like that.
Oh, you've got no TV pictures at
So
all?
it works. I don't have TV pictures. I'm using IndyCar.com/live, but
We can hear you. You don't need to do that with the mic.
box,
We can hear you fine.
Yeah, the comms box one's HD now, so that's good as well.
Yes, we fixed that as well, finally, with some
Yeah,
things as
but
well.
mine's HD as well, which will be able to be used throughout the year and more.
Comes in handy as well, especially when we need like comcams on, and it does take up a lot of resource on the MacBook as well for other series. So every now and then it just becomes a little bit of a pain. And Josh has got 2 computers as well, so you can always have his camera on.
You don't see it; it's an absolute mess. But there's a second laptop over there, which is good. I love it.
So basically, he'll have one like me, basically, when we're on comcam. So
Give you a little gist of it. That this is an L-shaped desk. I've got my main here, and then my secondary here, so I can swivel around it.
Ours is literally just 2. It's 3 tables basically. It's 2 in a normal big table in 2 parts, and a little table, and that's all we basically have. We were going to add more tables and a few more chairs, but we added a big chair as well.
Yeah.
We've got this one which we sit in as well, which if Jess is watching, yes, I've taken the cushion off for these, so I can have my back straight as well without my neck having a bit of a problem. But still such a comfy chair, this GTO Mega chair as well. And we've got the Barker Lounger. We've got a Barker Lounger in the commentary
and we
box.
can't say not sponsored for the GTO Mega Chair because it is sponsored.
It is sponsored GTO Mega on the PSGL channel, and a wonderful sponsorship it is as well.
I can personally not recommend Placey myself. So yeah, there you go. I'm not sponsored. I'm allowed to say competitors. I mean, Josh probably is as well, but I don't have to clarify anything. Yeah, so I ordered this Placey challenge to go along with my new direct drive thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank my nan for that. For inheritance. Anyway, on a lighter note, the 200 quid for that Placey thing, basically.
Is your nan still alive?
No.
Oh, right, that's why you've been saying about that. I thought what was going on. Oh, dear.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, that is what it is, but 189 quid for the Placey challenge, and it, the nan wardrobe is different nan, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so don't worry. Anyway, the Placey challenge, 189 quid. It's a deck chair. This if I pull it out, actually, you'll see my racing gloves are on there. Hopefully.
Oh yes, we see it. Oh God, don't drop your pedals.
So it's actually a deck chair. This isn't a seat. It's got a backing, but it's fabric.
Oh.
And it's not actually. It's just about. It is a deck chair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a deck chair with pipes on it. It cost £189
for a deck chair.
Don't get me wrong. This is what has sort of been confusing me. It's like I don't know whether to be annoyed and feel ripped off or be content because it's great.
That's a little bit like mine, actually. Fine.
It's a sturdy enough rig, and you know it shakes a little bit, but I've got direct drive wheel.
A little bit like mine.
Wheel, but it's like it's still a deck chair. I've still spent 200 quid on a deck chair. It's like I'm happy that I've got the product I wanted. I'm just not very happy that the product is priced like that. If it was 100 quid, right? Okay. If it was 75 quid, I'd actually be quite content. I'd be like, that's great value for money. But it's a deck chair.
Look, all I'm saying is, if you're watching the YouTube stream right now as well, I can go all the way back and go off camera with my GTO Mega chair as well. If I just lean back. Ready? Are we at my off screen? Yes, I am. There we are. I can just lay down completely flat and sort of do what James Hunt did and commentate on the race, looking up at the screen ever so slightly with my headset still on. In fact, I've got myself in a bit of a pickle now because I'm stuck. It's got launched onto the desk, so I've got to sort of push myself away from the desk. But that's one of the great things I love about this GT Omega chair. If I can get it back up, there we go. It's going to hit me now like a... Oh, there we go. Yes, there we go. So one thing I love about the GT Omega chair is the fact that you can just, if you want to, just lay down completely.
I'm gonna find a clip to show you after stream, Josh. It's one of the YouTubers which I watch, and he was doing a green screen video with his green screen and doing silly stuff, and he put his chair flat, and it wasn't working. So he turned around to look at it, bent over, and then it came up and went.
Yeah, that's never nice, is it? Especially when it hits you right in the face. I've had that happen once, and it nearly... Yeah, go on.
Fell off my chair the other day. So, it's, again, as with everything for me, it's slightly long. So you'll notice this lack of paint and wallpaper in my wall.
Yes.
This is caused by my desk. The eagle-eyed viewers amongst you who follow the content and law will know that I used to sit different camera. I used to sit over there.
Yeah,
so
you've moved. Yeah.
Forward, and now I'm on the other wall, so it's actually more convenient. I get more space and room space wherever I need. I can get the rig in. But yeah, so basically, I'm quite a leaner backer. I lean back a lot on my chair like this.
Yeah.
And obviously the wall was there, so obviously over 2 years of me leaning back, it's basically chipped away at the wallpaper. And I can fix it, and I will eventually. So yeah, and I lean back and obviously I used to be able to, because of the wall there, lean back quite far.
Oh yeah, now you haven't got.
No, I leant back and went straight into that window. So.
Well, you guys haven't seen it, but because it was off stream, but sometimes I will overhear. And then I lean back accidentally while wheeling, and I land over in the dog bed, which is beside me for the doggos.
I don't think I've seen that on stream yet. It might have happened once or twice, but I don't think it's happened. I'll tell you what.
I think it happened once, but you couldn't see it because I was sat down during like a course in our safety car when we were on the battle screen, and my camera was up there because I was standing.
Yes, I think that was the one I remember. Megan, I think, trumps us all here, though, gentlemen, because back when we were commentating and it wasn't going anywhere and we were doing a bit of filming as well, she was very much younger. She was like 6. No, hang on, what year is it? 2012. So 7. And then she did it again when she was 11. She was tiny compared to me. Tiny. So we used to stand her on a chair as well. And
this is going to go well.
Yeah, so we used to stand her on a chair so that the camera was the same level as me and her, because otherwise it would look ridiculous, a bit like Wallace and Gromit. And I once said to her, I had the microphone. I was once asking her a question, and mid-question, I turned around to the camera, and at the same time I turn around to the camera, Megan falls off that chair and just goes whoop, and straight down she goes.
Well, that used to happen to me, similar story at Villa Park, because obviously when you're quite, I used to sit in the upper hold end, and you'd obviously as a young kid, you'd stand on your chair to see, because everyone stands up. You know, Aston Villa, a very big football club, you'll stand up at the game. So standing up, and a couple of times, I used to go very often, so you know, it's a very rare occurrence. A couple of times, I'd sort of stand too far back on the seat, and I'd actually get my leg stuck, and the seat would collapse down. And I'd get my legs stuck in the seat, and that happened a couple of times. Yeah, you free yourself very easily, but yeah, there you go.
This has gone from the Indianapolis 500 practice to Tom ranting about golf for 15 minutes to the Dumb Ways to Die show.
Well, in fairness, we're blessed by the fact we've got a few graphics, and I'm not going to say there's not much happening, because we've got a lot of teams out there on the circuit right now. I think about 8 to 10 cars on the circuit, all in sort of train. And they're just getting used to traffic running, basically, and getting the fuel data. But in terms of who looks fast, there's not actually a lot of information for us to say, because it's traffic running at the end of the day. The fuel numbers are what they're trying to get. The fuel numbers, not just the fuel numbers, but their speed as well, of course. But it's easier for them to decide than for us. So really, at the moment, there isn't actually a great deal for us to comment on.
Yeah, the orders out there getting the long runs, as you were saying, Tom, and fingers crossed we'll hear shortly some more. Basically, the last hour is going to be absolutely mental, like it was yesterday as well. It's going to be pedal to the metal stuff. And we're seeing a replay now, actually, of some of the tow down the start-finish straight with Colton Herta. And round the outside came the number 7 of Alexander Rossi and swept it. So that's a very unusual move to take the outside line into 1. Usually it's a down-low move, isn't it, Tom? So that's a nice sort of slipstream there from Rossi.
It is, and now to the outside goes Scott Dixon. I think it is. No, he can't be. It's the McLaren. It was because they had Dixon the green arrow on.
Yeah.
Dixon and the car. He still does. It's Carlton Herta to the inside as well, down into turn 3. All very standard stuff at the moment. Actually, there's not a lot, as we said, to comment on. The drivers going back and forth. You can't really talk about average lap speed at the moment. You sort of just need to enjoy the spectacle of a lot of cars going around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which is impressive.
Seems to be the way we're going at the moment. What are you making of it all then, Josh, at the moment out there on the track?
Yeah, it's all just going smoothly right now. That's the 2 McLarens of Rossi and Rossi running together again today. A lot of drivers have been, even a lot of McLaren drivers have been running together today as well. And I'm being told the TV should be sorted on my end, so I'm going to open OBS up so I don't do anything on this camera and have a little look.
Fingers crossed, actually, that we're just sorting a few things out here as well, up here in the comms box, because we have changed the Discord to web-based at the moment as well. So apologise. Is that any better, guys? Is it a bit laggy, or is it okay now?
It was fun before.
Way better.
Yeah, but the main thing here is now, finally, the fact is that Tom won't be deafened when he starts talking.
That's ideal.
Yep, and Herta now taking Pillow in towards turn number 1 as well on the inside. Chambers has said, by the way, it's okay, I hadn't got my car fixed yet and I hit a deer, so I got it all of the insurance money. Were you eating rum and raisin ice cream at the time? I hope people get that. Yeah, Rick and Morty?
I
No?
didn't get it, but I just laughed a little bit, so you didn't look stupid.
Rum and raisin. Go on, Tom.
Carefully choosing my words. It's very big. I don't think I'm being too specific. We're living obviously in the wonderful Staffordshire. We've got the wonderful national treasure, Cannock Chase nearby. So,
Don't dox yourself again, Tom.
very used to, very used to having to avoid hitting deers in the cars. You know, I laugh because we were referencing an IndyCar broadcast a few weeks ago when I spoke about a motorway crash that happened near my house, and
yes,
got a bit too specific. I know Josh; he's probably already got my bloody address written down.
I've got you. I've got your address. I've got your postcode. I've got your house number.
Josh
everything.
Turner.
Oh, right.
I know what he's like.
He found the phone numbers, is it?
Just gonna DM it me.
Nah, come around knocking on the door as well the next time you're at a karting event. In fact, go on.
Good luck. I won't be there.
Do you know, there was one thing that's always crossed my mind. Why are footballers never burgled more often? Think about it.
They get burgled quite often.
I was going to say, yeah, because...
sort of every World Cup you get in.
Yeah, because you've got literally live images of where those people are, and everyone who lives in that house, you know where they all are. It's really bizarre.
Yeah, well...
And you have to have organised crime for that, and they just don't... They're bigger fish to fry, basically. If you're going to go to the point of organising a crime like that, you go for a bigger target.
What, then a footballer's house?
Yeah, like a bank.
Yeah, but
not advocating for either, obviously.
We've now gone from dumb ways to die to better places to rob.
Well, it may well be a dumb way to die.
Only if you do it in America. Oh dear.
Yeah.
I think I should play GTA after this commentary is over.
Right, guys, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna pop off for 5 minutes so I can restart my broadband router so I get TV pictures back.
That's all right. I think Tom was leaving soon anyway.
I will be back in for like 5 minutes.
Okay, Josh, no worries.
Right, I'm gonna leave the call. So
yeah, I've set it up. It's all right.
Cool.
Go on.
Awesome. Bye.
Well, I mean, I think you're starting to realise why I never came back yesterday, because this is how the sort of plans work with my uncle.
Just sort of get it.
There,
yeah.
You sit there with a plan. Yeah. So this is why the 10 o'clock I'll be back for last hour never really happened. But no, you had two people in Garbage Rock, so I didn't feel too bad.
Yeah,
I think I feel bad with three people with Josh, of course. I sort of count him as a pit lane reporter. But I think as long as someone's got two people at least in the commentary box, it's okay.
Yeah, we don't. Oh no, that radio message from Rossi just keeps cropping up and disappearing. Yeah, if we've got two in, we're fine. No Megan Birch though. She won't be here until the 500 day itself, as she focuses on her exams, of course, as well as all the action continuing to crap up there as well. And she'll be back with us from Monaco. And the main race as well. Jess was also going to be joining us for the IndyCar race. Sorry, IndyCar. The Formula 1 race this weekend as well. We've got a yellow flag out on the track, and I don't think that's scheduled because we have cars out there doing runs. So unless someone's had an accident, I'm not entirely sure because they're in the middle of a race simulation.
Someone's got to have had an accident or some debris or something.
Yeah, not hearing anything on the team communication radio.
I can't see anyone on my pictures. We're slow either, so.
Yeah, neither can I.
It's not our first yellow of the day. Does anyone recall one, even for a track inspection?
We did have one, yes.
We did have,
yeah,
oh,
we had one earlier. Yeah,
that's right.
Yellow flag is out, and we're not sure why.
Times where no one chose to go out
Usually
as well.
a time to pit.
Yeah.
To choose one if it is a track inspection or something like that.
I think there's debris.
In the second full day of practice.
My concern here would be the fact that they're not showing it.
Yeah, we'll not see anything. No.
Everyone is in the pits, so no one has crashed.
Yes.
We know that much.
Yeah, everyone has come back into pit lane, so nobody has crashed out on the track. So what this yellow is must be for debris. I don't think it's a track inspection. We would have got information on that as well coming up in the box. Let's check in with NBC and see if they've got anything. Don't think they know either, actually.
That's the Takuma Sato car, and there's the two-time winner.
IndyCar doesn't question these things. It's just sort of
multiple time winners. Elio.
Yeah, that's true. They never ask why, do they? They just always say, yeah, okay. No message. Now, one thing with the new IndyCar app that I really hate is the fact that we used to get the race control message. The old app was brilliant. Why they changed it, I do not know. But we used to have the ability to see race control messages, and we used to know why these yellows used to come out. Now we don't, and it's very frustrating as well.
I love how the WEC app changes its branding every sort of month towards the end of May every year.
Yeah.
So I'm scrolling through my phone and suddenly the 24 Hours on Le Mans app turns up on my phone,
Yeah.
even though it's WEC.
Exactly the same happens to me. I was like, when did I download that? I was like, oh yeah. Oh, Josh is back.
I didn't know that. But yes, well.
Cautions out then here at the Brickyard, we believe, for debris, and now they're going to do a track inspection. Weird time to call it, as Tom said, because they were right in the middle of a race simulation run, so I suppose it helps them, but we have that yellow, and we have that delay now to proceedings. We understand this will be a 10-minute procedure as well, so that's always fun. So we'll hand you over to IndyCar Radio for a few minutes while we get everything sorted.
I'll go eat my tea as well.
Yes, we shall hand over for 5 minutes and hand over to IndyCar Radio.
That is actually a common country that we get here. And then we've had someone from Spain and then also from England.
You know, it's interesting. A couple of years ago, my wife's family is from Germany, and we spent the day at the Hockenheim ring. Mm-hmm. And I happened to run into two fellow Americans there who were over there doing some work for the military. But But once people figured out my connection to this place, I mean, it was, unbeknownst to them, they thought I was a celebrity, but I'm really not. But it was interesting about how quickly people connected to the Indianapolis 500 from all over the world.
It really is the city's, identity and what we're known for, and very proudly so. I mean, what a great thing for us to be known for across the world. This is truly an international event, an international, the speedway, everything that we have here, and it's one of the things that we like to be able to celebrate and share with our visitors from all over to the museum.
Now, tomorrow we're going to be happy to have Jason Van Sickle with us, and you talk about a historian. I mean, it's a passion of his, huh? Yeah, I like to try to trick him, but he always still has an answer. He, I joke with him that he's never wrong, but he really has such a breadth and a depth knowledge of not only just the history of the space, but even what's going on today and the current. But he was really the person who pushed for that 1956 exhibition that you talked about. He really wanted to kind of tell that story of where we came from, talk about the early cars that we had in our collection, that we still have in our collection, and really kind of educate people on the early days of the museum, and that was him. That's all his idea and his work. Well, before we let you go, one more time, introduce folks to the new president of the museum and all the exciting things that he has planned. Absolutely. Joe Hale's our president of the museum. He has been with us for just a little over 2 years, and really what he has done is he's inspired the staff to look at things differently, to try to do more, to offer different types of exhibitions. That's where we have things like the 1956. The current exhibition we have, Second, is a great example too of how we were able to kind of tell stories of the Speedway and of the Indy 500 in a different way. We also are doing more exhibitions a year than we've ever done before. We've had 7 within the last 13 months. So just really kind of pushing the programming and having us engage on the education and the community side even more. And I think we're really seeing it. Our attendance is higher, our membership's higher, and we're just really pleased with how well things are going. One more time, membership info and also hours and admission throughout the month of May. IMSmuseum.org, and we are open every day while you're out here at the track, so please come by and see us. All right, all the membership information can be found at that website. We have enjoyed this relationship that began fairly recently, and we hope that it continues to grow, and it's a mutually beneficial one for sure. Well, thank you so much. We agree. We love being able to come out here and share what we have going on, and I know Luke was a lot of fun yesterday, and you're going to have even more fun with Jason tomorrow. Look forward to it. Thank you very much. Kara Covert-Prey. Caution on the course. Preparations continue for the 107th Indianapolis 500 here at the world's greatest race course.
Miss a broadcast? Listen on Spotify or at IndyCarRadio.com.
Only the best athletes get to start the greatest spectacle in racing.
Drivers, start your race.
It's time for NTT IndyCar Series qualifying for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500.
If this track had rails, Scott Dixon would be riding them.
Lap number 4 in the books for Scott Dixon, 233.726. The 4-lap average is fast enough. He will start on pole for the...
Listen live this Saturday on this IMS Radio Network station.
Every lap, every session, every race. The IndyCar app, powered by NTT Data, is available for free to fans worldwide. Climb on board with in-car cameras, follow along with live timing and scoring, or check out exclusive content. Download the app today in the App Store or Google Play.
How is your car payment treating you? What if I told you you could make a free phone call right now and reduce your car payment by as much as $83 a month? Look at your car payment closely. You could be paying as high as 20% interest. Rate Genius can help you reduce your car payments by reducing your interest rate to as low as 2.48% APR. We can refinance most existing car loans or leased cars, new or used, and save you money every month. Put more money back in your pocket. The call is free to find out how low we can lower your car payment. 5 minutes of your time right now could save you hundreds of dollars a year. Call Rate Genius now.
800-494-8148. 800-494-8148. 800-494-8148. That's 800-494-8148.
Not all applicants qualify for a loan or rate savings. Actual offer terms, including APR, are determined at the time of your application based on creditworthiness, value of the vehicle, loan term, and other factors.
Jake Query, along with Mark James, here in the Media Center
the Sid Collins broadcast booth for practice for the 107th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. Chris Pollock, Sam Rumsa joining us as well behind the scenes. The countdown to this year's Indy 500 does, in fact, continue. Stream each day and every episode of 100 Days to Indy on the CW app and watch 100 Days to Indy Episode 4 tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern on the CW. To recap in terms of the activity today, we are under our second caution about 3 minutes before we go back to a green flag. That's for a track inspection. Marcus Ericsson, the fastest speed of the day, 229.607 miles an hour. As we take a look at the activity as it may be getting underway here, Nate, you've been taking a look at one of the teams that perhaps could try to flex its muscle when it comes time for the pole, but they haven't necessarily shown the top-notch speed just yet, talking about Team Penske.
Yeah, exactly, Jake, and that was really my exact thoughts. We heard from Ryan talking to Kyle Moyer a little bit earlier about some of the process they're going through. All three cars, of course, under the yellow coming into pit road right now. The highest ranking Penske Chevrolet is the number 2, Joseph Newgarden, sitting in 15th at this point in time. He and Scott McLaughlin both on track, came in under yellow. No changes to either of those cars. They're just polishing away on Newgarden's number 2 shell car. They had the cowling off momentarily on Scott McLaughlin's Pennzoil machine, but that's back on. No significant changes there. And then Will Power was actually about to get on track for the first time in this late afternoon session, right when that yellow flag came on. He had just gotten his helmet and Hans device on, was climbing into that cockpit. So Will Power getting ready to go back out on track. Right now, Penske's no significant thrashing on the race car, no significant changes under this yellow, but their pace certainly is not exactly where you'd maybe expect them, of course, to be, but that's somewhat been the story with this team the last couple years.
Interesting. Appreciate the information because, Mark, when you look at the speed charts a minute before we go back to green here, and those Penske cars that we are so accustomed to seeing them, of course, running up towards the front. But you take a look down, Joseph Newgarden, 15th fastest at 225.625 in terms of his mileage per hour. Scott McLaughlin is 22nd right now at 224.548, his fastest lap. However, McLaughlin, the one thing that he does have going for him is the fact that he has the fastest 4-lap average in terms of those, because he went out earlier and did kind of a qualifying simulation, if you will. Will Power does have the fastest non-tow speed at 224.283 miles an hour. So perhaps without any sort of traffic around, the Penske cars are pretty good, but we shall see what we shall see. One thing we know for certain is that it is impossible to know exactly how much everybody has at this point, because they might be holding back just a little bit. Back to green flag as the track opens back up with just over 2 hours remaining here in this session. 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining for cars to go out and take to the green track and practice for the Indy 500.
It's fascinating to just, first of all, the pressure these teams are under, Jake, given the forecast for tomorrow, I think the latest that I have seen indicates that there's a fairly decent chance for rain around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's probably going to stick around a while. Now, while certainly there is a fair amount of disappointment in that, for all intents and purposes, everything that I have seen indicates that Saturday and Sunday.
And welcome back. We've got an interview straight down then on the wall that we've got to go over to with NBC.
All right, we're back to green. Let's go to Dylan. And Renus VK about ready to climb back in the Ed Carpenter Racing 21. You've done some traffic runs today. How do you feel about your race car in those scenarios?
Yeah, car feels really good. Bit now car is fast. We're still changing a lot of stuff. We're making progress, so it's good to have a 3-car team this month, so we can get a lot of work done, but no, so far so good.
Ed is always fast here, that 3rd car. What does he bring to the team just from an experience standpoint of kind of knowing what direction you guys need to go early in the week to get the cars where you want them for this weekend in qualifying?
Yeah, of course, it's a lot of experience, so he's a very valuable asset in the team. He still helps me out a little bit, and he just has so much experience. So it's nice to have him here, and it's nice to keep learning.
Absolutely, he'll do some more learning here as he gets ready to go back out in that Bitnile car.
Scott McLaughlin has shown good pace today, as all the Penskes have, running in their own. On their own in qual sims. Now it is full race running.
Yep, so everyone's out there pushing as hard as they possibly can, and we are all set as well Tom Dillon has left the commentary box as well. Hopefully he should be back soon, if all goes well. So joining me in the comms box once more is Josh. Hi Josh, all ready to go?
It works. It works. I'm not going to touch anything, but it works.
What, the mics and everything?
No, the capture card. Next time we go on the battle cam and go down to NBC or IndyCar Radio, I'll switch it over.
Nice.
And show you.
At least everything always works as well going forward.
But I need to get a HDMI splitter, which should come tomorrow as well. So a lot of stuff changed since last week's session.
Yeah, we've got this weekend to sort it as well. I've just had a slice of cake in that little break, but with some strawberries, and it's burnt my lips. I'm allergic to things like that. Not strawberries, but like high acidic sugar things. It makes my lips burn, so that's quite nice.
Are you good?
I should be. I've ordered some new water.
Good. Casper Neves, 4-time Indy 500 winner, and he's down in 33rd out of 34th on the fast lap speed, Josh.
Yeah,
so I don't think he's going for fast. I think he's going for long.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you there. I really hope he's not going to be in bump day. Let's listen to the cars.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Right, the back straight away as well, coming into the braking zone. Hopefully we'll find an intro for next year as well over the top. Oh, here they go again. 220 mile an hour through that corner as well. Flat out as they come across the line then. 2 hours, 10 minutes to go of the 6-hour stream here. The 6-hour test session we've got going on. We're into the race runs now. Here they come again. Fantastic as they're down the back straight away through turn 3 and then coming towards turn number 4. The sights and speeds that we have here as well. There's a few fans in. I think there's about 1,000 fans sort of packing in, but considering that this stadium as well as a grandstand capacity that's always filled out for the 28th, we can't wait to see what it's going to be like. This place only really turns into an amphitheatre when we have every single seat in the house filled, and that is coming on May 28th as well. All the streams, by the way, are now up for IndyCar this week and next. They're up on the JB Motorsports YouTube page, and they're also up on USLN as well, so you always know when we are going to be on. Every time there's a track green with cars on it, we are there covering as well. On board with Simon Pagenaud into turn number 1. Takes a low line, continues to push through. Lifts ever so slightly, but then back on the accelerator as they take it through. Herta's P10, 226.752 mile an hour. Pagenaud been told to come into the pit lane as well, and he's all clear to do so. And Dixon comes in alongside him as well, so that leaves at the front. We've got Newgarden coming in there as well. He's on the attack. I can see him as well. We've got McLaughlin, and then we've got, I believe, looking on the driver tracker to see who's in front of the 2 at the moment. I'm afraid I can't quite tell by the TV pictures. Here they come through. Yeah, Josh, can you tell who it is ahead of Newgarden at the moment? I can't get a clear picture. I think it's... I can't quite tell us.
Newgarden.
Yeah, Newgarden now being passed by McLaughlin.
In fact, it would be either the 06 or the 60.
So they go once again on board with Daly at the back of this little battle as well, watching on and closing in. I've got the 3 and the 2, but I can't tell who's where on the circuit at the moment. The 8's coming to the pit lane as well. That's Marcus Ericsson, who's currently the fastest.
I'm trying to have a look at the splitters, by the way, and I'm trying so hard not to get a switcher, but a splitter.
Oh, yeah, the switchers are terrible. Give me a second and I'll find the right one. I'll find the right one that I've got and send it to you.
Yeah, well, while you do that, on board with Connor Daly now, currently third with the fast lap speed of a 228.215 as well. 2 hours and 7 minutes and 30 seconds now as well. And I believe the car that you were talking about, Josh, was the 06 of Castroneves as well. I think I saw there as well. Connor Daly doing good as well. VK's out in that train as well. Newgarden and VK. Talking about VK, Newgarden going down low onto the inside, past VK even before you got into the corner of the bank, and I believe that was at turn 3 as well, as Newgarden comes across. Exit of turn 4 on the accelerator as well, down across the yard of bricks as well, but looks like the number 7 of Alexander Rossi is also in that train as well. He's currently 7th with a 227.713 as well, but a lot of train, a big train, a lot of cars in there as well. Colton Hurst has joined the back of it as well, and there is Will Power also, who is near the back of the train, second to last as well in the train, which has formed around the Indianapolis 500, Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well. 232, 235, 236 miles per hour as he goes across the line.
So Power crossing it as well at full speed. He's in the tow now as well as they come back down the rear straight away, looking absolutely close.
I was actually looking at that, by the way. That one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Comes with a cable as well, so it helps things.
Amazing.
A little bit of speed. Power coming through with on board with Will Power, having the name completely apt as he attacks through.
The amount of willpower jokes I've made this season, and it won't be the last, I can tell you that as well. But yeah, I can get that HDMI splitter tomorrow if I order within 5 hours and 5 minutes, which is good as well. But we'll do that after the session. Main focus on Colton Hurst now on board, if you're watching along with us as well. Currently going 232 miles per hour as he goes into the turn 3 banking, I do believe that was. Someone pulling into the pit lane as well on the side there. Yeah, Connor Daly has left the train as well. Let's see how fast Colton Hurst goes across the line. 236 also. Colton Hurst hits 236 going down the front stretch as well.
Faster than Formula 1 cars as they get into the tow as well. This is the speed they'll be running in the Indy 500 as well, over 230 miles an hour as well being the average speed. Hurt is back down, coming down pit road, but I think several other cars are coming in as well, so I wonder if he might stay out now. He's committed to the entry of pit road as well, as we've got the tow going on. Several cars out there on the track. Sato, Rossi, Canaan, Rosenquist, Power, Canapino as well. Follow then Carpenter and VK are out there circulating. 2 hours and 4 minutes to go of this second practice session out on the track. It is practice 4 in total, but we lost day 1's practice 1 and 2 running due to the weather. So technically this is practice 4, but it's also practice 2 because it gets complicated. Just say it's practice 4, but the second on track running as they come through. Here's the Argentine livery for Agustin Canapino as well, as he watches in the back of Will Power, who's chasing down, I believe, it looks to me like Newgarden just ahead of him. Yes, I think it is. Thought we might be hearing some team radio. Nothing from the radio side of things, well, that I can hear of anyway.
No, I'm just gonna do that.
Nothing also from Peacock either on their commentary stream. So I wonder if they're having an issue or they're just listening to Will Power as he attacks the track as well. 3-3.
Yeah.
Turn 4.
Always
yeah,
a
go on.
possibility as well, but nearly 2 hours away from the end as it approaches 9 p.m. in the UK, and I believe it is 4 p.m. in Indianapolis as well.
Yep. So it would be 2 hours away from the end of the action.
Definitely didn't extend and stall so I could get my World Clock app up on my phone. Definitely not. That couldn't be me.
I need one of those Elgato Stream Decks as well. Oh. Nope, no
They're
radio.
so good for controlling OBS as well. You know how you have all of your
Flags.
keybinds on your keyboard for red flag, yellow flag?
Yep.
You can scrap that and put it on the Stream Deck.
Perfect. I can just have red, yellow,
And
PSC
it
on.
is a tiny box as well, and it's got quite a long cable, so you can walk around with it in the comms box.
Oh, perfect. I can put it in front of the bus mixer as well.
Yeah. You can, and it comes with a stand as well. And you can angle it many ways, but if you want to walk around with it in the comms box, you can.
I need one. It's better than having this, especially with all the hotkeys for scene changes as well. Because you can have
and also
loads of
you
different
could be,
layouts,
like,
can't
doing
you?
other stuff.
Yeah, you can have a layout, yeah. So it's all the setup changes, everything, and have everything programmed in, like changing from 2 commentators to 3 commentators.
One,
With the press of a button would be amazingly easy. Because right now we have to go through and do it all via. If I showed you, you've seen the OBSs as well. They are an absolute mess.
I've seen how chaotic your OBS is, and I don't even want to know what it will be like when I get mine set up.
Very difficult when we get on.
But I will set it up on my Stream Deck as well, so it'll be
well, we'll get that sorted soon
easier.
as well.
Yeah.
Like the touring
I've got
cars.
a couple of touring cars qualifying.
Yeah, because they're all blocked up as well. I think Croft is one as well. I think it's coming up. Alton Park.
You have
always.
no idea what you have just done, Josh.
What, Lev? You have control of the qualifying? No, you're fine.
No.
What?
My friend is a developer for a game on Roblox called Blocked Up, and there's a song, and one of the songs is "We've All Been Blocked Up."
I didn't know that. Yeah, but to be fair, you're fine. You'll be fine.
They'll be fine.
You can take the commentaries to the qualities, you're fine.
Yeah. I mean...
We'll get you a guest. We won't just let you be on your own. We'll get you a guest, though. But you've got the expertise.
I'm just having fun. I've got a button to stop and start my virtual camera on my Discord.
Oh, yeah.
So this is what I control the Discord.
He says that as he keeps leaving
if you
it
talk,
out.
that goes green.
Yeah.
It's really cool. And then
I can't see it going green. It's like you're freezing.
Stops going red.
Yeah,
Like,
you're freezing a little bit. Your internet.
am I?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, your internet was just
Hello.
catching up. Hello.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like an on-air.
Oh, I see.
sign,
Yeah.
But for my
For all of us. Yeah, I get what you mean.
virtual camera. But yeah, anyway, enough of that. 1 hour, 59 minutes left as well. We have passed the 4 hour mark. I think there's a little bit of delay as well on the Discord.
For who? Yeah, no. You were delayed a little bit, but I think you've caught up now. Yeah. There's
There we
power.
go. Awesome.
I think it was just your
that was
internet.
a big dive.
Yeah, that is going to be I believe, coming to the pit lane, Ryan Hatteray, and Agustin Canapino is coming in too from the back half of the circuit. Marco Andretti's dived in as well a few seconds ago. See you for Saturday. See you on Saturday for practice 6. Can't wait, says Adam as well. What time is practice 6? Let's have a quick look.
Have a look if you want.
Can't remember when it was scheduled now. Practice 6. Got it now. 1:30. Yep. See you for practice 6, Adam. Can't wait. I was going to say, because we're not in the first hour of qualifying.
No.
Because, the first half hour is qualifying. Myself and you, Josh, because we're covering
it's
the
the
touring cars.
classic normal
Yeah, touring cars.
touring car qualifying, not the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, it's just the classic normals. That's 30 minutes at least at Snetterton, and that will be at 3:40. We'll be on air 3:40. It starts at 3:45. So then that takes us to at least 4:30 to finish the commentary. So the opening of the qualifying will be taken by USRN before I get to the commentary box as well. And we swap over.
Yeah.
I think we're doing a double up. I've yet to find out. I think I'll be joining their call, and like now, it'll be like that. Although I'm not sure. I think I can't remember if they joined me or we joined them.
I've had a look at the timing screens, and I've just noticed something.
Yeah.
Felix Rosenqvist, the first driver today, and I believe the first driver across the first 2 days to have 100 laps done in one session.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes. Felix Rosenqvist has done Indianapolis 100 times today.
Megan has just... I've just been reminded how I am doing the USRN commentary and the JB Motorsports commentary at the same time. I will be joining them, but I'll be commenting to them on a tie mic. So that way there'll be 2 different bus mixers in play.
Basically one of these.
Yeah. So I'll be wearing a tie mic alongside my headset, basically, and that'll be going to the little bus mixer. As well. So there'll be 2 different feeds going in, basically.
Will you be the king of microphones again?
Yes, I'll be wearing a little tiny tie mic. It'll look quite funny.
I'll put it in the general chat as well.
Yeah. Well, where is that
clip
one?
that I got from your stream.
Well, hang on. I'm wearing a headset, and I've got one microphone here that's a backup mic, and then I've got our normal presentation microphone up here. So there's 2. There's a wireless mic around here somewhere, if it's not back in the house, and then this headset's galore.
Are you getting all the microphones together?
Yeah, but I've got a normal one at the moment that we use as a backup mic in case our headsets aren't on. We need to talk. Oh, I've got this one as well, actually. The one that I use the Grid Network shows and all the voiceovers, our radio microphone that you've got, the boom mic. That's up there as well. But yeah, we'll get it sorted. All fine. So yeah, I'll be. I need that tie mic that you've got hold of. I need that one as well, actually.
This was £7.
Yeah.
You literally won't believe it. It's so good.
It's so good. Yeah, I need one of those. But yeah.
I can send you the link.
Yes. Yeah.
If you want.
So fingers crossed that's going to work. The whole thing actually is. I might have to join the stream call twice, effectively as well, to see if that works. But still, less than 2 hours to go then here in the session. And I'll tell you what, we haven't heard from them for a while, so let's cross over to NBC and get their thoughts on the action so far.
Different way. I remember back in 2012, the first year of this car, the first year of this engine configuration, all throughout practice and qualifying, the Chevrolet's absolutely dominant over the Hondas. Then come race day, there was a significant swing in temperature, in barometric pressure, and humidity, and the Honda engineers just had it figured out better for those conditions. And in the race, by far, the Honda had a huge advantage and finished, well, certainly finished up top. They won the race. I think they were 1, 2, 3, maybe even 1, 2, 3, 4. So it can all just depend. There's so many variables that go into getting the speed out of an Indy car around the speedway, and you need them all to be perfect on the day for you. At the time you're qualifying, at the time that you're racing, luck, in a sense, does play a big part in it, which is such a tough pill to swallow when so much preparation, so much effort goes into making these cars what they are, putting these teams together. The thought of a gust of wind or a bit of cloud cover having that big of an effect on the outcome of your race or your day in qualifying, it's a tough pill to swallow, but again, it's what makes Indy so special, what makes it just so difficult to not just be good here, but definitely to be consistently good here. But that's definitely what we've seen out of Chip Ganassi Racing the last few seasons. See, you look at Alexander Rossi here, just trying to time this properly. I believe that was Scott McLaughlin making a pass in front of him. That slowed those cars down. He had to do a big lift in 3, but you want to time it right to be able to be on the throttle through turn 4. There he goes by Takuma Sato. But he's got Helio Castroneves right on his tail. in the 0-6, the 4-time champion of the Indianapolis 500. So another quick look at that. You see, top of your screen, Rossi pulls out on Sato, and he thinks about fading back and then realizes he's got a white and hot pink car in his mirror. Doesn't want Elio getting on the inside that late.
Captain with you.
And look at Elio, had a huge head of steam, but that was late. If he had kept his foot in it, that could have been a disaster. Scott McLaughlin on Stingray Robb. Stingray doing a great job getting up to speed, getting comfortable. Got a decent time. He's 13th on the charts right now.
I like that car. It's a little bit different scheme, a little more red popping on top of the Biohaven paint scheme, mostly green and white. There it is, third and shot behind the yellow Submarine. Looks a little bit different than we've seen in the prior NTT IndyCar Series races.
Great to see both him and teammate David Malukas thereabouts. Malukas in P17 right now, so Dale Coyne Racing keeping up the track record of having quick cars here at the Speedway.
So if you're one of those at the bottom of the pylon we see there's the rookie tracker. We'll get to one of the people I was going to talk about with 33 spots for 34 cars. You always have to look at that end. And rookie R.C. Enerson, the 34th today. Still new program. The general feeling was that everything yesterday went awesome. I didn't expect them showing any kind of speed on day one. So you have to be inside their garage to really know what the program is at this point. Can you learn anything the rest of the day just to find ultimate speed, or is this still just going to be about race running and no other choice the rest of the day?
I mean, you can always learn something. It's not going to be qualifying setup necessarily, but you can learn things about ultimate speed. There are some mechanical things that you can do that you don't need to be running in clean air necessarily to see if it was a gain in speed. We talked about some of these yesterday, some of the mechanical components that you work really hard on these Speedway cars to just reduce rolling friction, let the car move not just through the air but along the ground as seamlessly and smoothly as possible. So yeah, there's always stuff to learn, especially for a new team like that. Every time you're on the racetrack, every lap you're running, there's the opportunity to learn something.
But as you get to Thursday, and if you are down at the bottom, you start wondering and worrying just a little bit. And it's going to be one of the big stories this weekend. Who can avoid the last row shootout and which 33 are in the race? Connor Daly picked up some speed running in this pack here recently, up to third quick, 228.2. And also, want to make note of one of the events that Connor is going to be involved in. I'm going to be involved in. Hinch always makes an appearance as well. The Burger Bash is back. The Prime 47 Burger Bash is coming up Monday. Now, it's presented by Prime 47, but it's not at Prime 47 downtown. Make note, they're coming to us. It's at the USAC building, so 16th and Georgetown, just across the street. There's a practice here Monday afternoon, 1 to 3. There's an opportunity, by the way, also to still buy tickets to watch another podcast, Off Track with Hinch and Rossi. Go to Hinch's Twitter for that. They'll be doing that after the practice. And then you meander over across the street to the Burger Bash, where we'll have a lot of fun. I'm hearing well over a dozen drivers are going to be joining. And the reason I touched on Connor is that he's going to be doing his podcast with Joey Molinaro, Speed Street, with our buddy Dale Jr.'s company. He'll do that from 6:15 to 6:45. I'll do my radio show with Kurt Cavan live from 7 until 8, and we will raise money for the IU Simon Comprehensive Cancer Center, which is a wonderful asset to our community. One of 53 comprehensive cancer centers in the nation, which is a special designation. Second year we've done it in this format, and it'll be fun.
It sure will. I'm excited. I'm excited to come by. It's always a good time, Kev, and like you say, we'll be coming over straight from the recording of Off Track in the Tower Terrace Suites, and then heading over to Burger Bash, bugging Joey and Connor, and here he is, leading this pack. This is where Connor's the most comfortable here at the Speedway, out front. Him and Rinus VK swapping the lead a bunch a few years back. last year.
He knows this view the last 2 years.
Last 2 years.
Connor has led. He led a lot of laps 2 years ago, and what has he said? A tire falling out of the sky is what ruined his chance to win the race. He jokes about it, but that's got to be painful.
For sure. He's got a best start here in 9 races of 11th. That was back in 2019. Best finish was last year, finished 6th. Great run for him. He's led 47 laps at the Speedway in his career, nearly a quarter of an Indy 500.
Yeah, all action coming through. Love listen to the cars as they're beginning their race runs once again. Connor Daly also in position as well, just catching up a few at the back. Team Ganassi look strong, says Tony Kart Racer as well. I completely agree with you. Looking so strong at the moment as well. Look at that, Indy laps as well. Laps led for active drivers. Dixon has led 665 laps. Canal 352. Cashnevis 325, Pagano 169, Hunter Ray 163, Carpenter 146, 144 for Power and Andretti as well. Rossi on 77 and Daly 47. Taking a photo of that actually. So if the Oracle's listening, Matthew Owens as well, I'm hoping that that's a stat I can have for you. Let's go down to Michael Andretti on the pit wall.
Right now, we did a couple of qualifying sims this morning, which we seem to be right in there with the best of them, so we're pretty happy with that. So we're just now trying to get the cars comfortable, because the only other time we'll be able to do this now will be on Monday. So it's an important time right now.
Kyle Kirkwood obviously is a new addition to the group this year, but what has he brought to the table during the month of May here as far as getting him up to speed and everything?
Kyle's been great. He's been a great addition. He's already been a part of the family before, because he drove for us in Indy Next Series. So no, he's been a great addition, and everybody likes him. They all get along. So that's great.
All right, Colton Herter, I believe, or actually no, it was one of the other cars. That was one of the Aero cars pulling away here. We'll let Michael get back to it, as a couple of his cars are on the racetrack.
VK backs off a bit, lets McLaughlin go by to chase down Joseph Newgarden.
It's funny, it looks more manic on track than it really is. There's only 7 cars on track. They're all running in this group here. It's Tony Kanaan coming out of the pits to join them, make it 8. But you're watching these pictures and it seems like there's action all over the place. But really, it's a fairly small group for what we're going to see, I think, pretty soon here. Usually when you get to about 4:30, hour and a half to go in the day is when you start to see the teams all roll out onto pit lane. The cars sit there for a little bit longer than normal as they fill the tanks up. You can't use the race fuel nozzle during practice. You use a different system, so it takes quite a bit longer to get the full 18.5 gallons in. And so you'll look up and down and you'll start seeing cars fuel up, and that's when other teams think, okay, well, we better start fueling up, because there's a big group run coming here, and that's going to be coming pretty soon.
So if you're David Malukas there in that black and white car, 4th in line, this is a great opportunity, because you're running with people that expect to be able to win the race and start up front. You've got McLaren and Penske, Carpenter right in front of you there.
And they're all now in the slipstream battles, which is exactly where they need to be, as they head down the back straightaway, pushing on hard as well through 1 and 2. Swear our bus mixes aren't working. We try and hear them and they go quiet. We try and turn them up, they go thingy. So I swear there's like some sort of issue. Anyway, coming back to with you, Josh, what have you made so far of the action out on track today? You on mute? Discord mute.
Use or nothing, hello.
Yes, what have you made of the session so far today?
Yeah, it's been really, really good. I should have the HDMI splitter tomorrow as well, but that's for another day as well. But Ericsson still on top, 229.607 as well, but Dixon's also entered the 229s as well with 229.186. Looks like McLaughlin has left the train and is going into the pit lane, while Rosenquist is leading.
Kanaan came in a few seconds ago as well. Lewis as well in the chat says, Vamos Agustin Caneo as well. Go, go, go. Agustin Canapino though as well going through. And he is currently, if you look at it, he's currently 14th fastest for Young Cost Racing, 226.299
Been a lot
mile
of
an hour.
support for Canapino.
Really
These
has.
last couple of days.
Yeah, the Argentine driver as well looks absolutely fantastic as well. There's a lot of huge support as the rookie comes in as well. Surprised that he hadn't had to do the, because of the rookie orientation program, Stingray Rob should have had to do it, but because of the rain, because they both did the open test a few weeks ago in April, they don't have to do it, so they're fine. They do not have to do any more, so that's perfectly okay. So he was able to just enter the 500 normally, plus he ran at Texas as well, so it's all good there.
Yeah, that's good as well, but no toe speeds today as well. Will Power, he's got a lot of power in that car as well with 224.283, but behind him is McLaughlin. 300ths of a mile per hour separate those two. 224.283 for Power, 224.253 for McLaughlin as well. VK's in third. Simple will be happy about that.
And
that's
Rosicrest passing Ed Carpenter.
Yeah.
Straight into turn one on the inside line, down low, nicely done, to practice some of the qualifying manoeuvres. Love that shot, just here in the cars. On board.
Yeah, so good.
On board with the 78 of Augusto Canapino. So here he is on board now. You can hear his car. Into turn 3 and 4. Takes an ultra down low approach as well as he begins the toe down towards turn number 1. Mega impressed with Augustin this weekend, as many people have been as well, running with the Argentine livery as well on the front of the car. The typical light blue and white stripes of the Argentine football shirt. Did Argentina win the World Cup? I can't remember. I think they did.
They did.
Yeah, I thought so, yeah. I was commentating on that, and I couldn't remember if they did win or not.
Yeah. But, yeah. Of course, Canapino's car in the Argentine livery as well. It's a really nice livery, isn't it, Josh?
Really is.
235 miles per hour down the front straight as well.
It also means we can easily spot him down on the track as well. He's the only one with it. So bringing back the World Cup of Motorsport theme as well, where back in A1 GP we used to have it. Let's go down and hear from Chip Ganassi.
You've been here kind of on the premises, but now you're back here on the timing stands. So what do you think so far? What do you see this year?
You know, guys are doing, some guys are doing race runs. Some guys are doing qualifying runs. I mean, and, we're just out there trying to get a feel for, different conditions, when we're in traffic. I mean, mostly today concentrating on running in traffic.
Do you have any sense yet for qualifying? I know that, obviously tomorrow they turn the boost up and really find out what happens on Fast Friday, but everybody I've talked to says you're the class of the field again this year. You feel good about it?
Yeah, I don't know. Like everybody says those kind of things, and, you and I know, Nate, we've been here a long time. You got changing conditions all the time. The teams have to keep up with the changing conditions, and, every day's a new day when you show up here.
How pleased are you with the addition of Takuma Sato and how that driver chemistry is working so far this month?
Yeah, so far so good. He has obviously, when you bring a two-time winner on the team, he brings something to the team, and it's good. We're learning from him, and he's learning from us.
All right, thanks, Chip. Good luck.
Five-time Indianapolis 500 starter as a driver back in the 80s. He finished as high as 8th in the Indy 500. Getting a little bit busier now, but still less than a dozen or so on track.
Well, one thing I'm wondering is we've been told by IndyCar that we have a track inspection coming at 4:45, about 20 minutes. So the teams will have been given that information as well. I wonder if a lot of teams are waiting rather than going out at 4:30, which is kind of a traditional time to start doing these group runs and then knowing it's going to be interrupted, waiting, being ready after that 4:45 track inspection is complete to get out there with a lot of cars. So yeah, we're seeing 10 cars on track now, but I bet if we wait for the green flag 5 minutes or so after that 4:45 track inspection, we see a lot more cars pour out onto the racetrack.
Back downstairs to Dylan.
We caught up with Kyle Moyer, strategist for Scott McLaughlin. Just pulled a set of sticker Firestones on, but getting ready to do some more traffic running. Have you been pleased with what you've learned so far in a pack with your car?
Yeah, we'll do some more traffic running here. I mean, the car's pretty good. We might put them a little bit deeper in the pack and see how it is. We've been using used tires up that we had left over from this morning, so this is the first time they got in sticker, so I think the car's pretty well balanced. So we just want to be a little bit more in traffic and see if we can work our way through like we've been doing.
What about just big picture? I know that Team Penske as a whole always trying to get better here. Where do you feel like you guys are at relative to everybody else? It's hard to tell, I know, but where do you feel like you're at? Is it an improvement from last year?
I reserve the right to not say a word because, I mean, yeah, I think we're okay, but, you know, I don't know. Saturday when everybody's got their gloves off, then we'll actually find out.
All right, thank you, Kyle.
I get it.
So, 1 hour 30 to go. Now, Josh is with us still in the comms box. We've just been told track inspection will be in around about 17 minutes, at 45 minutes past the hour. So we are going to have that to contend with once again. But I suppose that'll be the last one before going into the last hour like we saw yesterday. 15 minutes until the end of the session.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, and then we'll get the full hour of running again. So that's perfect to see happy hour. I think 6 hours today has sort of flown by, hasn't it, as well? It's not been like the 8 yesterday.
Way, way quicker than yesterday's as well. But I think all of the Discord camera issues have stopped. I believe because I had OBS open, checking my capture card as well, like checking if that was working.
That was all,
and OBS was trying to take my camera, Discord was trying to take my camera, and OBS was winning.
Chamber says, he doesn't own it. You mean the livery? Yeah. Just quickly. Oh, right, Foster says, just got in. Any major news? Not really. Ericsson's gone top at 229.607 mile an hour. He's the fastest so far across all the days of testing. And that's about it, really. We're about to have our happy hour in 34 minutes' time. But in 15 minutes or so, or 20 minutes' time, we're going to have our track inspection call. So everything get closed up, cleaned up, and then we'll have an hour of running. Everyone is loving Augustine Canipo as well. Fantastic. Everyone is putting in the chat as well. Do get in touch with us and let us know who you're supporting going into the month of May. As we're already at the 18th of May. It's scary to think that May is almost over and we're in June. I mean, it's still light outside the commentary box as well, which it's 9:30. It's really weird, and I'm looking forward to the summer nights of June, July, August, and early September as well. So I'm very much looking forward to that and making sure that we're not going to be in the commentary box all evening. Let's hear the cars. Just as they fly by through turn 3 and towards turn 4 as well. So, back on. Marcus Ericsson, though, Josh, I think he's been the most consistent going into this 500. He wants to reclaim the crown he had last year. Could he be one of the first? I think, as well, since Helio Casneves in 2001-2002 to take back-to-back Indy 500 titles?
Yeah, it really is. Marcus Ericsson could do it, and one person who has showed that he can do it before and is still on the grid is Helio Casneves. I believe it was 2001 and 2002 he did back-to-back as well, and the one I believe it was 2021 as well. That was his 4th as well. Will we see Spider-Man, the Indianapolis Spider-Man, come back this year? We'll have to see. I personally don't think so. I don't think this is Helio Casneves this year, but I think we can all hope. And look, let's listen but we all hope for another 5-time winner.
Yep, I'd love it if
we've
Cashner
even
did.
had a 5-time winner of the Indianapolis 500 before.
Never had a 5-time winner of the Indianapolis 500. We've had 4-time winners. And Helio Castroneves is trying to go for 5th. Let's head down to the pit lane as well.
Cameraman to work.
Sorry, wrong button on YouTube. Here we go.
Fast he can pan with these guys, see if he can keep up with them. This is a great spot because you're just feet from the racetrack to obviously get a sense of how fast these guys are going at the fastest part of the racetrack. 230 miles an hour or so at the end of the straightaway, diving off into turn number 1. It's it never ceases to amaze just watching these guys come down here and just full commit and just make a hard left and just go right on around us. So I love standing down here and watching from this perspective, and you definitely feel the sense of speed more here than you do up on top of the pagoda. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's always one of my...
Always nice to hear down from pit road as well. Another reason I need a stream deck is because I just press button 6 instead of button 9, and button 6 is the ending screen. Turn 1 speed traps. Sato, 234.705 mile an hour. Palou, 234.570. Daly, 234.436. And then the rest of it disappears off our timer screen. But that is some serious speed. Go on.
Yeah, that really is. Well, that's the end of it from us today, even though we've 1.5 hours left to go as well, apparently on the YouTube stream. But it's not, I can tell you for a fact, that we are here for the next hour and a half as well. We'll also run through the final classification after the session ends as well, with an hour and 31 minutes left on the clock.
Speed coming through turn 1 is absolutely godlike as well. It's like watching something out of it's like watching an Egyptian thing. Here we go to turn 2. Just literally the speed they're carrying, over 230 mile an hour on all corners as well. On the back straight they're slowing down a little bit. They're actually faster in the corners these days as well, because they're carrying more into it. The lap average speed, of course, across qualifying, that's going to be something we need to keep an eye on in terms of who has the fastest control speed.
Yeah.
Just looking as Power pulls the inside of Rossi in towards turn 1 and gets the move done. Go Tony and Pato, says Joa as well. Cardoso, sorry if I pronounced you, Johan as well. Joa? I'm not sure. Sorry if I pronounced your name on there as well. Alright, Fossil saying I'm predicting a 5-car shootout for the win. Ericsson, Dixon, Sato, Award and Palou. Money on Palou, cheers. You know, I'm agreeing with you there, Alright, Fossil. I think after today so far, I think you've got quite a good strategy there between them as the cars fly past each other here on practice day. So, we've got 15 minutes until the track inspection. And the track will go quiet for that time. During that, we're going to hand over to the IndyCar radio team as well, because I think NBC are going to be showing something else. So we'll hand over to IndyCar radio as well. Chambers says as well, I like watching them going down the front straightaway from, for me. That perspective looks fast then coming towards, does indeed. How does one watch this? Martin asks, how does one watch this live? The live version is Peacock, but IndyCarLive.com. Get yourself a free account and you can watch all of the practice sessions live for free, as well as, apart from the Indy 500 qualifying, but normally you can watch practice free, qualifying free, and the warm-ups free, but not the races, I know. But for practice, for the Indy 500, IndyCarLive.com is the best place, and join us for the timings and driver tracker as well. I think Josh will get the link in the chat if I can't remember.
IndyCar Live?
Yep.
Yep, and I have made a massive fuss of absolutely nothing. I was on a massive hunt for my card so I could do an online payment for HDMI splitter, because I was thinking that the last 4 numbers was something else than the one that we had found. But it isn't, so that's 2.5 hours of looking for absolutely nothing as well.
I've done before.
That is all I'm going to say before I dox myself.
The announcer on TV is saying that turn 1 next to the track is a great place to watch. Good on you, dude. Yeah, I'd agree. We just saw it down to turn 1 as well.
And the IndyCar Live
just listen to the
account there is in chat. Ow.
And I'll pin it to the top of the
I need
screen
to
as well. Yeah.
set my stream deck up. Yeah.
I've pinned the
I
message
need
as
to
well.
set my
Go on.
stream deck up for... Oh, are we delaying again?
You
think
are.
There's a little bit of a lag.
For you, yeah.
Okay, are we back?
Yes, we're back now, yeah.
Okay, awesome. I need to set my stream... Oh,
Josh is having
I need-
technical difficulties, but we've got 9...
I need to set up my stream deck as a chat thing, YouTube chat thing for
Yes.
the chat, so I can just press the button and it posts. But
links to everything, really. Grid Network, Formula E Zone, everything, really.
my life goals have now been completed.
Well, you are the producer.
Being pinned, my life goals have been completed. Being pinned 2 days in a row on JB Motorsport.
That's true, yeah. Well, you are the producer. You get everyone there on time about where they need to be.
Here we go
yeah.
again.
Well, I'm saying it. You are the producer. You get everybody where they need to be.
Do I need to get a producer mug?
Yes, I think you do. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've been here like everywhere. Like I am so busy. Everyone in chat doesn't realise. Like I have one arm in Formula E, another arm in IndyCar, a leg in MotoGP, and a leg in what other one? Formula 1? Did I mention Formula 1?
No, you haven't mentioned Formula 1 yet.
Yeah, there we go.
Right, Fossil, let's have a quick look actually as well on board. Chamber says it's a great place. Good luck finding a seat there on race day, though. Down at turn 1 as well. He's partial to turn 4. All right, Fossil says, Ned, did the GMI in turns 5 to 8? The heat was a bit much, but the cloud gods shone on us. I would do turn 4 also. That's where the last gasp always happens. Absolutely. The last run to the line always seems to come from there as well. Just checking everything
and
that works. Go on.
You get quite a couple of cautions if there's a battle for the race win as well. If people are pushing quite a lot as well. So turn 4 is also good, but turn 1's also good when you get the start and restarts as well. But depends if you like what's in the restarts in turn 1 or you like what's in the finishes and like the starts, because at the Indy 500, if I remember rightly from last year, they go 3 wide on the start.
3 wide at the start, and then it's 2 wide at the restarts. They tried that in 2011, didn't work out, but now it's sort of both 2 wide and single file on restarts as well. But cautions breed cautions. We've learned that before on ovals, but the Indy 500 is one of the best we see as well. As they fly back round, the caution's now in 10 minutes time, so with 1 hour 15 to go. That's why we're seeing some cars out there now as well, just to practice getting the car setups right before we go into the wait period for 15 minutes while they check the track, and then the last hour is happy hour. Lee Diffie, let's hear from him.
Year on year, to see this is super encouraging. Hence, we saw it on that first open test day, but then these last 2 days have been validation of that.
I think you're right. I think they've headed in the right direction with the aero changes that they've made. Instead of just the top 2, maybe 3rd place, able to move forward. It's not going to change back in 7th or 8th. It's still going to be challenging. But I think 4th. And that is going to change your strategy hinge a little bit, because a lot of people said, yeah, I'm content to ride here in 3rd or 4th, knowing the guys behind me probably can't get by me. That might not work anymore.
No, for sure. I mean, they've moved that direction in Texas, and we saw the result there. It was a phenomenal race at Texas Motor Speedway this year, and they've gone that same direction. They've listened to the feedback from the drivers and the engineers, and that's sort of how we find ourselves in this position. And you talk to them, they say, yeah, we're in the past, it was the top 2 cars could pass, maybe the 3rd car in line if you're really good. Now it's like, hey, 4th, 5th car, they can make some moves as well. And if you get any small gaps in the line, then again, that just sort of resets that count and allows more drivers the opportunity to stretch their legs and show the performance of a strong car.
Hey, and don't worry about us getting excited about yesterday, today, or the weekend, or next weekend. We've just come from speaking with Jeff Gordon out in the paddock in the hospitality area. Jeff's on his way to the airport to head back to Charlotte, but for him, and I know you guys discussed it earlier, but for him and Kyle Larson to be here in the flesh, and for Kyle to see this and to start thinking about a year from now, and to see close running like we're witnessing now, a little too close for some, is very cool. It elevates it, it kicks it up a gear or two, and this excitement isn't short-lived. It's going to carry all the way through this campaign of the 107th running of Indy, and then next year when we'll see Kyle Larson's involvement with Arrow McLaren.
I think everybody's excited to get some feedback from Kyle after his first run in an IndyCar here at the Speedway, and there's only 9 cars on track right now, but a lot of action in that group. You saw some of that congestion on the front straightaway. It's always a couple drivers that are dropping to the inside, trying to fall back in line, can create some...
Just going to interrupt the NBC broadcast and come back up to the Comcam because Joe Samaniego has popped in the chat. Hello, Joe. Says, hello, just joined. Any big moments today or pretty straightforward? Pretty straightforward, to be fair. They've all got out there and got a lot of runs in as well. Max, about 18 to 122 laps, I think is the go-to we've been seeing. Devlin DiFrancesco's only done 26 laps, though, so he's not had a great day out there as well. He's barely done anything, and he's actually the least of all on the board with just that 24 lap shot. That's 26 laps. That's insane.
Yeah. Wow. You know how Felix Rosenqvist...
Oh, sorry, I'm going to have to stop you because let's hear from our chat favourite of Agustin Canepa.
500 debut.
Yes, at the moment we had a good day yesterday. We are having a good day today. Improving step by step, trying to learn about aerodynamics. I am learning a lot today, much more than yesterday. And I'm happy with the progress. Of course, we need to work a lot, and we are battling with big teams, big drivers, but at the moment, really good.
I know you were on the track yesterday and you did the race at Texas, but how different is this from what you experienced in your first oval race at Texas?
It's really different, honestly. In Texas, you have more banking, the car is more stable, the lap is short. Here, you have less banking, the car feels more loose, and you have an insane top speed. So, honestly, it's really different between them.
I'm biased. My wife's a big Argentina fan. I love the uniforms and the World Cup championship acknowledgement. Have you gotten much reaction from the fans here with the white and blue?
Yes, it's a big honor for me. I'm very proud to represent the world champions, of course, of soccer. I am really proud of that, and we are do our best to try to do this for them.
Literally about.
All right, I think Diff has a question. What do you got, Diff?
Nate, ask him, is Lionel Messi coming to be his personal cheer squad?
Diff wants to know if Lionel Messi might come by the Indy 500 maybe an IndyCar race this season.
I don't think so, but we will try to get some player here.
All right, well, I hope Messi shows up at some point. Let's go to Dylan.
Hey, Nate, we're down here in the Arrow McLaren pit and just taking a look at a couple of the tires. This is actually off Alexander Rossi's car, just the most recent time he was out. This is the left rear, so you look at the kind of the outer edge there on the sidewall or near the sidewall. That's blistering, and it's interesting. I was talking with their tire specialist down here, and he said, yeah, I've been sending these to Firestone. They said it's more just cosmetic. He said it's not really affecting the performance or the handling of the race car, but obviously looks a little bit jarring. So Hinch, is that, it's obviously abnormal, but is that something that you would be concerned about at this stage in the day with this much laps on the track to still have blistering like that?
Yeah, it's not comforting, that's for sure, Dylan. I mean, sometimes when you're driving on the track for the first time, the track's green, a little slippery, you see a bit more wear and you see some of those issues, some of the vibrations, the uneven wear and the blistering. But to be at this point of the week and still be fighting that problem, it's definitely a concern. And I've heard rumblings up and down pit lane from the people that I've spoken to of a few other teams concerned about some wear on the left side tires. And when it wears like that, it blisters like that, it creates, first of all, a massive imbalance in the car, but also sometimes a violent vibration. You know, if you've ever had a vibration in your road car, be it from a thrown wheel weight or a dented rim or something, as you get on a highway and you go 50, 55, 60 miles an hour, it starts really shaking the car. Well, imagine a wheel vibration at 220 miles an hour. It's incredibly violent from inside the cockpit. So, for sure, uneven wear, blistering, all those things, huge concerns for these race teams. And there are things you can do to the setup to try to mitigate that and take care of the tires better, but we are running out of time in a sense. As many hours as we've had and as many hours as we still have of practice, in a lot of ways, you're running out of time to solve that problem, and you really don't want that creeping up on race day.
White Fossler and Chambers have, I think, arranged to meet up at Le Mans in this time in the chat as well. That's incredible to see. We're a few minutes away from the caution. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Josh, for what you were saying. I hope you remember your point from a few moments ago.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine. We've got to give the viewers what they want, an interview with Agustin Canapino as well. But, yeah, I was talking about, it was when Joe came in chat, and about how many laps that everybody has done as well. You know how Rosenquist did 100 laps? Well, he's now on 122 laps, but Alexander Rossi in the other Arrow McLaren has done 127 laps as well, and David Malukas, the latest driver to pass 100 laps as well, currently on 102 laps completed there, all in pit road, as we are under 2 minutes away from the mandatory track inspection caution as well. And I believe Callum Ilot's down in pit road.
Yeah, but we're not hearing the audio from that actually as well at the moment, so we'll stay up here because we're a minute and 30 away from the caution period as well. Ilot's currently 26th fastest, but we've got cars out there on the circuit just getting in their race runs as well. We're about to have happy hour where everyone's going to go out there and try and do the glory runs as well and get full-on speeds and full-on times as well. White Fossil says Canapino will be a huge success this year. Great smile on the guy. I think he could be I don't think unlikely winner, but then again, Alexander Rossi won it and he's 15th and has been consistent, so who knows? Agustin Canapino could be a race winner for the 500. That's the great thing about this race. Anybody can win it, and that's the new regulations for the new era of IndyCar. Yep. Anybody could be the winner, and we saw Sato win it a couple of years ago, twice.
Yeah, and if there's the big one at the front of the field and Canapino's at the back and he gets through it, that also can happen and has happened as well. We've seen in the Xfinity race as well, I believe it was at Darlington where they had the big one, and a couple of Cup Series ones at Darlington, which changed it all as well.
End of the race, overtimes.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't believe there's overtime in Indy.
No overtime. No, they've kept sanity, and no stage breaks either as well.
Which is good.
Absolutely. Scott Goodyear, rookie, 33rd to battling Alonso Jr. at the end of the 1992 race, and Little Al wins it as well across the line. Yeah, remember that call as well. Bob Jenkins, the late great Bob Jenkins, of course, sadly passed away a couple of years ago. Great broadcaster as well. We lost Robin Miller a couple of years ago as well, the same year. It was terrible to lose the pair of them together as well.
Well, we are awaiting the caution. We're 20 seconds ago. We were meant to get the caution.
Yeah, maybe it
is
now.
And I think they're going to show it across the line when they come.
Oh, who's going to win across the line? Well, if that's going to be it, as the yellow flag now comes out, as everyone's completed their speed runs, it is the mandatory track inspection now here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This will go on for about 15 minutes as the cars come into the pit lane, and then we'll go green for the last hour of running here. Hopefully by then we'll have a few more commentators in the box to help me and Josh. Just to give you an update as well, 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturday, May 20th for full field qualifying as well, and then we'll be back on air until 4. Well, we're going through at the end of the night as well. Sunday on air here on USON at 2 p.m. Eastern as well on May the 21st. Just to remind you, the qualifying on the Saturday on USRN is going to be switching between USRN and USRN2. That'll be changing channels so that the main USRN can cover the All-Star Xfinity race as well at North Wilkesboro. So myself, I'll be back in the commentary and I'll be leading the USRN2 team on that qualifying session as well. And then we'll all come back together on main USRN. So we are under the caution for hopefully the final time tonight. We're going to hand over to IndyCar Radio now as me and Josh go for a little break, and we'll be back with you for the last hour. Here's IndyCar Radio.
To be moving up. I mean, I know that they brought in some folks specifically for the IndyCar effort, but for Bill and that group to got to challenge themselves and try to get in the Indianapolis 500 has got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, the whole Abel Motorsports crew with Bill Abel and John Brunner and Jacob. They're all in on IndyCar racing, right? Their shop is beautiful right here in Speedway. Their Indy Next program has tremendously gained. Jacob has ran up front at the end, had a few struggles here the last couple races, but expect them to be contenders, and really neat to see them put the program together with RC to run this year's Indianapolis 500.
Levi, thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the month, and we will certainly see you up in Detroit.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Levi Jones, the director of IndyNext by Firestone. Again, they'll be next in action coming up the weekend of the Detroit Grand Prix. Got a yellow flag out here at the racetrack on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for a track inspection. We'll be right back. Top 5 at IMS. Marcus Ericsson, Scott Dixon, Connor Daly, Takuma Sato, and Pato Award.
Download your favorite historical Indy 500 radio broadcast. Go to ims.com and click on the History tab.
Good morning, sports fans from Indianapolis, Indiana.
This is where heroes become legends, and legends become legendary.
Joins the four-time winners club.
This is a special blend of speed, tradition,
you just don't know what Indy means,
and magic. This is the Indy 500.
Race for sure. In addition, as you mentioned, Louis Meyer, one of our first three-time winner winning it. But that bottle of milk at the end of race day is a tradition. He had no idea he was going to start, and today it is our favorite one we have.
Yeah, and that's there's so many things about the 1936 race that make it just totally special in terms of Indy 500 history. I was at a function today for lunch, and they gave the speaker a bottle of milk, and we were all yelling, "Dump it over your head," but they wouldn't comply.
Now, the Indiana Dairy Association likes the drivers to drink it. And, for them, that's why they do it. But, we've seen that tradition over the last few years. They take the drink, and then they're so excited they have to dump it over their head. Louis Meyer was drinking it because he was thirsty and he needed a refreshment after 500 miles. Our drivers right now, it's definitely a shower and a celebration for sure.
Yeah, is it still, Doug, like a security thing, escorts to the bottle and everything to make sure it gets there?
So we have an Indiana dairy farmer that gets chosen actually 2 years before. They get a chance to walk through a year as the rookie, and then their second year they actually are the farmer. They have the cooler. They're entrusted with that for the day. It stays with them the entire day. There's a bottle of milk in there that has whole milk, 2% skim milk, so that whenever the driver wins, they know what bottle of milk they selected and they can pull that out and hand it to the driver. It's not security, but I'll tell you what, some of those dairy farmers, they're going to protect that with their lives.
Well, let me ask you, Paul, you've seen a lot of drivers celebrate with milk ever since that first time in 1936. Right. Do you have a favorite milk celebration by an Indy 500 winner?
For some reason, Power really jumps out at me because he was a surprise kind of across the board. Normally, he was this fairly sedate, I won it, thank you all very much kind of guy. But he won the Indy 500, and he just went berserk. I mean, he was so happy. He didn't believe it, and the whole thing became a big deal. The milk, everything, and he went nuts for like 3 days. It was a total switch of his personality in the winter circuit.
My biggest thing as the promoter of the 500, I don't care who wins, but I want the person to win to celebrate it like it's the most important thing on the world. And Paul, you're right. Will Power was psychotic almost. With his eyes were going different directions, and it was pretty powerful. For me, Nate, my favorite one, and I think started a lot of this, was just the way that Dan Weldon celebrated his second Indy 500 win and drank that milk and poured it on him, and then took it, walked out to the yard of bricks, lying in the yard of bricks, smelling like milk. I mean, to me, that is maybe one of my favorite celebrations, as much because it was Dan, but certainly the way he celebrated with the milk.
Yeah, because certainly that's a great tribute, and again, throwback all the way to 1936. Louis Meyer being the first one to drink the milk. An interesting note, again, another tradition that came out of this race, and that Louis Meyer became a 3-time winner. Tommy Milton was also a 2-time Indy 500 winner, so Meyer passed him, and Milton was the pace car driver in 1936, and he suggested that the race winner, Paul, be awarded the pace car as part of the winning prize package, another tradition that has lasted all the way through to today.
Yeah, can you imagine what the Packard Automobile Company thought when Tommy Milton just gave away the pace car? There's other stuff.
The Borg Warner Trophy is 1936. I mean, it's a great year. It has to be in the top 10 because of all the reasons we're talking about. There's no doubt that race is a top 10 race.
Oh yeah, the most recognizable trophy in the world, by the way. But you also had the first rookie test at that race, and you also had the first time a driver could not start the Indy 500. His car wouldn't start, and that's the first time they ever had that where the full field didn't roll away. So there are a lot of firsts in that race.
It's when you look back on it, there are a lot, we've got a lot of great races, but that is a race that, because of the traditions that started there, still you talk about it and you see it in every single race we have up to this point and going forward. That bottle of milk, that Borg Warner Trophy, the tradition of giving the pace car, all those things have roots in that one race. It's pretty spectacular when you look at it with a large perspective.
Yeah, and with those traditions, you get a reverence out of the fans and everything. I mean, they flock to see the trophy. They have their own little ceremonies when they come to the race, and part of them is making sure that all of these first-time events continue to happen in a specific order. The pre-race for a lot of people is almost as important as the 500-mile race itself.
That is 100% true. The pre-race, for me, that's my favorite time of the year, and I love the race. But as soon as pre-race is over and cars roll off the grid, I can't wait for that first lap. But at some level, it's like, man, I got to wait a whole year to do all this again and get ready to run the Indianapolis 500. I know the most important part of the day for those race car drivers, though, is that bottle of milk.
The pre-race, when I first came to the track in '60 as a 15-year-old kid, I didn't want to go. Because we had been stationed in Germany and I'd seen a Formula One race, so I was total Formula One snob. But then, even before the race started, just with the ceremonies, I was sold. I had to be part of the Indianapolis 500.
It's definitely a special moment. There's nothing like it in sports. So, I get asked all the time, how do you explain that to somebody? You just can't. You just really have to come and experience it. And it's not unlike you, Paul. I was speaking today earlier to a group as well, and I had a gal come up to me afterwards, and just talking about the race and her memories of the race, she starts getting chill bumps on her arms. And it's just, the place does something magical. I can't imagine what it must be for a race car driver who gets to live some of those 1936 traditions after they win the 500.
Well, it's not a first. One of the things that I really like about it is Louis Meyer, he led for like 96 laps, almost half the race, but he was running out of fuel at the end, and he was worried whether or not he was going to be able to make that last stop. And part of the reason he was worried about fuel was he went 350 miles without refueling. Imagine doing that today.
That'd be tough in today's world. So another 1936 story that happened in 2022. Sorry, I got a package here in the office that came from Team Penske, and I wasn't sure, and it said Tim Cindric on the outside of it. And I opened up this package, and in it was a framed photo of Louis Meyer, and it was signed to Doug from Louis Meyer. And I thought, this is really bizarre. So I called Tim. I said, what's the story behind this? He said, I was at an estate looking for some old racing things and ran across this. And he said, I knew that you had to have this because it was signed to somebody else named Doug from Louis Meyer. So I have in my office a really cool Louis Meyer signed autograph, especially written to Doug.
Wow, that's cool. That's pretty fitting coming from about to be enshrined Indianapolis Motor Speedway Hall of Famer as well, and Tim Cindric.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. It was I was a total surprise, and at first I looked at it and said, "How can this be?" And then when he explained it, it's pretty neat. So even that 1936 tradition lives here in my office as well.
Louis Meyer was a really neat person. After he stopped racing, he stayed involved. Hence, you get the Louis Meyer Offenhauser engine, the Meyer Offenhauser. He had a great sense of humor. I was sitting with him one time when we were talking about firsts at the Indy 500. Ray Haroon, the first rear view mirror, and shock absorbers were essentially developed at the Speedway. The turbo that's in your car now was developed primarily through IndyCar racing. But he looked and he said, you know, the first seatbelt was also developed at Speedway. I said, I'm not so sure. I think I've read somewhere that that's not true. He says, oh, well, what we did, two-man cars, he had a riding mechanic, so we roped the riding mechanic in so he wouldn't jump out during a pit stop. So that was Willie Meyer's humor.
You know, Paul, I'm glad you brought up safety, because we were talking about that a little bit before we got started. And Doug, I wanted to just touch on that, of course, the Indy 500 in the early days especially was very dangerous, but this was the only race between 1929 and 1940 where there wasn't a fatality, and there was the rookie test that they had to pass that probably enhanced the safety. I know there were some track upgrades. They changed some of the walls. And of course, I know all of that safety continues today, but a lot of that probably can be traced back to some of those improvements that were made in 1936.
Yeah, absolutely. The 30s was a time where in our racing, a lot of things happened. So we did the safety walls. We tested out caution lights. The first helmets started to become seen and known, and ultimately became mandatory at the Speedway. So even in its early days, because you went through so many of those years where you had fatalities, you started paying attention to it. That rookie test was extremely important to make sure that somebody knew how to drive around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Extremely high speeds down the front stretch, heavy braking to get through the corners at a slower speed. It was completely different than what people had done up to that point. So those rookie tests were important, and a lot of that is rooted in 1936 and the 30s.
Yeah, and speaking of safety, the fireproof driver suit. You know, these guys used to race in a T-shirt, but the Nomex fire suit was developed there. And, you know, it went on, became a key thing in safety. Pilots wear them now. Fighter pilots and everything, all the special operators, the special forces, they wear them. So another thing it really was developed at the Speedway.
Great stuff with the legendary Paul Page, Doug Bowles, the president of IMS, and our own Nate Ryan. Treasure Paul's stories and getting a chance to spend some time with him, and just bridges all the eras of people that have been around for a little while, new people that have been around a little bit longer. It's one of the great reasons, many reasons we love this place. Dylan.
Well, we found Tony Kanaan. He is debriefing with Ray Goslin from Chevrolet right now, kind of letting him know what all he's felt today. So you're done for the day. Is that a good done for the day or not so much?
No, it is. It is. We want to be ready for qualifying tomorrow. Obviously, my guys are not full-time guys. It takes a little bit longer than the other guys that they're full-time. So we want to give them enough time. I was happy with the car. I'm happy with the race car. We're a couple changes away from what I think is going to be the car to be able to race. So I think we need to focus on qualifying, Dylan. It's going to be really important. Obviously, I can't control the draw, but the way that the field is tight and it's being so hard to pass, you're going to have to qualify up front or put yourself up front at some point. So from now, trying to minimize that. Let's prepare the car to be ready for tomorrow. There's some rain in the forecast, so we're going to try to run early and get ready for Saturday.
A new group for you driving-wise. Obviously, you've been kind of embedded with the team throughout this year, but your first chance really to work with them. Anything that surprised you or that you've been extra impressed with about how the Aero McLaren team does things?
No, I mean, the team has a very, I would say, low-pressure work ethic, which is a really big, creates a really good environment. Everybody's here to win. We have a lot of pressure on us. I mean, marketing-wise, we're the best team out there. Everybody's looking at us. You have the last four, second, third, fourth, fifth place finish in the 500 last year in this team. They've been doing really well. So, but the way Gavin and Barnard and these guys run this team, it makes us feel relaxed with enough pressure to be able to do good. So I love the environment, and let's see what we can do.
10-year anniversary this year of a pretty special day for you here. The smile comes right back to your face. That's pretty special, isn't it?
I mean, I don't think I can put in words of that day.
Well, that was, of course, May 26th, 2013 as well, when Tony Kanaan took the race win. We are green for the last hour here at the Brickyard on the Thursday, 18th of May.
You know what? Regardless of what's going to happen next Sunday, I'll I'll leave with my head high and thanking this place for making me who I am. And we're going to try to give them hell and win, but if we don't, I'm thankful for it.
Absolutely. Enjoy this month.
Thank you.
That's Tony Kanaan in the Era McLaren 66 this month and going after 500 win number 2, Nate.
So we're all set then. Should we hear from Colton Hertel? Down with Nate.
10th at 226.75, 2 miles an hour. Yesterday, I think you said you ran 228 fairly easily. Has it come as easily today?
We just haven't been in a position to really do a big time yet. We've only ran one set of new tires and nobody's really out here and whatnot, but I feel comfortable in the car. There's still kind of a lot to find and go through as far as our run plan, so this last hour should be pretty busy here for me.
Is this a critical hour, Colton, because you guys probably aren't going to work on race setup after this for the next 3 days, right, till Monday?
Yeah, we only get 15 days of practice here or whatever it is, so it is it is critical. It's obviously winding down more and more as we come here, and practice is not happening as much anymore, but I still feel like we've came with a good package, so we kind of feel like we're ahead of where we want to be, or where we thought we would be at this point at least, and I feel very comfortable with the car. We've gotten a lot of laps, did a lot of laps yesterday, and we'll probably be in the position to do a lot of laps again today, especially in this next hour here. So we got 2 more sets that we'll go through, and we'll probably get those up to a stint, and go have some fun.
Do you have any idea yet on qualifying, or is that just something you're going to find out tomorrow when they turn up the boost?
I feel good. I think I'm like 5th on the Noto according to us, but it's so difficult to say. Cars react so differently at different trim levels. There might be a guy that's more efficient with his car at -1 or 2 or 3 or 4. So it'll change again tomorrow, and guys that are fast today might not be fast tomorrow when the boost kicks up. And we still haven't seen what the engine manufacturers can do too. There might be a little bit of a difference between Honda and Chevy that might pop up tomorrow when we really push the engines.
All right, there you go. The thoughts of Colton Herta.
We are green then for the last hour, Josh. Our cars are heading out there already, and they are getting ready for their fast runs as well. But we're not expecting too much in the first 15 or so minutes of this, because the last 45, they're going to be in there for race runs.
Yeah, it really is. It's 10 p.m. in London, it's 5 p.m. in Indianapolis, which means it's one thing. It is happy hour, and that's Felix Rosenqvist out on track, exiting turn 4, who is leading a mini train, which will get longer as we get deeper into happy hour as well. I can assure you that everyone's just preparing, getting those final preparations as well. Another car joining off to the side there as well. But yep, happy hours go. Expect a lot of running in the next hour.
Many cars already venturing out onto the circuit. As you can see, the long toes starting to form. Alexander Rossi is at the front of that as well. He doesn't want to be there. He would want to sort of get back quickly. As the car's flying by through turn 3, he wants to get out of that and not be the... He doesn't want to be the hare, he wants to be the tortoise. He wants to get out behind there as well and get running and get some more action in terms of what we're going to see as a representative time going into qualifying for Saturday as well. Speeding through, there's number 3, of course, coming in. That's going to be Scott McLaughlin towing round, and now we're going to see Rossi pull to the outside to get ahead. I believe that is going to be on the 30, so getting ahead of Jack Harvey, who's out there. So we've got Rossi, McLaughlin, Malukas, Legg and Harvey, who are out on the circuit right now. That's the car, as you can see, going round on the driver tracker. Rossi under pressure from Harvey is up to speed. He goes through, McLaughlin goes through too on the inside line, down towards turn 1 across the yard of bricks. And in towards turn 1, McLaughlin now hits the front as well.
Like a climb, talking over it.
Love that sound. What were you saying, sorry?
Yeah, it's an absolute climb to talk over that beautiful sound as well. But I, in response to your reply to Ben's
yes,
Twitter.
How long until F1 race at Chicago? Yeah.
Las Vegas or Miami will be replaced by it in the next 2 years.
Is that what you think?
Opinion. Yes.
I reckon Miami will be replaced. by Chicago. I think what's good is if we have a revolving American race at loads of different venues. That's their good ideas. Like 2 American... Keep COTA.
Yeah.
So, and
I
then...
can't believe you just committed a crime, Josh.
What?
You talked over your favourite
I know. Keep COTA.
Yeah.
And then...
rotate the others.
Yeah, rotate Vegas, Miami, add in Chicago, let's add in Road America, Mid-Ohio, get them up to spec, add in other American circuits, bring back this place, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, on the road course. It's ready for F1 now.
And have that on one slot each year, rotate it, so there's another spot for like South Africa or something.
Yeah, because then it does remove it. I think it's about time that Formula 1 start rotating races. I really do, because it's getting a bit, not ridiculous, but it's getting a little bit like, well, we know what's happening, we know what's coming up, we know why you're not doing it, and it's getting a bit like, well, this needs to start happening. We need to start having the rotations, we need to start having the mixtures around, otherwise the series is just going to sort of go dead in the water. So, get that rotation and have that rotation and mean that rotation as well throughout all of this as we keep on going.
Yeah.
Team communication coming in there as well. Here we go, cars coming out. Go on.
Yeah, how long until we...
Yeah, we're fine. Go on.
How long until we get to the announcement that Formula 1 will now become an all-American series racing at only American circuits? The way that it's going right now.
If that happens, I think Liberty Media would be frogged March out of the sport with immediate effect. Because it's like,
true.
Yeah. Right, I'm just going to reset the bus mix here. Hang on. Yeah, because that's really annoying me because our headphones aren't working so well and you're all getting like blinded by things up here as well. So let's just refresh that up with the correct graphics. There we go, Josh. As they swing through. Multi-cars into turn 4 and Jack Harvey hits the front. Wow, they're not holding back, are they, in this session?
No, they're not. It's a 5-car train coming on 6 as Rosenquist joins at the end of it. They're coming out of turn 4 now, but they were 3 wide. It was Kirkwood involved in that as well, and Graham Rahort as well, and one of the black, or even VK I think it might be, as well. I can't really tell from that angle as well. I might have a quick look at the driver tracker to see if it's showing us as well. It's the number 30 as well, but yeah, it's
here we go,
going 2 wide, multiple rows deep.
Yeah,
I'm really pushing for this.
Carl Kirkwood are on board with now as well. He's being chased down on the inside by the 19, taking it down low as well, and a nice short manoeuvre on the back straightaway as now...
Castro Neves is coming out to join the party.
Yeah, Castro Neves here too, and we've got a load of running cars now down towards turn number 1 again, and it's really like peak delivery time.
There's only 2 cars in the pits, or something like that.
More.
More.
Ericsson did... there's at least 20 cars on the track, I would say.
Yeah. I was having a look at the driver tracker, but they're all bunched up in there. So it's Ericsson, Dixon, Sato, Polo, Rossi, Ferrucci as well, Kanan, Hunter, Ray, Grozon, Eilert, Wilson, Pedersen and Lundgaard. So quite a lot of drivers still in pit lane as well.
Award just tried to go around the outside of Ericsson, coming into the braking zone at turn 3. Hasn't worked. Well, they say the braking zone, the banking zone at turn 3 hasn't worked off. Gets a great run out at turn 4, pulls the attack. This is on Catherine Legg, apologies, same livery on the timing graphic as well.
Tom will be on tomorrow.
Oh, okay, no worries. As they come through, everyone charging through. What an amazing couple of sessions we're going to have here.
Yeah, really, really is. We've passed the 50-minute mark to go as well, and it looks like the countdown clock on NBC has paused or frozen as well. With Scott McLaughlin out there, out on track, because I can confirm we are not 49 minutes, we are under 49 minutes now. And here's a Ward replay of exiting the pit. Oh, that was Ericsson, I think.
I think it was
Catherine. Is unbelievable.
Yeah, Catherine.
And that's a red and white car.
Is it Catherine Legg? or
Let's
Marcus Ericsson.
confirm which red and white car this is.
I believe it's R.C. Enerson. You see the rookie move.
Oh, it's R.C. Enerson.
It was a rookie move. But
Yeah.
the rookie sticker on the attenuator there.
So it was R.C. Enerson leaving pit road at high speeds and nearly
Yeah,
causing
that
a
was
massive
silly.
accident.
That was
Massively.
dangerous.
Yeah. Well, we were listening to R.C. Anderson saying how great he was being, and then all of a sudden he goes and does that, and then everybody goes, well, that's a bit on the reckless side. VK leading the front of this little battle as coming out of the pit lane comes, I believe, Callum Ilott as well. Jack Harvey's coming to the pit lane as we head down. Here it is again, look. So this is O'Ward, and then bang, round the outside goes R.C. Anderson, Josh.
Yeah, that's not good for R.C. Anderson. He's going to get a telling off for that as well. You can't be doing that in the race or in qualifying. It won't happen in qualifying, of course, but yeah, that could have ended very badly as well. And with cars going around 230 miles per hour at that point, exiting pit road on the main track, if that could have ended badly, and that was happening when the train was going past as well.
VK drops behind Ray Hall as well as they go into the big pack. He's in front of Kyle Kirkwood now as well. And this is without a timing tower to tell you where they all are on the track. You've got to identify all of the cars at the same time, which is quite difficult without a spotter's guide up here in the commentary box just yet. We'll get that tomorrow as well. We're seeing Ray Hall goes to the inside now of Alex Palou in towards turn 4, and Ray Hall hits the front.
Yeah, Ray Hall on the front as well. Is that even Malukas?
I think it's Malukas, you know. I think Ray Hall's dropped back on the back straightaway, so that's Malukas who's now gone to the front.
Yeah, Ray Hall dropped back on the front straightaway.
There he
You
is.
can see him further back on his second even, and that has made Malukas out at the front as well. Here's O'Ward going across the line as well, where past the pit road where he had that incident with R.C. Enerson as well. I believe R.C. Enerson is in the not in the top 30 as well. We'll have a look. Yep, he is 34th out of 34 with a 222.988 miles per hour for the fast lap speed as well. The fastest one was Marcus Ericsson. I believe he topped yesterday's as well with a 229.607. That's the fast lap speed as well. But Dixon also the only cars as well in 229, everyone else in 228 and below. Daly the only one on 228 miles per hour as we go down past turn 1 for the second time.
Continue to push then as the race goes on.
Times.
Yeah.
Since 2. I don't know why I said second. Don't ask. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. 5 hours, 15 minutes we've been in the commentary box as well. Same time tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Final day before qualifying begins and the normal practice runs get disrupted as we come through. Ericsson 229.607, Dixon 229.186 as the time, and now VK decides he's had enough and hits the front, passing Alexander Palou as well as they go through. Kyle Kirkwood now through turn 1 and 2, taking a low banking line, and he's getting close now to Palou, Josh, as he tires down the back straightaway. Kirkwood, I think, has got real speed coming away from the road course. Kyle Kirkwood's going to be one to watch the 500. He just seems to have nailed the car.
Yeah, that was Kyle Kirkwood straight down the inside into turn 3 of the United Rentals car of Graham Ray Hall in the 15 as well. And Kirkwood's going round the outside. He's going to hit the front. He's overtaken 2, VK and the number 7 of Rossi as well. That was incredible.
Let's listen. Fantastic as they come down the back straightaway as well, and Rossi's deciding to back out, staying in the pit lane. Into the pits comes Catherine Legg, Will Power and Graham Rahal.
A couple coming into pit road as well after 15 minutes of happy hour, now 16 minutes.
Kirkwood's under pressure from VK coming in towards turn number 1 as well. This is a race pace simulation, remember, so they're all going to be pushing as hard as they can. And VK's got a lovely toe coming out of turn 2. Kirkwood's going to try and stay high as they head down the back straightaway. VK pulls the outside into the pit lane. Comes Kyle Kirkwood. Agustin Calapino as well will come in.
Yeah, Agustin Calapino as well. Coming in to pit road as well. Carl Kirkwood has left the pit as well. I do believe it's showing on my screen and your screen as well if you're watching on YouTube on JB Motorsports. If you're not watching on YouTube and listening in on USRN, hello to you as well as they come past once more.
Believe we've got the 6 hitting the front. That will be Felix Rosenquist with his teammate just behind him of Alexander Rossi. As they take through, there's Joseph Newgarden, about 5th in pack. We ride with O'Ward through turn 4. I'm so excited for the 500. This is the first year we've had the track audio for the Indy 500, and it's working so well.
And the first year that we've done every practice session live, all of it, I think, as well.
Yes, because last year they were in highlights only.
Yeah.
Daily Carpenter.
A little bit of an update
from O'Ward.
Yeah, just to I think Carpenter as well in front of us as well. Just giving me a little bit of an upgrade about where they are and how they need to be out on the circuit. So 42 minutes to go. Pack racing is in effect here. Just listening on board with O'Ward. Being told that we might have a lap shortly as Rossi gets out of the way, and that's Newgarden coming on the inside with Ed Carpenter on the high line.
That was so close. They were wanting to go 4 wide, but impossible to go 4 wide at Indianapolis, especially at this speed. As well. But yeah, that was dodgy as well. But VK is going to have a look on Rosenquist as well, not into turn 3 and turn 4 as hello Omi, who's just joined the comms box, will let you get ready as well. But VK is going to have a look down the front straight, Josh.
Can he get a run on him down there? Should be an easy tow, and I think he's got it as well. Nicely done. This is an amazing little run we're seeing. And VK's actually stayed behind him. Yeah, VK's still behind him. So he backed out of it the last second. Here it is again on board with Newgarden, making some moves up, Josh.
Yeah, this was absolutely really, really close, and not a thing to mess around with when you're going 235 miles per hour as well. Here's the off-board version of it again as I switch to IndyCarLive.com.
Why have you lost it?
Deciding to play up.
What's happened to Discord? Has it gone off?
It's gone blurry, like very blurry.
Hang on.
But I can get IndyCar Live for it to be like a couple of seconds behind. It's great.
How's that?
Still very blurry, but it's fine.
Must be the internet.
I'm at 45.
That's not too bad. Hello, Omi, can you hear us?
Hello, yes I can. I'm actually currently in my room, but I might need to go downstairs so I can actually see what's even going on, because as Josh said, it's a tiny bit blurry, but I'll try and see what's happening currently. But is that Kirkwood in first, if I'm reading it right?
Ericsson.
Fine. Ah, right, okay, yeah. It kind of looked like Kirkwood for a second, but Ericsson. Hard to tell.
Yeah, Kirkwood's in 13th.
Yeah, so... but it looks like I've joined at the perfect time.
As always.
Yep. I think I'm around 8 seconds behind you. I'm on 39.57.
Has it stopped being blurry yet? That's the question.
No, it's got worse.
But, hang on. Let's see if I can fix this as well by joining in and out of the call.
As well, Connor Daly is second in the train as well, and it looks like one of the Autonation cars third in the train as well. I believe the 06 of Helio Caston Neves as well. It might be the 60 of Simon Pasno as well, but that's Daly coming down the inside of Newgarden into turn 1, gets it easily done.
Is it back yet?
Yeah. It's blurry again, but it's fine, don't worry.
Internet and Discord not liking us today, it seems, at the moment. On board with Newgarden as he flies through. He's head of this little pack of training cars at the moment as they comes through down the back straightaway once again. VK is in the secondary head, so there's 2 groups now. That sort of come through.
No. And Joseph's family, not from the racing business at all.
Pit Road's got news.
Both of their families had to go find the funding and win to make it work. I love that.
And they both went from Newcastle Motorsports Park outside of Indianapolis over to Europe. Took a stab at the Formula One world before coming back to North America, and both having great careers here in the IndyCar series. It is fun to watch how young drivers who race together grow up, where they end up.
Both were a part of Jeremy Shaw's Team USA scholarship program the same year. We'll have to count that up. I bet there's a half a dozen in this field. Kyle Kirkwood, I know, is one. Some of the owners have done that as well. All right, let's check in with the Rahal Letterman Lanigan camp as we watch Graham Rahal in his United Rentals car and listen to some radio from a few moments ago.
Yeah, they just out-accelerate me by a mile. Copy that. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty flat, just way too slow. Lots of understeer traffic, too. You know, a little too far left on the jacker, but we just don't accelerate to them like they do.
And back to what you said earlier, a little bit of
Yeah, he's complaining of a little bit of understeer, but he's saying that he's flat and he's just getting out-accelerated. We talked about this earlier today. It's that suck-up effect. You know, you can get a decent balance in the car. You can feel like you're at a good distance, mid-corner, flat on the throttle, but once you come off of the corner onto one of the straights, you just don't pull up to the car in front. And that's usually just some inherent draggy characteristic in your car. And it's
Loads of action then coming through at the back half of the track. Don't suppose Discord's fixed itself, has it? No.
It's a little better.
Ah, well. We'll get there eventually.
And also, yeah, no, there's no way I'm doing that. Basically, it's the last day of the Class 313 service in the UK, and the last service is a non-stop Seaford to Brighton, which is cool, but it's 23 minutes past midnight, and it's in East Sussex on the Sussex coast. No, thank you.
You won't get there in time, will you? No. Or not. There's R.C. Anderson in the pits.
Catch him in a bad spot in the corner, but then he did kind of dive to pit lane, and I understand, I guess his spotter in turn 1, who's Spencer Piggott, by the way, got stepped on, got walked on the radio. Somebody else was trying to talk to RC while Spencer was also trying to talk to RC, so RC never heard Spencer's spotting, which is what led to that near collision. So just kind of a little bit of a breakdown there as far as why that happened and what happened, but obviously still glad that everything didn't go as badly as it could have there, and RC is getting ready to go back out.
Well, hang on a minute. Guys, I don't mean anything, but I don't think you need a spotter to tell you what's right in front of you. I mean, R.C. Anderson can... R.C. Anderson can see Pato O'Ward directly in front of him. His spotter is designed to tell him who's alongside and who's behind him. I think he can see who the hell's in front of him. That's ridiculous. That is just a lame excuse. That is the equivalent. I'm sorry, my dog ate my homework. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see the car in front of me when I was driving because I was blind. What on earth? Oh.
I know it's black, but still.
Yeah. Oh.
As that's Power and VK having a little bit of on-track battle. I've opened OBS up again so I can watch it on HD.
Is it working, by the way?
It's very blurry.
Oh.
It's blurry, but don't worry. I've got my alternative. I don't know if Omi's got an alternative as well, but on board with Power, on the rear wing as well. 218 miles per hour going through turn 2 as well.
Yeah, 2 manufacturers at the moment just to talk about what's going on in the YouTube chat right now. Chevy and Honda. Rossi's going to the inside as Power, I think,
was absolutely flying.
I think he's lifted.
Yeah, he lifted,
yeah.
Definitely.
I've no idea why the Discord's decided not to be playing ball at the moment. I'll try one more time to see if it'll work. Is that any better?
That's perfect.
Oh, brilliant. So cars in action once again. I think we'll hear them coming out of turn 3 and 4 shortly as well as we head down the back straightaway. Rossi's under pressure from VK, and VK towing him behind as he pulls down. And I think Rossi...
It's gone a little blurry again.
Oh, leave it. It's the last hour. It's probably the equipment needs turning off.
Yeah, well, Venus VK, and I believe I was having a look on Twitter. I'll grab it back up again real quick. But Agustin Canapino is the only driver who has not turned a no-toe lap today.
That would explain, yeah. Everyone else has been out there getting laps in behind everyone. So getting up to speed and getting faster and faster and faster. Power and VK have now decided that's enough playing with the field, and they're coming into the pit lane as well with 32 minutes to go at this practice 4 session. Practice 5 will take part tomorrow at same time, noon Eastern, 5 p.m. British Summer Time, 6 p.m. European time. And that's another 6-hour session as well to take us through the day. Loads of action flying through into the back half of the track. Night has fallen here in the UK as well. The sun's set. Let's get out of pit road. Oh, no. Okay. There's Joseph Newgarden we're watching as well. I thought we were going to hear something from pit road.
Confusion and consternation on the face of Joseph Newgarden, just staring back.
So Newgarden's not happy with something as well. So he's spotted something that he doesn't like. And he's having a word with them on the pit wall about what they could possibly change in the next, realistically, 15 minutes. Then go out with 15 to go and start pushing more and more as we see some moves going on further back. It's going to be Carpenter making a nice move as VK's coming to the pit, so it's Carpenter having a battle out there. I think it's Ed Carpenter's 20th Indy 500, I heard. 20 years battling in the Indy 500.
I would believe that.
Yeah. So 2003 was his first one. 3 wide down the back straight away. Cash Neves in the middle of it, the 06. Meyer Shank Racing.
Yeah, 31 minutes and 15 seconds to go now. Still on board with Castaneves. There's a free train and then a couple of attempts back. But most laps run this session. Rossi 155, Rosenqvist 151, Malukas 129, VK 122, and McLaughlin 105, and then Castaneves 92. The first one who has not hit 100. That was, I believe, one of the McLarens of Rosenqvist coming into the pit lane as well.
I-Lot in too, yeah.
By.
Yeah, I-Lot coming into pit road too as they take it through. Just enjoying listening to the onboard of Rossi right now. Over 236 miles an hour when he crossed that line, according to the on-speed graphic I was watching. You will see the on-speed graphics, by the way, when we get to Saturday, and I'm in the box for qualifying. So you will see that in total. And maybe if I can get Megan's laptop working, you'll see it on when I'm not commentating as well. But it requires somebody to be pressing buttons, and Megan's busy for half an hour. So depending on how I nick her laptop. Yeah, so depending how I steal her laptop, that's the question, to do it all. What do you make?
Would it work with my second laptop?
Nah, because you need my actual stuff up here. Yeah. I need to be pressing buttons on mine. And then I've got to switch over from USON to the main box as well, so it's got to be in Megan's stream key, yeah.
Unless if I teleport.
Yeah, that's true. Can't really can do it for us. Omi, what have you made then of what you've seen of the test? And also, how was the CTC race, I believe you were covering?
Yes, I've enjoyed it, IndyCar Festival, but yeah, that was, it started off very great. It started off with a lot of action. Then we had a bit of a boring period, and then it started getting very exciting at the end. So if you want to compare it to real life, it's basically Australia without the red flags for the F1.
Okay. That sounds quite interesting. And it just sounds like a normal PSGL race these days as well. Yeah, to be fair, normal F1 esport race across CTC.
I'm excited for tomorrow.
Really? Why? What's tomorrow on?
F1 2019 Germany, one hole.
Oh, wow, okay.
And also Jess is racing, so I get to curse her.
Yeah, that is going to be fun. She was on vocal rest the past few days. If Jess, I know Jess might be watching. Hope you well, Jess.
VK down the inside of Malukas.
Yep, down
turn
the front.
one.
Well, Power looks like he might be done for the day. He's signing some autographs.
And signed a massive case of it.
He did. They
well.
sell those around the circuit, didn't they? They started this early. Fans are in, about 1,000 of them. But it'll get more
packed. If I
packed.
do like this, do I just look like a head?
Yes. I think there's going to be like 250,000 people crammed into this circuit.
Yeah, the Indy 500 is always big and that.
It's a sellout. Yeah, absolute
massive,
sellout.
Massive crowds as well. Well, that's VK and Ed Carpenter having a little bit of a battle as well. That's Rossi as well further back.
Two teammates
that
together.
Other car was.
Teammates coming together to making sure everything's okay. So this is all looking like it's just going to be another run to the line as everyone gets in their long run toes for race simulation data. Oh, and Jack Harvey defending hard to Connor Daly coming into turn 3. Daly almost going back into the barriers. He did that back in 2010 as well in a huge accident. And Harvey nearly made him return to the scene of the accident, the exit of turn 3 into 4.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been good as well. But we go back on board with Jack Harvey, currently 19th with his fast lap 225.971. Only completed 59 laps today.
Yeah, he crashed on the back straightaway actually as well. So it was a really weird accident to happen on the back stretch.
It was really weird.
But yeah, launched into the catch fencing. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Last year, of course, the race got red flagged. 9 times out of 10, the Indy race gets red flagged. Let's hear from Scott McLaughlin. No, let's hear from, I think it's Newgarden now.
30 minutes to go here. What'd you learn? What do you like about your race car today?
Well, I learned the traditional Indianapolis deal where every day is different. You know, I mean, it's so true. Every day is a different challenge, and you know, you're trying to log the memory book so that, you know, if there's a day like today, this is what we're going to be doing, and that's how Indy works. You know, every little thing counts. Track conditions as far as the temperature on the track, the ambient, the wind conditions, what wind direction it is. So I think, you know, every day you're just trying to log that in your book. Today we did a lot of Q work. You know, we were out here early just trying to understand, get ahead of what's going to be coming tomorrow and Fast Friday, and then we did a little bit of race running here on kind of the used tires. And, you know, it wasn't as good as yesterday, but it was hotter today too, and I think, you know, people will struggle with that as we work to race day. When the track gets hotter, it's tougher, and you know, we're just going to be try and be as prepared as we can in the shell car.
I understand we have some video that I'm going to show you here, and I need to get your reaction on this. Okay, this is a puzzled. Hinch says you look confused. What's going through your head here?
You know, that is today's Thursday, and I don't know why the car doesn't feel as good today, but that is Indy. You know, it doesn't take much for this car to move around, for every car to move around. And, you know, it keeps you on your toes. And one minute you feel good, and you feel like, I got it. No, just wait, it turns. But I overall, you know, it's been fun to be back. I've been trying to, you know, take it easy today, and this month, really, it's a long grind. But yeah, just trying to figure out this afternoon. The car was very, very different for us.
All right, thank you, Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph Newgarden looking a bit bizarre there and puzzled as we hear White. As I was just having a word with Matt White actually as well. We've got a tweet out saying, good lord, with the RC Anderson battle with Pato O'Ward as well. If you're just joining us and didn't see that, O'Ward nearly got taken out by RC Anderson, who was going so fast at the exit of the pit lane. Apparently, RC Anderson explained because he couldn't hear his spotter, Spencer Pickett, former IndyCar driver, because someone else was on his channel, he didn't spot Pato O'Ward. because he said he was blind at the time, because there's a big black car coming at you in pit lane and it's in front of you, not behind you. Spotters are designed for alongside and behind you. You've got eyes to see who's ahead of you. So what exactly that was all about, I have no idea. But over the track they go once again. 23 minutes to go then here in what has been a rather uneventful 6 hours of practice. Everyone's just got on with their day, and I think I've made up for lost time. Nobody's put it in the wall. Nobody's even had an engine problem or anything. They've all been incredibly calm.
Yet.
Yeah, 12 hours down, Josh, and no one's had a problem so far. This is great reliability from these cars.
Yet.
Yeah. Do we really need this much practice then?
We all know who to curse if it happens in the next 23 minutes and 10 seconds as well. On board with Simon Pasino as he goes through turn 1. Let's have a listen.
Look, I'm so happy we've got the track audio this year. I really am. It's going to make the start of the 500 amazing. Literally, you're going to hear the cars flying through. I can't wait.
It really is as well, and we might get some good audio if they crash. If there's a caution right next to one of those barrier side
That's true, yeah.
As well, that's Pasino going down the inside of Kirkwood, not to be mistaken the two AutoNation cars as well, but here they are once more. That's incredible, isn't it, Josh?
It is. Are we going to hit through 2? No. Tell you what, though, Josh, I know me. We've had this since Spa last year, right? So that's nearly a year now. And I'd forgotten what it's like to commentate without audio in your ears.
Yeah,
so when I do things like FSR, ERC and all that lot, and I don't hear any audio, I find it really disconcerting. I forget how lucky we are we can actually hear the cars nowadays.
Yeah, well, into turn 3, Kirkwood went down the inside. Pasino has gone outside, but Kirkwood has lifted off down the front stretch, and he's fallen right to the back. So now it is, I believe, Roman Grosjean. Yes, it is. There is Pasino as well. He might be coming into the pit lane this time. No, they're going 3 wide. Pasino on the inside. Roman Grosjean in the middle.
There goes Herta! Herta coming down low. Beautiful. They're in a little battle.
That was absolutely amazing with 21 minutes to go. Herta even having a little bit of a bite as well. There's the pit wall of the number 60 AutoNation of Simon Pasino as well. And then that is Carl Kirkwood coming under pressure as well further back. Someone else rejoining from the pit road as well. Simon Pasino. Let's have another listen as the cars go by. Looks like Roman Grosjean is coming into the pit lane, less he is.
Pit lane sensor is at that cutoff, by the way, if you're wondering why we're getting such good information about when they're coming into the pit lane. The sensor is at the entrance to turn 3. When we get to the race, it'll move to the exit of turn 4 and pit in there. So that's information as Herta passes now down low. We look back to Castro Neves having the attack on front as well. Pasino is out on the track, same as Herta, Ferrucci, Kirkwood, Neves, Ray Hall, Pedersen and Lundgaard are the cars out on the track right now. And Hunter Ray too, if I didn't mention it. They're all now battling out of the back straight away.
Yeah. And that Kirkwood and blue car was in fact Ray Hall. I can confirm now they are back to back as well. Ray Hall could have a little go, but it's a little bit too far back, but he's gaining. Pasino could have a look up the inside of Herta into turn 1. No has fallen a little bit far back as well, but this is a train of 4 and they're going side by side a lot, Josh.
Yeah, McCray once says, I'd be very surprised to not see a car on the wall by the end of the session. And Upright Fossil says, cars on the wall is a thing of the past. It used to be 3 or 4 a day. It did. Pasino goes through on the inside of Herta.
Yeah, that's turn 3. We're going to have another listen as they come through again.
Love that angle.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Who's that?
That's across the line for one more time.
Can't quite tell who's at the back of that track there. It's the 33, I believe. That's the 55.
Pedersen.
Yeah, Benjamin Pedersen as well, swinging back. Getting ahead there of the 23s coming into the pit lane. That's Ryan Hunter-Ray. Decided he's going to commit to the pit road early
Here
on.
comes Ed Carpenter out.
Yep.
Going to slot into the train as well. Pazano and Herta. Herta pulls down low, goes on the inside. Very close, nearly wheel to wheel there for Simon Pazano, but Herta now at the front of this train forming.
He becomes the hare, and now Castroneves and Pagano become the tortoise. Or the tortoise was the political for two of them now. It might not last long.
Kirkwood's coming down the inside now.
Yeah, Kirkwood goes to
Pagano.
him. Pagano, yeah, Castroneves just behind. He's dropped behind. I think, is that... Which one is that? I'm trying to look on. Is it the third blue car in the way from this angle? Rahal, yeah, it's the 15 of Graham Rahal further back. Coming out of the pit lane is Jack Harvey and Malukas.
There is Castroneves going on the inside of Rahal into turn 3.
Yeah, down the low, and there he
Get
goes.
confusing the three alternating cars all together in a line.
And two of them are Meyershank Racing, but the 27, of course, of Kyle Kirkwood runs with Andretti Autosport, but is just sponsored by the AutoNation. The other two are Meyershank Racing.
Takes the lead.
Yeah, through on the inside. Kirkwood hits it.
Turn 1.
I've got a good feeling with Kyle Kirkwood. Are we going to hear from Pato O'Ward?
I'm
Yes.
sure we watched your hands move, obviously, very quickly as he came around the outside of you. But I guess just take us behind the wheel of your car and what you felt and saw there.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose. But yeah, that was definitely a close one. I don't know what to say. I mean, I was exiting pit lane. I was definitely not expecting that. I think the guys on track need to, you obviously need to yield to whoever's going to be in pit lane. I was already clear of the white wall. So he must have seen me. I know these oval cars don't stop well at all, but that could have been nasty for sure. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
No, and we just wanted your perspective on it. You guys are done for the day here with the final 17 minutes or so to go. What do you feel in your race car today? What do you like about what it's doing?
Yeah, we're not quite there. The aero bits seem to have done nothing for racing. So obviously it's not ideal for when you're running 10th or 11th in a pack. You can't do anything. Even when you're 6th and 7th, you can't do anything. Only the first two lead cars can be kind of overtaking each other, and maybe a third car can join the party. But other than that, it's pretty much a follow the leader situation.
Can't do anything as far as like break through that bubble or not even just pull out to pass or anything like that?
What do you mean? Like whenever you're stuck in line?
When you're behind, yeah.
I mean, if you pull out the bubble, you're going to get freight trained. And the guys in front of you are getting towed, so you're not able to suck up to them like if you were sucking up to a lead car. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's not... Would have loved to have seen, just a step in that, because I feel like, even if you've got one of the best cars or a solid car, if you're stuck in a train, doesn't matter if the two cars in front of you are lead cars, but if there's 10 lappers, for instance, in a race, you can't do anything. So yeah, no change for what 21 and 22 have been.
All right, thank you, Pato. Interesting perspective, guys. Thank you, Dill.
Yep, and there's more action further up front as well, as I think O'Ward is not done for the day. He might get one more run out as he comes back through, but through turn 1 and 2, coming out the pit lane is Santino Ferrucci, so everyone make sure he hasn't got a mobile phone in his pocket as he heads down.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, going past our favourite. It looks like Colton Herta is done as well. He pulls off into pit road as well. Let's take another listen.
That's going to get addictive on race day. I can't wait for that.
It really is. Well, while we were talking to Pato O'Ward as well as Stingray, Rob exits pit road, coming out on track to join in the final 40 minutes left. Where's Carl Kirkwood and Pato. have been switching the lead as well. That's another car coming into pit road as well. I believe either VK Carpenter as well, one of those two. Similar paint liveries from far away as well. There's Graham Rahal, and Graham Rahal's going to have a look on, I believe, the number 60 of Pasano down the inside into turn 1.
Castaneves did a run through the pits as well to check it out. Cost him 15 seconds apparently, according to our driver tracker up here in the comms box as well. So we'll keep an eye on that as we have our driver tracker back as they swing back through our favourite segment of the track. And now are we going to see Rahal try and pass Kirkwood? Kirkwood doing really well leading the front. Yep, doing on the inside. I think Kirkwood's doing incredibly well holding off at front as Daly, as you said, on the inside. Kirkwood is one to watch in this race.
Kirkwood will be in the top 10 of the Indy 500 as Rahal goes down the inside into turn 1. Rahal takes the lead as well. There is Castaneves coming out back.
Let's take a lap.
Out of the pit lane.
Kirkwood closing it on the front to take round the outside of Rahal into turn 1, goes down low and takes it round the outside and cut back in low. Beautiful. Oh no, what's wrong, Josh?
This was, believe it or not, just full of blue Lego bricks.
Oh, yeah. He's holding up a box for those listening on the radio.
It is, as you can see, not in the box, and it is
all over
down
the place.
The back of my desk.
Ah, yeah, that's not going to be nice.
So I have around 50 of these on the floor.
All right, well, we'll go off ComCam then, so you can pick them up now if you want. As we see side by side once again, Rahal hitting out the front and towing back in through turn 1. 11 minutes to go this session. We should be green until the end, but they've got to be careful that they don't all come together and then we have a big one. That's not what we need at this stage. Oh, hang on a minute. We've got damage to the pit road is Rahal, but Kirkwood didn't know that and pulled in alongside and tried to break the turn. Now we've got several cars out right behind him.
Let's just say to all of the viewers, you are lucky that the ComCam just got taken off, as I nearly fell off my chair again.
Always when we're off ComCam. 10 minutes to go, and now to the inside as well. Simon Pagenaud passing Kirkwood on the low line in towards turn 1, and he hits the front. Feels like a race already for the 500. Here we go. Diving into the pit lane, Kyle Kirkwood. So he releases the front for Simon Pagenaud now. Just to have a little bit of a release. Harvey and Catherine Legg have left the pit lane as well, so they're good to continue. There is Marcus Ericsson, the 2022 Indy 500 champion, the 106th running of the event. He is out on the circuit as well, getting up to speed as 3 wide down the straightaway into turn 1. Hits the front. Alex Palou. Just that, it's an addictive sound, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, it really is. And before anything happens, this box is now going to go back to where it belongs.
Yes, back on
in its
ComCam.
container.
Back on ComCam now. As well, if those of you watching on JB Motorsports, for those of you listening on USRN, good evening to you. 9 minutes away from the end of this session. Mario Castaneves dives to the inside of Ed Carpenter at turn 1 and makes the move stick as well. Josh has forgotten that he's wearing a tie mic, and we can hear that very loudly, so I've muted him for a second as they come through. Daly on the back now coming into it. He's 10th overall, sorry, 11th now overall is Daly. 223.455. Weather is at its best it's going to be for the remainder of the day, so everyone continuing on. Ericsson, though, still the top speed, even without a tow, so it's big talk from Chip Ganassi Racing. 224 miles per hour on a 4-lap average and without a tow, and at fastest lap speed, Ericsson's a 229.607. An amazing run as Daly now running third overall in this little train, Josh, closing in at the back.
Yeah, we don't talk about what just happened. What just happened was me trying to put the blue bricks back in.
And forgetting your mics on.
And moving it as well, moving the Lego storage to where it's meant to be. I have put the blue back, but I spilt the red and white, and the red and white are both two colours which I have the most of.
I was wondering what was going on.
And yeah, I see the containers on the other side of the room by my door. Another brick's over there. Bricks are over here. Yeah, that will be something to do in 7 minutes and 55 seconds time.
Yes.
When the session ends as well.
Carpenter comes into the pit lane, so he's had enough of that as well. Ryan Hunter-Ray came in before that. Marcus Ericsson has re-entered the pit lane. He's done for the day. So we're now seeing a few of them now just sort of relaxing. Although it says Ericsson's back on the track according to the NBC timing. No, now it's back in the pit lane, yeah. So Pagano, Daly, Sato, Palou, Andretti, Robb, Harvey, all out there on the circuit at the moment, along with Malukas and Grosjean and Page again.
There you go.
There we go, and that's it. Why are you? I can't see it on the TV monitors.
That's the state of my floor.
An absolute mess, as we see on the inside. That is the 20 of Daly getting through, and at the same time, the I believe that's the 18 getting through there. Is that going to be Malukas?
Yes.
Yeah, getting through.
I'll send it in comms chat.
Sounds good. 6 minutes 50 to go. 6 minutes 40 actually on the official timing screens as they're ahead. Marcus Ericsson then, fastest overall. Done 87 laps today as well.
I think he was first last time, wasn't he?
Yesterday it was Takuma Sato.
Sato, yeah, it was Ericsson and then Sato took it, right?
Yeah, just at the last second, yeah. So Ericsson starting this 500 laps to go on, but you can be fastest in all the practice sessions you like. You can take pole position. It's what you do in the 500 miles that counts. And it's what you do on May 28th on Memorial Weekend as well. So much action left as we head down the back straight away. Everyone's going to use the maximum amount of time for the checkered flag comes out to end the session, and the gun will go off as well. The gun's being made ready, of course, for qualifying day. Can't wait for that. The cannon, of course, on Sunday, May 28th, will open the day. There's so much prestige and history at the Brickyard as we celebrate the 107th running of the event as well. And how was it? 112 years in total this year. Started in 1911, of course. Chip Ganassi Racing are currently first with Ericsson, second with Dixon, seventh with Sato, and ninth with Alex Palou. As we see we see Pagano dive down the inside of Malukas and hits the front on this little battle.
Yeah, and welcome to military land where I am, where it is 54 minutes past as that grows on going down the inside of Rahal. Yep, Pagano, they're both going into the pit lane as well. But
releases
welcome
Rahal.
to military land where I am, where you just have random Apache helicopters at 5 to 11 at night at 400 feet above the village.
Well,
only in Wiltshire.
Could be worse, I suppose.
Typhoons.
Yeah, which is what we get sometimes as well.
Yes.
Although I keep waking...
we get typhoons,
yeah,
but we haven't got one this year.
I keep waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning boiling hot because the sun is rising directly on my back of my window, and it's really hot. That's why I need a fan fixing as well. Because that giant fan I had, the head snapped off, so I've got to repair it. Yeah, I know, I've got to repair it.
This fan here is the most powerful fan I have ever seen.
Yeah, that's the one I've got. You've seen it before, yeah.
It's basically it's one setting is like a 4 setting on a normal fan. It's insane.
Absolutely fantastic as well. Chambers just putting out in the chat, yeah, no overtime in stages in IndyCar. I was a Dale fan. I was a Canopolis native and also a Canopolis police officer. Oh, yes, I remember you saying, actually. When he died, I pulled a D-time in front of Martha's house, people pulling up in her yard. I remember you saying, Chambers, last year. I do remember you saying as well. And White Foster saying, I just got back from sailing the Caribbean, sat down at a bar in Key West, and some random guy was talking about it. Oh, wow. The number 3, of course, Dale Earnhardt. 2001 Daytona 500, last corner. And of course, it was Michael Waltrip winning the race, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. I think was in the race still as well. I think he finished third in that one, because it was Dale Sr. getting up there as well. He made it possible. We're having several cars dive in. Andretti and Sato coming in as we look at Ed Carpenter Racing. Daly 6th, VK 30th, Carpenter 31st, Josh. Well, this is amazing stuff from Connor Daly. He runs 1 race per year and is looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he really, really is, as well as coming into the final 2.5 minutes as well. Daly's currently 6th with a 228.215 as well.
Love that angle.
As we know, coming down the inside as well. Ray Hall very late diving into the pit lane there.
Was to practice the slingshot maneuver into turn 3, I suppose.
Yeah.
Dale Coyne Racing. Stingray Rob's currently 19th. David Malukas is currently 23rd in the running order, so they haven't had a great day of testing. Still a lot of people that need to be won over, I think, coming into this. Into the last 2 minutes then of the Indy 500 practice number 4 here on day 3 of the running. Few cars left out on the circuit now. I think it's Cash Neves, Stingray Rob, Jack Harvey, David Malukas and Christian Lundgaard as well are the only drivers out there on the track. Our McLaren, though, Award's currently 8th, Rossi 10th, Canaan 13th, and Rosenquist going into 16th position as well. Into the last minute 20. And that is, I believe...
Ferrucci.
No, it's Ray... yeah, you're right. Santino Ferrucci. Of course it's Santino Ferrucci. Racing with the Stars and Stripes. Homes for Troops. And Heroes for Troops is the livery there as well. Santino Ferrucci, of course, in 11th place for AJ Foyt Enterprises. Meyershank Racing, though, Pagano's currently 3rd. Great time, 228.681. He's improved in the last 20 minutes as well. Castro Neves, though, way down the order. Still got some time to find there and improve on. Chamber says, I was an honour guard, so was Casket Watch. I know, yes. I remember you talking about those last year, actually. I think during the qualifying for the 500. Amazing times. Amazing lives you've all led as well. Like everyone in the YouTube chat as well, who've been in touch with us over the past 6 hours. Hopefully join us tomorrow for the same time. All the Indy 500 streams are now available on the YouTube channel, JB Motorsports. You can go and send notifications or reminders for all of those as well to get all our timing details on. Checkered flag is out. And that is day 3 complete here for the Indy 500. And officially, it is day 2 of on-track running complete, as we had the first day washed out. Checkers are out here at the Brickyard. And the day comes to a close with Marcus Ericsson the fastest. 229.607 miles per hour. Dixon 2nd. Pagano 3rd. Power 4th. Herta 5th. Daly 6th. Sato 7th. Award 8th. Palou 9th. Rossi the top 10 as well. We'll go through the full order in just a few minutes' time. They come in then. Josh, what did you make of the 6 hours we've had here today so far?
Yeah, it was a good day of running, really good day of running, and hopefully we'll see the same tomorrow. And that's for the results.
Yep, here we go then. So it is Marcus Ericsson, Scott Dixon, Simon Pagenaud, Will Power, Colton Herta, Connor Daly. It's going down as well with Takuma Sato, Pato O'Ward, Alex Palou, and Alexander Rossi in the top 10. Santino Ferrucci, Graham Rahal, Tony Kanaan, Kyle Kirkwood, Augustine Canapino 15th, Felix Rosenquist is 16th, Marco Andretti 17th, Helio Cashineva is 18th, Stingray Robb is 19th, 20th for Joseph Newgarden, Jack Harvey 21st, Ryan Hunter-Reay 22nd, David Malukas 23rd, Scott McLaughlin 24th, Romain Grosjean 25th, Benjamin Peterson 26th, as well 27th on the board if we just scroll down as well on the timing tower. Yep, 26th on the board for Benjamin Peterson, 27th for Christian Lundgaard, 28th RC Enerson, 29th Devlin Di Francesco, 30th for Rinus VeeKay, 31st Ed Carpenter, 32nd Callum Ilott, 33rd Stefan Wilson, and 34th is Catherine Legg. Practice times tomorrow. You can join us noon till 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 5 until 11 p.m. British Summer Time and 6 till midnight European Time as well. Saturday, practice and qualifying for 1 hour as well. You can join us 4:30 as well. 1:30 for that as well, and all going forward. Qualifying though, 11 a.m. Eastern as well. And that's 4 p.m. British Summer Time, 5 p.m. European Time on Saturday and Sunday as well from 2 p.m. Eastern. That is 7 p.m. British Time, 8 p.m. over there in Europe. That's it then. Any closing thoughts from you, Amy, quickly? No, I think he's on mute. He's gone. So my thanks to Josh, to Omi, and to Tom, and to all of you for watching here today. What a second day it's been. Join us tomorrow for all the action continuing. More here at the Brickyard. Thanks for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.